start?
Oh, it's not my non-copyright stuff. It's like my
Okay, that's
personal
not okay
music.
to the
Good,
start.
not
that's good,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, all you gotta do is you gotta have the connections Matt Mercer has. You can play the Skyrim soundtrack in the background.
Yeah, you can play whatever
Fucking
you like then.
wish.
The
I
Witcher.
would.
Oh, I
I
just
would
straight
love the
play
connections Matthew Mercer has.
I straight play
That's
the
okay.
Nier
They'll be,
Automata
they'll be
music.
hitting you up after they see this anyway, so don't worry about it.
You know, if I'm being
I'd love
honest,
the like attractiveness that Matthew Mercer has. Like that dude's like ridiculously attractive. Like he grows a beard and it doesn't like he's just like
Live.
you had me at grows a beard.
Happy
God
birthday, thank you, Mom.
Happy birthday, Oko.
Oh,
thank you.
why haven't
I haven't even said that yet.
Congratulations on being
Happy
birthed.
birthday.
Good morning,
Oh,
everybody.
God.
Is
Good
it a bad
morning.
time to say happy closer to dying day?
And now I'm watching the advert.
I don't know if that's better or worse than Happy Womb Exodus. So I mean, like,
Oh.
go for it.
No, it's
I don't.
like you.
I don't know
It's
if I
like
like
a
that
custom
one.
shot of death where it's like, yes, it's my birthday. Death clicks one.
How does one
into the
host a
app.
stream? You go to your channel, go to your chat, type /host space, and then the
Emancipation.
and then the channel that you want to host. So in our case, it would be Okomie, which is Okomie. Okay. So
Hey, look, I'm in it. That's what
I'm-
it looks like.
I'm getting warm. I'm sweaty already.
Hey, look, it's me.
I'm sweaty already. Okay, who drew the dick?
That's not a penis. What are you talking about?
That's a blunt.
That's
Oh
that's a
my
blunt.
God.
Come on.
You know what?
And that's our magic mushroom tree. Don't worry about it.
Everyone lost doodle privileges now.
Aw.
Okay.
Oh, what? Really? I didn't even get to draw.
No more.
Oh my
doodling
God.
Noodle.
Oh my God, so many fucking hosts all of a sudden. Kiringa, Llama, Fickle.
Happy
You better believe it. Happy birthday.
Mine should do it on its own because you're on the list.
Mm.
I just noticed something. I
And
don't
if
have
it
alert
doesn't-
box on this fucking. Oh my God, guys, I'm a terrible streamer.
It's okay. Just don't
Oh,
tell
see,
them. Just don't tell them. They
I
won't
didn't
know.
even see anything pop up in the chat. Like I was
Beatus of fetus, your sister said. I love that.
Oh my god.
It's devolving. It's devolving.
So quickly.
as
You know,
as soon as we go live, it all starts up again.
For the
Mhm.
record, this is an improvement from when we started.
It
That's-
really is.
that's fair.
All right. So, welcome everybody to White Lily Murders. This is my homebrew one-off. I would like to introduce you all to our lovely cast of players. We have in the top left-hand corner, we have Casually Bananas, who will be playing Baz, our changeling bard rogue multiclass. Next to Baz, we have Invincibubble, who's going to be playing Tyrandel, our Eladrin ranger. Next to Tyrandel, we have Samuelism, who's going to be playing Age, our dwarven fighter. On the bottom left-hand side, we have is it Fickle Ficus or Fickle Ficus?
I guess.
Ficus, I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
You're
Fickle
fine.
Ficus, who's playing Herbert, our human monk and scholar. We have next to him Kiringa, who's going to be playing Monica, our half-elven druid. And lastly, we have Dividable Llama, who's going to be playing Gookie, our goblin druid. I did not realize I put both the druids together on this overlay, but that's okay.
Yeah, high five.
It's hilarious.
Oh, I went
'cause
the
you
wrong way.
guys- you
I went the
guys
wrong
are
way. Wait, we
wrong.
gotta go the other. We gotta go the opposite. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. All right. So, we're gonna start off this campaign with a normal, with Bubble dying. That's the murder mystery.
no.
Who did it? Jesus. Bubble? You okay?
Yeah, we're good.
You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you for the host, Adam. Or Mom. So we're going to start off this campaign with all of you guys, with the exception of Monica, currently in the guard tower. For those who frequent the guard tower, for those who actually work here constantly, those in the old guard have probably seen a lot of changes over the years of the guard tower. It is a tall, imposing spire that stands in the dead center of the city, kind of like a beacon of safety and hope for most, or a daunting tower for those who break the law. You guys are situated in an upper floor of the tower. You guys have essentially your own floor. You all have your own individual desks, which you all have taken time to customize. We have a rather large orange and striped cat known as Taiga, who lazes about on Age's desk as he writes away at paperwork. We have Glub, casually sitting happily in his custom pond on a desk covered in greenery, wildlife, and moss, and mushrooms, causing a little bit of an earthy and musty smell that permeates throughout this office. We have Tyrandel's desk, which is stacked with papers. Everything is neat and orderly. We have Baz, who may or may not be at their desk at the moment, but probably taking everything a little casually. And Herbert's desk was vacant until recently, as he just came back from finishing a shift at the Sovereign Institution of Knowledge and Order. As you guys are picking away at paperwork, it's been a rather slow month for you all. Nothing has really required your attention, nothing that couldn't be handled by the average run-of-the-mill guard. Commander Bull enters the room. She is about an average height woman for a human. She has thick silver and white hair that's pulled back into a tight bun, nary a fray or a flyaway in place. She is most characteristically known for 3 elongated claw marks that are focused over her left eye, leaving a murky iris in its place. The older members of the guard probably remember an attack years ago from when she had a little less gray in her hair, where she unfortunately lost an altercation with a beast of sorts. And during that altercation, she unfortunately also lost her daughter, who was also a member of the guard. She stands up tall and gives almost a imposing and directive gaze to you all, kind of waiting for your attention, but she doesn't wait long before she clears her throat. So, I would like to introduce you all to the latest member of your investigative group. Monica, enter. Coming in behind Bull is kind of a unsure, meek, and shy character with short black hair reddening at the tips, black, bony and scaled horns coming from the side of her head and wisping towards the back of her head. Long and pointed ears emerging out from under those horns, black and blue scales decorating her face, her clavicle, her shoulders. And she looks at all of you with an unsure, inquisitive gaze. Does Monica say anything?
Hello.
A moment of recognition instantly washes over Tyrandel as he remembers this character from 4 nights ago.
4 nights. It's
Yeah.
only been 4 nights and you're here again.
Oh, it's you again.
Why is she here?
I expect you all to play nicely. Monica is temporarily the newest addition to this team. We're going to be observing her, and if she can play nice, she'll be able to avoid a fancy cell in the jail.
Thank
Tyrandel,
God it's temporary.
I
Yes.
expect you to report back to me on her actions and what she does. And I trust your judgment. If you sense any risk that she might have ulterior motives or might not be doing this job to the fullest, I expect you to tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bull turns, gives a last gaze to Monica as kind of a way to signify your fate is in my hands before she leaves.
A babysitter. More than I had when I was a kid.
Oh, wow, that's got deep real quick.
We're just like flopping at the childhood trauma right now.
So, I mean, I thought you'd have like a warm-up bit a little bit, but
Nope.
man,
Just straight in.
you just come straight out of the gate with that one.
Well, Monica, it's a pleasure to meet you. Can I interest you in a fresh pot of coffee?
Yes, he is my favorite.
I'll walk over to where I'm making coffee, finish my little. I have a little nice pour over set up
Oh yeah, yeah.
at my desk. And I'll get up a cup for Monica. Be like, here you go. And it's again a pleasure to meet you. And I'll shake your. I'll extend my hand to shake yours.
It's a pleasure. For as long as this lasts.
I walk up and I shake her hand and I point a thumb at Ty and I'm like, "Don't worry about Ty. He seems all rough and tough, but he's a big softie."
Aw.
I'm gonna go back to
Mr.
my work.
Ty, got it.
I just
I'm
imagine
gonna
Ty
turn
at the
back
back.
and face my desk.
Ah.
You two know each other already, then?
Don't want to talk about it.
Same.
Oh, it's like that. I apologize. I didn't realize.
There's a
Okay.
reason why it's temporary.
Right. Any idea why you were recruited?
I'll leave that to my own devices.
Sure, I can't wait to see you in action. Speaking of which, Ty, do we have anything going on today?
Not as far as I'm aware. Wait, do we? Do we have anything going on?
No, it is. It has been a very dry month for you all.
Oh, well in that case, no. Just more sitting, more paperwork.
Some of you have decided to occupy your time with potential cold cases. Gookie is poring over the same documents that he always pores over for the past 6 months, involving the disappearance of his parents and the murder of his late wife that still goes unsolved.
It's still not here. I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna find it.
What are you looking for?
Hey, wait, Gookie, is that you?
Pop my head out of my little cave. Oh, hello. What's this then? Glubs?
I didn't
We
even
have-
realize you were in this morning.
Glubs looks over from his pond, then casually goes back to sleep.
Right. There. Esquire. Got it. Same thing I'm working on every day, boss. And I shuffle back into my cave and
Yep.
let's just no.
One day you'll find
Piece of
the
paper
answer.
goes flying out here and there, and oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, that one's gonna be on the ceiling. All right, that one's staying there.
You'll find the answers one day, I'm sure.
I'm gonna find it. I guarantee you.
I believe in you,
Yep.
Gookie.
It's that elf. Keith. I'm gonna get him. See, my big brain's been thinking. Him. I swear it's him.
Okay, okay, okay.
This isn't
Okay.
this isn't out of the norm for Gookie. Gookie is very passionate, and he's constantly gone on about this elf named Keith. You guys have never met Keith, but you've at this point probably dismissed it as just Gookie's ramblings.
No, I mean, he doesn't even know he was an elf anyway.
I'm gonna go back to my game of dragon chess that I have set out at my table. I'm playing with myself.
At your
Oh,
desk?
Because you
At
beat
work?
everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing else to do, I'll practice a
I
bit.
guess I'll just occupy this empty desk I'm here for.
I'm just working on getting. my
Holy
file.
crap, this onslaught of bots.
Oh my god.
no.
Yeah.
There was like
Oh, is it-
6 of them.
Oh, wait, can I buy one?
No, I
Ah,
feel
okay.
like Jesus
They want you to
Christ,
be
10
famous?
so far, and it's been 13
oh
minutes
my god,
live.
It is.
Oh, Jesus.
Happy birthday, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Birthday!
Yay!
Birthday bots.
Birthday bots.
Okay.
All right. If you guys have nothing else that you want to do right now, we could probably move on to you guys ending for the day and heading off home.
Home? Oh, wait, yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah, you're the only one who
I don't
lives.
actually leave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
you just go to the
Yeah.
barracks.
Yeah, I do. I just go to the barracks. I don't actually go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else I need to do today.
Well, Herbert, Gookie, Baz, Age, I'll see you. Ty, smell you later.
Yeah, you'll see me.
I'm
I thought
gonna
he-
grab
thought he was
gloves.
a
and-
babysitter. Where are you going?
I'm going home.
Well, I'm not going
We
back
ain't
to
doing
the
that.
house with them.
Oh, so it's just a work shift detail. Got it. I just go back to work.
Yeah, I don't need my babysitter at all times.
Yeah, just get out of here.
Age's just gonna finish his bound pile for the day.
And I'm
Okay.
going to pick up some paper and stuff them into my backpack.
Sounds good. Just empty
Oh god, my
papers.
water!
Yep, just empty papers. It's important for a plan later on.
All right. As you guys finish with the day, putting away your respective cold cases back where they belong in the resources bubble, you probably go to Clarity Cafe before the night is through and enjoy
Oh, my favourite.
enjoy a rather embellished meal, probably with Age, unless Age decides to go home and enjoy some of Mom's home cooking.
I'll share a nice meal with Tyrandil.
Perfect. And you
Nice.
guys take this time. You guys, very focused on work, also often bring work outside of the office. And you guys pour over the paperwork that you guys have done earlier that day. Maybe Tyrandil also takes some time to vent about Monica's addition and how
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
how
ask
there's way
about
too
that.
many criminals in the CSI group.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah,
Ask
it's-
about that 'cause that's like I was just working through stuff while he was doing his raid there.
Yeah, just ranting now. It's like, oh man, everyone here's becoming a criminal. How long is it before we're just a criminal society?
Yeah, Aga's just gonna sip his coffee. It's like you're singing
coffee
in the
this
choir,
late at
man.
night.
At
Jesus.
night?
Oh yeah, we're heavy coffee drinkers.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Just
I
sip
noticed that
coffee
everyone's
away.
just like, oh man, gotta have coffee. Gotta have coffee in the morning. Like, what happened to
It's
good
like
old water?
It's like his
What
favorite
happened to
6
what happened to
coffee a
tea?
day.
Tea's
Water.
great.
You get water filtered through coffee.
Yeah,
So-
oh yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
or other liquids of choice. as long as-
Or other like or sake, depending.
It's just bean soup.
Eh, eh,
Actually,
Sake.
fun fact: coffee beans are not beans; they are a legume.
Oh, really?
Very
They are.
interesting.
They are. Anywho, so you guys spend some time, poring over things at Clarity Cafe. Gookie goes back to his respectable hovel at the park located in Hightown, behind a waterfall. It's kind of like a not so well kept secret. Everyone knows Gookie lives here, but at this point, it's better to keep him there where they can keep an eye on him than have him relocate somewhere else. Baz goes back to their humble apartment in Midtown. Monica also returns to their humble apartment in Midtown. And Herbert stops off at his favorite noodle place, Noddle's Noodles, and enjoys probably the usual, which is already waiting for him, all cooked and set on his favorite spot in the restaurant. He's greeted by... Hold on, I'm forgetting names already.
Wenster and Calvary.
Yes, he's greeted by Kellery and
Light it up.
treated almost like a son as he's brought to his favorite spot, and she comes over and makes sure that he has little side entrees as well, and make sure that his stay is well looked after and well looked for. In a very motherly fashion, she comes over and your bowl's half empty, and she's like, "Oh well, darling, did you want some more noodles? I noticed you still have a bunch of broth there."
Oh no, it's okay, Calvary. Thank you. You know I'm a creature of habit. I can't go over. I
Your
can't.
skin and bones. Are you sure?
No, I'm sure. I'm sure. Thank you though.
All
I really
right.
appreciate it.
If you want anything, you just say the word, okay? You just call me over. I'll be here in a second.
Thank you. You're too kind.
And you have Winster looking at you from behind the bar. It's kind of like a Japanese noodle bar where a lot of the preparation is just behind a bar, so you can see everything as it's being taken care of. He looks over and gives you again more like a parental smile and charm.
I'll give him a little salute. Like, thank you.
He nods, and he continues preparing the other bowls for the rest of the hungry patrons of Noddle's Noodles. All right, and if that is everything, anyone want to do anything else before they go to bed?
I'm heading
I'm-
back to my parents' house.
I'm
Oh,
picking up
yes.
a bag of coffee before I go home.
A bag of coffee. You're able to stop in at a local provision store and get a bag. Do you want pre-ground or do you grind your own coffee?
I grind my own coffee.
Perfect. You get
Yeah,
a
of
bag
course
of
you will.
dark roasted coffee beans.
Ah, yes, my favorite.
On my way home, I stop and pick up stuff for my evening supper.
Excellent. You make way too much soup, and after enjoying a modest bowl yourself, you go down to the usual spot where there is a group of a little thin, underweight children and teenagers, and they are eagerly there with bowls that you've probably purchased for them all in the past, and you bring down this large, still warm pot of soup, and you ladle them all as serving. Bring out a loaf of stale bread that you probably purchased the night before, and you start cutting it up and making sure that they're all fed, sharing stories with them. They start telling you about super cool not exploits, but super cool things that they did during that day. They pull you into a friendly game of knights and baddies. You take shapes to take on the forms of the baddies while they all pretend to be guards, and they chase you around with wooden sticks, and it's a rather enjoyable, delightful night, and you can tell this is clearly the highlight of their day.
That's cute.
For my children.
They're my
My
babies. And then Age, after spending a night talking with Tyrandil at Clarity Cafe, you eventually make your way home where you're welcomed by your parents. Your mother, after spending a long day at she's a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
After spending a long day at the law firm and poring over paperwork, which, like you, she has a nasty habit of not being able to leave work at work. There is a pile of papers on the dinner table, but there's also a small bowl of stew for you there, knowing that you often spend your nights at Clarity Cafe, but she still wants to ensure that you have that food there in case you're still hungry, in case those tiny portions at Clarity Cafe aren't enough to fill your dwarven gut.
I gratefully take the bowl and scarf it down while I'm looking over the rest of the cake that I brought
One
home.
moment, guys. I actually have a knock at my door. I'll be right back.
You're good.
Ooh,
I hear
Is
a
it
knock.
the VR?
I don't know who you reckon it is.
And that's how the campaign
Hopefully.
begins.
Yeah,
Gonna knock on the door.
just going to pick up the notes now.
The DM is truly the one killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
Oh my
never,
God, that's a
never
twist.
comes
The
back.
real mystery begins. I'll be right back.
Oh well, if we're all going,
Yeah.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Yeah.
Well, it just comes back and no one's here.
That's why I said just like cover up your
Yeah,
cameras
just like
and just mess with her. So when she comes back, just be like, "Wait, where did everybody go? What's going on?" And it's like,
What if everyone was murdered, says Double Wolf?
And that's Devil. That's the
That's the
twist.
mystery.
That's the
Oh.
twist.
Oko
Alright.
was the real murderer.
I mean, just let you know, Autumn, both of your birthday gifts arrived. Thank you so much. I will be opening them after stream.
Oh.
All right. So you guys nestle in. Oh, hello. You guys nestle into your beds at the end of the night, probably at various times of the night, depending on how much you guys are a workaholics or how long games of Knights and Baddies goes on.
Honestly, I open like a true crime novel and like immediately fall asleep with it on my face.
This is
yeah, I just imagine that I'm like surrounded by various animals with Glubs just sitting on top, like keeping watch.
Glubs has
At
his
my-
own
at my-
throne, which is just a very well polished rock situated high up in the cave.
As
I
it
love
starts
it.
to get dark, I'll like make sure the kids get like home or at least to like a safe spot for the night.
Yeah, a lot of it is like in wooden crates or the occasional rare abandoned apartment building in Midtown, and the ones who actually live in Lowtown, like the poverty-ridden district, you make sure to escort them home, especially this late at night, and especially because disappearances are unfortunately common in Lowtown. You make sure that everybody gets through the threshold of their respective home or hovel before heading back to your own. All right.
And I take off my jacket, my green cape,
Yeah.
and I hang it up after moving Lionel Johnson's cape to the other side. And I hang it on my hook that's always been my hook, but he keeps using it as his, and I keep moving his jacket.
By the
And I
time
hang it
you
up.
by the time you go back to your shoe closet barracks, your three roommates are already asleep. One of them is snoring. The place already smells like
Up,
feet
Lionel.
and farts.
I've only
and
cared
fart.
to name one of them because I couldn't think of two other names.
That's absolutely fair. You did more than I did. All right, so this is a bit of a rare occasion, but it's not uncommon. As you all are sleeping, a voice creeps into the backs of your minds. A familiar voice of Liza at the guard tower. One by one, she contacts you all via the sending spell. I hate to wake you, but there seems to be an incident at the North Gate. It's urgently requesting all of your presence. Please make it there as soon as possible. You guys know that you can reply to these messages, and often if you don't reply, another message is sent.
Who are you?
Oh yeah, that's a good point actually.
Because I don't know the voice.
Sorry, I probably should have
That's a good point.
specified. Um,
Where am I going?
Who's
Most
talking
of
to
us
me right
know.
now?
What the heck was that?
Monica doesn't wake up to that. Monica wakes up to a thunderous knock at her door.
I
Oh,
didn't order
it's
guests
also-
at this time.
It's also the West Gate. I got that fucked up. So West
West-
Gate.
Oh, that's okay.
What time in the night is it?
Those who have keen mind as a feat
Hey.
will
I
know
don't.
that it's about, we'll call it 3:28 in the morning.
Oh, so it's
So
dark.
if I don't have keen mind, I'm gonna look outside and see if the sun's starting to come up
It
yet.
is not starting to come up yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
cool.
dark. It's dark.
It's very dark.
It is 3:28, my dude.
Thank you, Liza. I'll be right there.
All right.
I
I'll
get
get my jacket.
You're lucky I had my morning coffee.
You mean your
What's going on?
evening coffee?
Morning, evening, does it really matter anymore? He just picks up his stuff and starts moving.
So
Yeah.
I guess I get up, make a pot of coffee, and go answer the door after.
Yes, as you
Oh,
take the time to start the pot of coffee, the knocking gets a little more frantic, and you hear a man behind the door just going, Emelia guard here for Monica.
Hold on.
First day on the job.
It's urgent, ma'am.
taking it
I'm
lax.
getting my coffee first. Hold up. Okay, I take my cup of coffee and walk to the door.
And there you see
Yes?
a kind of a rough and tumble looking half orc gentleman, with one tusk protruding from his lower lip, and the other one seems to have been broken off, probably from his ill-fitting helm not really protecting him from a beaten or a blow. And he looks down at you and he goes, sorry to bother you this early in the morning, ma'am, but your attention is required by Commander Bull at the West Gate.
I guess. Let me just finish my coffee. I'll be right there, I guess.
Oh, okay, ma'am. I was instructed to escort you to the West Gate.
I chug the cup of coffee and be like, okay, it's time to go, I guess.
All right. And you are escorted by the very clunky plate mail-clad half-orc gentleman.
What did you say the lady's name was?
Liza.
Liza.
All
I
right.
asked Liza if she has any more information about what's going on, or if it's just that we were asked to be there.
She responds, saying that she doesn't have a whole lot of information right now, but there appears to have been a body found.
So I'll just pack my bag with the essentials and head on out.
Sounds
Well,
good.
Does she outrank me?
Liza, no. She's essentially
Okay.
she's essentially a
She's the operator.
receptionist.
Yeah.
Oh well, in that case, I'll just give her a thank you. I'm on my way.
She's the emergency line operator.
Yeah,
Dispatcher.
Yeah, dispatch. That's all. Yeah.
that's the one. Yeah, the dispatcher.
Everyone gets a pretty voice. I get orc man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get the privileges of pretty voice yet.
Later.
Later. I did start some music, by the way, on Roll20, see if you guys
Yeah, I was
hear
like,
that.
I've been given music. What happened?
Dang.
Honestly,
So-
can't hear it.
Oh, really?
I
Oh,
can't
there
hear
it is.
that.
I just got it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Perfect.
I can't
So,
hear jack all.
oh.
Is
Is
that
the
on
music
stream too?
important?
Yeah, it should be on stream. I wonder if you guys can hear it
Cool.
on stream.
No,
or not.
no,
I can hear it
like,
from my
is it-
headset.
Is
It's
it
very
important, or is it just
low.
Oh, it's very
thematic?
low?
Hold on.
I can
For
turn
me.
it up.
I think it's good thematically.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
Yeah,
It's
that's better,
basically
right.
as you guys exit your respective homes and start making your
Oh, no,
way
no.
through
Ooh, it's so good.
through
atmospheric.
Amarilla. There's a light drizzle, the long forgotten distant sounds of thundering clouds as a storm has recently passed over the city of Amarilla. You guys making your way through the town either on foot or by horse, by cart. There is a taxi system, by the way, if you guys wanted to take advantage of that. But you guys start.
I'll walk.
You
I'm a
guys
flying
start
taxi, it's
making.
random.
yeah, to get like one of those like covered taxis so you don't get rained on.
Nope, I'm cheap.
Oh, I enjoy it. Me and Glubs are just walking in the rain like.
Yeah.
Gloves
Yeah,
is doing that
I'm
slow
looking 'cause I'm
blinkies
cheap
whenever
as
he
well.
gets a raindrop on his eyes. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
really happy. He's a happy frog.
I'm
So you guys eventually all make your way to the west gate of Amarilla, and you guys would know this that there's only 4 gates in and out of the city. Large towering walls protect the city metropolis from whatever dangers could lie beyond. As you guys make it there, you notice that there's a small crowd that has started to form of night owl pedestrians who've basically noticed a commotion and a large guard presence. Not a whole lot of entertainment in these parts and around this time. This is probably the closest thing to excitement that they've had in a while. Something new out of the mundane work.
Gonna meet up with Tyrandel and say, ugh, best we get to it before the vultures circle in, eh?
Yeah, seems like it. And we'll walk over.
Alright, you two are probably the
Okay.
first to arrive, because you two take this job very seriously, and you also live, actually no, you live furthest from the gates.
Yeah, but we're not taking time to make coffee and hold up a guard.
This is
I'll,
true, this is true.
I'll
Feed
step out of the
animals,
taxi.
Get
Holding-
ready, do stuff like that, yeah.
I'll step out of the taxi, like holding my coat above
yeah,
my head, like to block
Herbert's
it from
probably
the
the
rain.
next to arrive, since he took a taxi. Those
Yeah.
arriving on foot, Guki and Monica, will be the last to arrive. What about you, Baz?
I'm probably last because of my coffee thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
I think I probably arrived like same time Herbert.
Same time as Herbert? Alright, so then the last to arrive would be Monica. So Monica also did not get a sending spell. She got somebody sent from the guard tower. So yeah, Monica's definitely the last to arrive. As you guys arrive on scene, you're having a lot of trouble pushing your way through... My cat just knocked my packages off the table. As you guys try to push your way through the crowd, eventually as you guys have a little bit of trouble, a guard speaks up, a tall standing gentleman in very shiny polished armor. Out of game terms, he's obviously a paladin. And he, with a bellowing voice, calls out, "Alright, move, the lot of you! You're not getting paid by the town, by the guard to be here. Get!" And the crowd starts to disperse a little bit by his imposing presence, giving you guys enough room to get to the open gate in the wall. You guys are greeted by a gnomish gentleman. You guys will probably know him as... Oh fuck, I didn't give him a name!
Make one up.
What was that?
Said he's a gnome.
Yeah, he's a gnome.
His name is Isma Fritz.
Yeah, you guys are approached by Isma, who is often first on scene for these things. And he looks up from his water-resistant cloak, and he looks up at the lot of you, getting some rain in his eyes. Alright, what do we have here? We have a body that was discovered by patrolling guards on the line. Come on, follow me. And he eventually brings you outside of the gates of Amarilla. As you guys leave the wall itself, your attention is immediately brought to the right. The gate is led up by a dirt path before turning into the dirt path that is the poverty-ridden district of Amarilla. But alongside the dirt path is a forest, grass and greenery. It's a little clear-cut near the wall, so as you guys look to the right, you see a humanish figure under a clear white cloth.
Is the cloth significant?
It's
Or is this
obscuring the
just, like-
body. It's also...
Oh, is this just practice of like the people that have been there to cover it up, or is it something that's out of the ordinary?
It's not common for a body to be covered up by the time you guys arrive. Yeah, I know this Bubbles is frozen. I'm really sorry.
I
The
have
only
just-
way
I
I
just
can fix
noticed.
that is by closing Streamlabs and reopening it.
I think
No,
he's frozen on Discord because he's frozen for
it's
me
actually
too.
just
Yeah,
nine.
he's frozen on
Oh.
Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
You may have to, reset the camera.
Yeah, it is.
No, well, that didn't work.
Oh, you're
No.
still
Oh
froze.
no.
Ah,
clicked
it's
the
probably
wrong thing.
fine. Don't worry about it.
He's just very stoic on the job. That's
Yeah. Just
I've been
focus.
ready this whole time.
just truly focused.
Yeah, they got attention.
So Isma, could you give us a quick rundown if you don't mind?
Yeah, the guards say that before the guard change, there was no body there, and then by the time the new guard came in, they saw a weird white thing from the top of the wall, eventually came on down, pulled back the cloth, and found a dead woman.
So
That's
the
when you
cloth
guys...
was there when you found the body.
Cloth was there when the body was located.
So, how long time is it when we get to the body, and I asked the guards how long ago roughly from now was the body discovered?
The body was discovered around 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's getting on 4 o'clock in the morning for you guys now. You were contacted a little bit before 3:30.
How long does the
Okay.
shift change take?
The shift change takes roughly 30 to 40 minutes. The guards, unfortunately, are a little more lax at night because there's not a whole lot of
that's very lax.
there's not a whole lot of throughfare through the gate entrances at night, unlike in the morning where you've got provisions, you've got shipments and imports and merchants and things like that. So
can't
they
be
will
everywhere,
probably be they will probably smacked on the back of the wrist for this one here.
So they're not gonna know anything, are they?
Probably not.
I'm going to do a little like on my glasses, and I'm just going to lean down against the sheet and just start doing an initial like investigation of the body.
Okay.
I'm gonna start looking around.
Sam, you're coming in very quiet for me all of a sudden there.
Yeah, I'm going to start looking around the general area, like a good 10-meter diameter sweep.
Okay, sounds good. Sam, I'm going to get you to roll me 3 investigation checks. And Fickle, I'm going to get you to roll me... actually, I'm just going to describe the scene for you now. Whoops. I adjusted the volume, sorry, for Sam there. And now everyone is freezing! Yay!
Oh no!
Woo! Woo!
Are we frozen on stream?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
frozen.
yeah.
We're
All
frozen
of
on
us.
stream
God.
because of me.
I
One-
guess we call it an
Oh, no.
invitation to Greenland. Hell yeah!
Oh my god.
Well, I guess in the meantime, I'm gonna go looking for animals.
Alright, 1 second,
Hey.
guys. I'm gonna see if I can fix this here.
Oh god, we're all. Oh my god.
It's just black, man. We're all dead
Ah,
already.
quick, I'll just keep
I'm
keep
dead
messing
before the
messing
game
around with
even
my
starts.
camera.
And then try this.
I thought you were talking in character from when I'm there. I'm like, wow, no wonder
No,
you're
I
the
didn't bring a
investigator's
camera
card. That's
with
a really
me.
useful tool.
Oh, there we
Hey,
go.
look at
There we
that.
go.
Hey.
Are we all back? Are you guys all moving? Oh, thank god.
I am
Okay.
moving
Moving.
now.
We can move.
Okay, okay. So, technical difficulties aside, Herbert, as you carefully pull back the white cloth around what you approximate to be the head, wisps of long silver hair cling to the cloth as you delicately pull it back, revealing the face of an old human woman. As you continue to pull the cloth down, you notice that she's wearing a dress very similar to the cloth that she's been covered in, a very like high thread count white cotton. And as you continue to pull the cloth back, something catches your eye immediately. You don't need to be a medical professional to know her arms are missing. And in the place where her arms would be are laid rows of white lilies to approximate where those arms would be laying if they were still attached.
This is some near level bullshit.
Ty, you better come and have a look at this.
Okay, what have you found? Oh, okay.
I'm still looking around the perimeter. What have I found with my investigation checks?
I'm going to double check your investigation checks.
I guess I'll do a perception check. See what I see.
With your investigation checks of 11, 8, and 22, with the 22, you notice, even though it's been mostly run away at this point by the rain, there is a faint semblance of cart tracks in the mud and dirt of the road that leads just to where the body is, and then back into the city. At this point here, unfortunately, if there was any footprints, the rain has already washed them away from the dirt road.
So, is there any chance that it was just a merchant that was really late at night, or do we not admit?
Not from the way this looks, because if it was a merchant, the tracks would continue down the dirt road leading into the forest. These tracks literally come from, they emerge somewhere from the hard-trodden, muddy ground from the poverty district, through the gates themselves, and approximately where the body is, like adjacent to the body. And then you see them kind of coming back in and falling off of the track a little bit to create a second set of tracks heading back into the city. They don't continue into the forest.
And
Okay.
they wouldn't have been
The cart's
seen.
still here.
Right.
The card is not here.
No.
What
No,
do you
no,
want me to
it's
roll
back
to
inside.
look for animals?
So look for animals. Roll an investigation. And Herbert, you were going to
Okay.
say something?
No, I was just saying there's no like checkpoint coming into the city. They wouldn't have been stopped in either direction.
They
coming
wouldn't
in
have
or
been
out.
stopped, no.
Right.
Not
Got it.
during a lazy guard change.
Yeah.
So, how many
Not at
perception?
night.
How many
Uh,
perception checks do I gotta make?
What are you looking for?
Just anything in general out of the ordinary.
I'm gonna say with Age's perception, that would probably be the
might-
only thing that you guys can really spot out of the ordinary right now. You can definitely roll an investigation to see if you can get higher than Age's 22. But for the most part, the rain has washed away a lot of what would be, what would stand out to you guys right now.
I'm gonna relay this to the group, and then I'm gonna start heading back into the city to see if I can't find where the tracks might have led off to.
All right,
Like
for
I said,
that, I'm gonna need you to roll a survival check.
got it. All right.
If anyone wants to assist on that survival check,
I rolled my investigation.
Actually, yes. What is it? I have what? Guidance?
you can cast guidance, which would give Age an additional d4 to his survival check, and if you are assisting in the survival check, Age would get to roll survival at advantage, meaning rolling 2d20s and taking the higher.
Doing both.
Okay,
All right. Roll at advantage real quick.
while they're rolling that, did I hear somebody else say something?
Yes, I did my investigation check. I got a 14.
14,
If you
sounds
want to double
good.
check that, then you're.
Oh yeah, I gotta roll my d4, don't I? Because isn't
I
what
got
I roll at?
No,
Nah.
it's Age gets to get the additional d4 there.
And I get a 3. So.
Oh.
So 19 plus 3 is 21. It's a little hard, but you're
22.
able to pick up
22.
some semblance of tracks heading deep
Okay.
into the poverty district.
Do I know are white lilies quite common here, or is this?
Can you roll a nature check? And Llama, or Gookie, it's kind of hard to spot any animals or creatures raining this late at night. A lot of them are taking up shelter in trees or nearby buildings, but you do manage to hear the distant caw of a crow.
I'm going to cast one of my spells. I'm going to cast Speak with Animals and call the crow over to me.
Okay? The crow is intrigued by the fact that it can suddenly understand you, and it kind of weaves its head back and forth and kind of like bounces its head up and down a little bit.
I'm going to ask him, excuse me,
Excuse me. So there's an incident over here, and I would very much appreciate it if you had any knowledge of this situation, if you could give it to me. Do you think you could do that, friend?
Snacks?
Oh yes. There
you
go.
guys all heard the crow say snacks. It wasn't like squawking at Gookie. It was just in kind of a human-ish tone, just going snacks, snacks, as if this is something it's heard before.
So it's mimicry. It's not that we can understand it as well.
Yeah, you can't understand it well. It's just mimicry.
Parroting it back.
Okay.
What do you produce, Gookie?
Snacks.
just like some berries or something, just something like from the forest or like mushrooms or something.
It looks down at your double-thumbed hand there, and it eagerly, with its harsh beak, pecks at your hand and starts leaving a blueberry jam mess everywhere.
I cast Druidcraft to make it shiny.
I thought you were with me in the
What are
we were going-
you rolling there, Fickle?
So that was the nature check.
Oh,
It's a 6.
You know what? You haven't seen very many white lilies. It's hard to tell whether they're around here or not.
Okay.
You're not really a
What if
flowers guy.
What a time for a druid to be here, right?
Yeah, true. Do any of us know the lady or have seen her before?
Probably not. Wait, hold on. Baz, can you roll a
Hello?
history check for me?
I was also going to
Yeah.
ask about the fabric, if there was something, if there were if that's a specific shop or somewhere I would know to go where you'd be able to get that.
Can
That's
you
my
roll a
history.
history check for me as well, Herbert?
Sure.
The
Monica, I
face
thought you were heading with
looks
me into the slums.
somewhat familiar. Let me just double check my notes here.
Sorry, I don't have it all set up on my character sheet.
No, that's fine,
So I'm
that's
just
fine.
rolling at 1d20 and then adding what it says on my character sheet.
You
So
got it.
That's 12 plus 6.
12 plus
So-
6, making it an 18. Baz, the face looks somewhat familiar, but you're having difficulty placing it. And 16, this is a very fine crafted cloth. This is something that you would definitely find in Hightown. This is probably something that when you were growing up with your parents, this is the quality that you're familiar with growing up in the nobility district.
I'm assuming I'd roll a nature check on the lilies.
If you wanted to, but I think you were also heading into heading back into the walls with Age to help with the tracking.
I think. Am I? Did I? I don't even
Yeah,
remember
because
saying that.
you gave him assistance.
Oh yeah, because I have to guide him. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So between us two, we're able to find the tracks and we're tracking it down.
You guys make it a decent bit of way back into the city itself before the tracks just get too muddled in the mushy muck
Is it out of
and
the
mud.
slums?
It's still in the slums. Where the slums doesn't have cobblestone streets, it's all mud. A combination of the rain and the general filth that's already here and the thoroughfare. It just gets lost. But you do manage to track it a decent ways back into the city. Roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Okay.
9. Oh, no.
That's a 15 because I have +6 for insight.
Dang.
For those who don't know, if you open your character sheet, you should be able to click on the skill itself, and it would automatically roll with your additives.
Oh, I did not
Yeah.
know that. Okay, hold on. Are we giving each other advantage because we're both working together, or is it just?
Well, you
normal?
can't give each other advantage. Either you each roll separately, or one person gets advantage. And where Kiringa's already rolled, you guys are rolling separately.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I didn't fare much better there.
All right.
I
It's
didn't
hard.
account for my thing there. I just added to it.
All right. So your total was 9 plus
6, so it's 15.
15. Age, you're having difficulty trying to figure out like if this person actually lives in the poor district or not, because these tracks lead quite a ways back into the poor district. However, Monica gets the sense that this was purposeful. A combination of the rain and the mud would make it rather easy to hide tracks, and they probably went along the wall in the poor district to ensure that their tracks would be hidden.
So I look at the tracks and I look at Age and I sigh. I'm like,
This is something that the smugglers probably would have done frequently. This is a tactic you've seen before.
yeah. I'm like, I've seen this before, Age. It's a false track just to lead us off the thing.
Do you have any idea where they might lead then? Like,
They
here
might
we
lead
see
off
from what I hear?
They might lead off to the point where we can't see them anymore, and then go back to the more middle class, high end district, and you won't be able to track it really from there.
Well, I know a couple people that averagely work there, so I'll be able to ask them in the morning. But for now, I know my general area and a few contacts.
All right.
I'll ask them.
It's definitely some decent work, but they could do better.
I'm gonna go back
I'm
to
going
the
to Barry.
body for the moment, and then I'm gonna go back to Gookie with the crow. Did you guys want to do anything else with the body?
I'd like to. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, you.
Okay. I was gonna say, after looking at the body, I turned to Ty and I'm like, she looks kind of familiar, but I can't place where I've seen her before.
If you
I don't
guys,
know
with the
what to
mention
do
of
with that
that,
information, if
also
I'm
want to
honest.
roll a history check, you're welcome to.
Can we go
me?
back to the body, me and Age?
You guys are still. This is gonna take you a bit traveling back into the poverty district, so I'll let you know when you get back to the body.
Could I do a history check on her, not just on the fabric as well?
Okay. Yep. Roll another history check, both
Can
Tyrandel
I
and Herbert.
help him because I feel like we need more information?
Yeah,
Can I
if
give him
you
advantage on
yeah,
that?
if you want to give him advantage.
Yeah, why not?
2d20. So it was just an 11 plus, because one of them was a natural 1, so 11.
It would be 11. So 11 plus
17.
17 total.
Yeah, 17 total.
unfortunately, like you get the same feeling as Baz. This woman looks kind of familiar, but you don't know if you've lost it due to human like aging, or if you're just having difficulty of what social circles you might have spotted her in.
I'd like to very delicately start like searching the body, like for like jewelry, identificate like marks of identification, anything in the pockets,
Okay.
that sort of thing.
Hold on. Can I check to see if there's any magic? Because I have detect magic.
Go for
It's
it.
a spell.
Ooh.
I don't know how to do anything aside asking for that.
Just say
but-
that you cast detect magic, and I'll let you know
Okay.
that the body is giving off a strong magical essence that you would. The longer you focus on it, you'll know that it reeks of necromancy magic.
I'm going to tell him before he touches it that there's necromantic magic traces on this body.
With that information, Herbert, did you want to make a medicine check before an investigation check?
Sure.
Okay.
How close are we to coming back to the body?
A little bit. You guys will probably be like another few minutes.
Medicine, that's gonna be 13 plus 15.
15 total. This body is very pristine still. You are having a hard time figuring how old this body is. And as Tyrandil tells you that there is a strong sense of necromancy magic, you get the sense that the spell Gentle Repose has been cast upon it.
Right, I think something's preserving the body. I think they've done the gentle repose.
1 second.
What's gentle repose?
It's essentially a way to stop the decomposition of a body. It's actually quite good for what.
I'm being summoned. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll still search the body.
I'm not going to make you roll an
Okay.
investigation. She is wearing nothing but that finely crafted white cotton dress.
I see. Okay. Right.
And with that medicine check, I'm also just going to lump this in here. Her arm sockets are expertly carved. Like, shoulder from socket, this was with surgical precision and gentle care.
I know it's quite grotesque, but this has been done very well. Nice.
I have returned,
Welcome back.
Starbucks.
and I have more coffee.
It wasn't on us, was it? I was trying to take advantage of out of character.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
No.
They're just examining the body. Whilst you guys pour over the body there,
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to Gookie with the crow. So the crow leaves blueberry jam in your hands and just kind of like looks back at you and just like bobs its head a little bit more.
Have you seen anything, Frank?
People?
Did people do this?
And I point at the body.
He gives
They,
a sharp nod.
They look like me?
He shakes his head.
And I point at Ty.
They look like him?
You see the membrane over the eyes blink a few times as he looks over to Ty. Toll.
Say it again.
Tall.
Cole.
Tall.
Oh, tall.
Oh.
Tall. Okay.
And yeah, so he nods and he says, "Tall, black cloak."
Oh, thank
Well,
God I'm
thank-
off the hook. Whew.
He says as he adjusts his black suit, you know.
That was a close call.
Well,
Almost found
thank
out.
you, friend. If you ever need more food, I'm in the park over there.
And I point over to where my home is.
Feel free to come by, get some grub.
He starts chanting again, like with his mimicry, so you all can hear it. Snacks, snacks, snacks. Pastry.
And I kind of like let him go and
Straight.
walk
he,
over.
He flies up and immediately heads over to the park.
and I'll start walking over to the body. 'Cause
All right, it's probably around this time that Age and Monica return.
They got
I'll,
All right, perfect.
I'll look at Ty.
So, the animals, they say that it was a tall man. He was dressed in black, and they don't know if he was an elf, but they know he didn't look like me, so definitely not a greenie.
So
Well,
let's.
there's not many that look like you.
That's fair.
I mean, you guys are close to the poverty district. There's a plenty that look like Yuki out here.
Oh, is there? Oh, marvelous. There's a few that look like you.
You're racist.
Jesus, that took a sharp turn.
Well
It's
played.
because of my eyes, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Just like, no, it's not like that, man. It's not like that.
Infighting.
It's okay, Gookie. I respect you.
Thank you. At least
What
somebody
did you
does.
find, Dargay?
So according to Monica here, I was not able. I must submit to the experience here. This is apparently a tactic that they used where they dumped the body, ran around in the district while the rain was going on and the guard shift was changing, so no one could see. And even if they did, the evidence is long gone now. And then they're going to work their. Yeah. This is your point, Monica. Feel free to jump in here. You're more experienced than I.
And don't ask how I know said information, but it's one of those trail off to throw off the tracks, you know. I've seen this before.
You're
God, I
certain,
need more coffee.
Right?
you can have coffee later. You're certain of this information, though.
Yeah, so they probably trailed off into the poor district to lead away from the actual path, you know.
See.
Well, we ended up in the higher society class.
I have a few contacts I'll be able to talk to tomorrow to see if they've seen it, but
Oh,
beyond
Fellsby,
that-
thanks so much for the donation. Happy birthday, thank you.
Do I think that Monica's
Uh-oh.
telling the truth?
Roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay, hold on.
What about me?
Are you
Nothing.
lying?
Are you a lion?
No.
Are you a tiger?
How do I? How?
Open up your
Click
character
on
sheet.
insight in your character
Is
sheet.
it that one?
Yep. And then hit the insight skill.
I have
There you go,
rolled.
you did it.
Nice, 15. You believe
I
Monica's
can't-
being
I
forthright
can't
with
see
this
it.
information.
Wait, I do or I don't?
You do.
You do.
I do. Okay.
I'm just very lax about it, and I just don't care really.
Yeah,
I'm just
you
kind
you
of
can definitely tell
doing
she
my
has
part.
she has a sense of like fuck authority and I really don't want to be here, but you also believe she's being forthright with this information.
Is there any other kind of checks we could do?
So I'm not
Oh,
sure.
the
what-
flowers.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
anyone knows about white lilies, I've not seen white lilies before, but I'm not much of a botanist myself.
So time to throw stuff for a loop.
I can give it a look. The druids can see if they can figure something
Oh,
out.
I
would
was
very
about
much
to do
appreciate that.
something fun.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Hey?
What would you do?
Okay.
So I'm gonna cast Celestial Shape of a Dragon.
Oh! So you guys watch as kind of like the air around Monica shifts and you see her hair like flit out at the ends a little bit. And along her black scales, you see white stars show up and eventually emit their own light from the
Almost
scales.
like a dragon kind of overlay over my body almost.
Yeah,
It's
from
really something.
from behind her, you see kind of a celestial constellation of a black dragon emerge.
And now I shall do a nature check.
Perfect, which I believe with that constellation you get advantage on?
I believe I get advantage and I can't roll less than a 10.
True.
So,
Way to flashbang the dark vision people.
Everyone's just like, nah!
Ah!
so I got a 13.
13 total?
Yeah.
Alright. I can't remember if that was
Hey, you
more
don't get
or less
you
than
don't get
what...
a plus anything?
No, I'm mostly wisdom as a druid because of Shillelagh.
Shillelagh?
And nature's intelligence, or
Really?
Yeah, nature's
it is,
intelligence
yeah.
check.
Yeah,
It's
nature's
strangely
intelligence.
intelligence, yeah.
You, because of your background with smuggling and whatnot, you know that white lilies are often considered an import. So
So they're not-
they are not local.
I
So
assume she tells us this, right?
Well,
yeah.
does she tell us? Does she reveal this
No.
information?
Well, I'll say they're not native around here, but that's all I'm willing to share. Let's be honest. Also,
So,
don't mind all the starry lights.
Well,
No, it's really
casually. Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah,
I
it's like, no, it's
have
really
to
pretty.
admit, my expectation for you was as an investigator, and now I can see that you're quite a bit more than just an investigator. And I'm excited to be working with you.
Yeah, I just kind of found these powers recently and just kind of getting to learn them, you know.
I have so much respect for that. I really do.
Age's just gonna kind of chuckle and say, "Huh, Tyrandel, it's been a long time since we've had to work out of our jurisdiction, isn't it?"
That's definitely true.
Yuki, what about you? Do you see anything? Do you know anything about these white lilies, or?
Yeah. let me
Also,
give it-
this effect lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh my god, we gotta walk
All
around
the
with your
checks
for
you
10
can.
minutes.
Yeah, I'll be walking around town just glowing.
I have to admit, I'm a bit distracted from the crime scene by the constellation of the dragon.
I got a 15.
15. You can confirm with Monica that lilies are not local and you don't think they're grown anywhere in the city.
So, I
Yeah,
can't
I'm
remember.
gonna say
They're
They're
magical?
not grown here. Don't think so.
Especially considering that you live in the high-end park. And whenever they're brought in, it's often off of a shipping crate, essentially.
oh.
So here's what I'm thinking. We could try to take a sketch of the woman and go to a few high-end merchants who sell linens like this, or a shop where we can find White Lily imports and show her face,
Oh,
see if
wait,
they
I
recognize her.
could also
I like
do a
that. That's a
history
good
check
idea.
because
If people want to roll a history, to see if they recognize this woman at all.
I was gonna say,
Please do.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
gonna-
If anybody else
If
gonna try
anything,
and
me and
recognize the woman.
Tyrandel might. Me and Tyrandel might.
I
Yeah,
might as well
maybe
abuse
we
the
might.
I might as well abuse the fact that I can't roll below a 10 right now.
Yeah, yeah,
The
go
face
on,
is
yeah,
quite
go on.
familiar, certainly, but I don't recognize it.
So I have a 13 in history.
I
Oh
got
my
a
God.
14.
No,
Are we all trying this? Are we just all trying history?
because I just realized I probably wouldn't know who the person is. I'd probably just see him in the park, if anything, and
I mean,
not...
if you want to roll history because of that, you're more than welcome to. Kiringa, you don't believe your paths have crossed with this woman. You don't think you've ever seen her before. Age, it's similar sense with Baz and Herbert. Oh, nat one. Okay. Same similar sense with Baz and Herbert. She looks fucking familiar, and it's gonna eat away at the back of your brain.
Actually,
Llama,
I don't see her at all.
you're
I'm
certain.
sure tomorrow morning when the missing persons reports roll in, we'll be able to go to each place and see if there's any connection.
Llama, you're
If
certain
they're
you've seen
on
this
board.
woman in your park before.
Oh, interesting.
And
I'm gonna...
Bubble, you're still lost.
Yeah,
You're
I
scratching
was
your
just
head
like,
at
I
it.
was looking about and some dust blew in my eye or something. I can't even see them.
They're like, ah!
You're still blind.
Um,
You're still gobsmacked by the constellations coming off of Monica
Yeah.
right now.
It's like I can't see due to the brightness because my dark vision's far as hell.
Yeah.
I
I'm
flashed
going
straight
to,
toward Ty.
like-
It was partially revenge.
I'm gonna slowly mull over her face and go, hold on. Wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen her before.
Where?
Where?
She comes through my park, she does.
Okay.
How often?
Would I know how
Does he
often?
know that?
Fairly regularly. So long as it's a beautiful
Okay.
day, she's often there.
Yeah, I see her. Yeah, several times actually. She...
And in fact, you haven't seen her in. Yeah, you haven't seen her for about a week and a half.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna tell everybody and relay that information.
I'm
Week
assuming
and a
she makes a
half.
big deal of herself, and that's why you remember this one person out of the rest of the park. Like it's a fairly big deal when she's coming through.
Nah, he's just
No,
a people
I
watcher.
remember everyone, especially Keith.
Keith.
I guess we have different values of information here. Anyway,
So
get-
perhaps we follow up around the park, around the high park. See if we
still
can
gonna-
find any. Is anyone good at sketch work?
As
Oh no, not me, mate. Sorry.
as I'm
I
still
have just
here,
parchment and ink.
I'm going to check the arms.
the
Since I
lack
didn't-
thereof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beware of the necromancy, apparently.
It's just gentle repose.
Oh yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
right. We
I
don't
did.
know
I
about
didn't.
that
I
yet.
didn't mention that because they weren't here.
No. Yeah, I forgot. We don't know about it.
Yeah. So what were you trying to look at with the arm sockets there, Kiringa?
Just seeing if there's any like more unnatural things than just the arms, like being gone.
Same thing that Herbert noticed is that the wounds are very clean. Unfortunately, you don't have the medical background that Herbert does, but these arms don't look like they were ripped off. They look like they were deliberately removed.
When you say deliberately removed, do you mean like surgically?
Surgically.
Right. How
Like
many
a
places in the
very-
city are there that could do a thing like that?
There's some fine handiwork here.
A few places
these-
come to mind. Any surgeon, any medical professional, any
Okay, I see what
like
you're saying. Okay.
yeah. Hell, a good enough butcher could probably also do this
Right.
work as
Okay.
well.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Is it's not like this is someone's handiwork.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's like just a professional.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I say, whoever did this really knows their way around some body parts. It's a cleaner cut than most.
Indeed.
But why would they take just the arms?
I mean,
Or is it a
I
signature?
can't reveal why people would take arms, but I have ideas.
I guess they really needed a hand.
Oh my
I'm gonna be
god.
right back, guys.
In this case, they needed two
Oh,
hands.
no.
That could be a ton of reasons.
Bye, Bubble.
Food,
Yeah, Bubble just said he had to AFK for a quick second.
food,
Deal with it.
fertilizer.
Okay.
I mean,
Who's
Wait,
this
was
that
that-
Liza you?
pretty good for.
Who's this
the
Liza you
mushrooms?
speak of?
I didn't quite hear what Llama said. All I heard was Liza, and I was like, oh shit, what?
Oh, because I said fertilizer.
Oh, fertilizer!
Yeah.
Got it.
I was like,
Oh,
arms
you're
can-
listing
arms-
off the reasons for hands.
Yeah, for
For body
like,
parts.
yeah,
I
what you can use
suppose-
body parts for.
But why not
And,
just dump the whole body then? Like, there's much easier ways to dispose of it rather than this rather high-profile method. Someone's trying to send a message here.
I definitely think that this is a symbolic more than it is practical.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Someone could have just gone to the local butcher and paid him under the table and said,
Ugh.
"Hey, here's next morning's batch."
You may even call it a religious thing.
I guess I
As
could see that.
as
It does-
unsettling as it might be, if none of us are good at sketching, I could mimic the face
Yeah.
until we get
That's
the sketch
actually
artist.
incredibly useful. Yes, Baz, thank you.
Excellent.
Me not knowing she's a shapeling. What do you mean change faces?
And then I changed my face.
Oh,
Baz
incredible.
takes on the form of the elderly woman laid to rest before you, arms missing and all. Actually, she's taken care to even where arms would be, have lilies. But her
Baz, I
lilies
do have
actually
to say-
move and bend as arms.
I really like what you've done, but
out of some
it's-
poor dark humor, I raised my hand to shake Bass's hand.
I do think perhaps
Wow.
when we ask the citizens around the park if they've seen her, maybe we don't include the armless lilies.
I can guess some arms, I suppose.
I just think it might be a little bit grotesque for the everyday.
Okay.
Might just want to approximate what best you can and then go from there.
Baz is very
No.
proficient at what they do, and they shake the lilies, and all of a sudden the lilies turn into actual hands with fingers, with
Man.
the skin tone very similar to what the older woman has right now.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I thought it was pretty handy to me.
Oh my god.
If they're married,
It's a
I
very
guess we'll find
hands-on
out.
approach.
Yep.
What was that? Was that Age?
I guess if they're married, we'll find out in our interrogation of the regular citizenry because we don't know if they have a ring right now because, you know,
Yeah, no hands.
No hands.
no digits to
Yeah.
be found.
Look, Ma, no
Oh.
hands.
Let's head to the High Park then, yes?
So,
It is
when-
still
when they
very
go.
late at night. If you guys
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to.
It's like 4:30 at this point, probably.
Yeah, it's about
You mean-
4:30.
You mean we can't just go home and just continue tomorrow?
Well, I think my home is in the High Park, so either way, I'm going there.
Looks like I'm spending the night at Gookie's tonight.
I mean, I think we, you know,
Might
maybe
be,
we get
might be a little cramped.
We get a cup on the way and wait for sunrise around where Gookie has seen this woman before, and just meet the first comers as they arrive.
I'm gonna take a little slip of parchment and with my detailed maps of the city, I'm gonna like pretty much approximate exactly where outside of the city the body was, and then I'm going to try and organize movement of the body to a place where it's not as high profile, won't block merchants,
Well,
and won't be exposing in the rain.
You're an old pro at this point. Your gnomish friend Yeezel comes back eventually and asks if you guys are done with your investigation. And once you guys feel like you have concluded, he snaps his fingers and a group of guards come in with a cart and things like that, and they start delicately moving the body into the cart.
He sees me standing there as the dead body, and he's like, "God damn it, Baz!"
Yeah,
Not
exactly. He gets a little off, but you see him like jump a little bit, and he's just like, oh,
Yeah, maybe
changelings."
one of the new guards like one of the new guards like sees Baz and is just like, oh.
Necromancy.
I'm just sitting there laughing like, ha ha, new guy.
New guy. Says the new guy. But yes, as you start marking on your map here, Age, it's very practice between you and Tyrandil at this point. He takes his capelet and drapes it over you so that your map is protected from the rain, as you make special note on your map here.
Wait, what's you writing?
We're writing exactly where the body was, some general details that we could get from the investigation, and now we're moving the body out of the rain into a safe location where it won't be in the middle of the fucking public roads.
Yeah, and
I also
Okay.
currently
not
look like the body.
yeah.
Oh,
I
and
support
take
all of
some of
those
the
actions.
take some of the lilies as evidence.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
In autopsy report will be conducted once the body makes its way back to the tower. Or medieval autopsy.
Hopefully
I'm all-
nothing happens as soon as someone touches the body, because I don't believe anyone's actually touched it yet, right?
It has been touched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Herbert did it.
Right. Okay.
All right. What
so
do you
we
guys?
start turning into the undead because the necromancy. It's like,
Well, I guess
I
I'm just
warned
gonna
him.
head.
I want it on
towards-
paper. I warned him.
So
You
you
guys-
look at the
think
fact
it's,
that I am the dead body.
You guys, if you
Just
wish,
ignore
at
it,
this
silent
point, you're welcome to start making your way back to the tower or back to your homes or.
Yeah, can I go? Actually, I don't sleep that long, so I've probably been asleep plenty time.
Yeah, you elves only
Um,
have to sleep 4 hours.
Do you think I could
Uh,
memorize this body, or do you think I would have to stay like this if we were to?
I think you can comfortably memorize the body. You might get like 1 or 2 details off, but I think at this point, especially now that you've taken this form and you know how it feels, you should be able to produce a fairly accurate
I mean,
replica.
not to mention we have the body on file.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
I can just go look at the body.
Yeah, you can go look at the morgue essentially and get a re-up on what the body looks like.
I'm gonna get a name of the guards that are in charge of the body, just so that way if something happens and we have a case of the body snatchers, I know who's responsible. Gonna
Sounds
note that
good.
down.
Sounds good.
I'll go report
Ooh.
right up. Then I'll head to the park.
You'll head to the
I'm
park.
probably gonna
Is anyone
follow
going back to bed?
I'll be honest. I'm
Well,
gonna
I
blow
mean,
off
I
I'm going
might
to
as
the
well. I'm
cafe.
going back home.
I'm
I
gonna hit noodles and go to bed.
I
noodles
gotta
noodles.
finish sleep. I'm just gonna grab more coffee and head back to the tower. Work
Sounds
calls.
good. I will
Yeah.
say this, where it's like quarter to 5 in the morning and raining, nobody's going to be in the park at the moment.
True.
Yeah.
Also,
I meant-
take in mind, I'm gonna be walking through the city, just completely shining light in everyone's windows.
For the next like 10
Yeah.
minutes, was it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk past everyone's house, waking them all up.
Yep.
So I'm
Don't
going
even
to
care.
the
Herbert?
tower to do like an initial write-up
Sounds
before
good.
we go over there.
I imagine Herbert, Tyrandil, and Age will
Yeah.
probably be going back to the tower to do an initial write-up.
Yeah, I'm on-
Notably,
I'm on my
Noddles
way.
Noodles never closes, so the fact that you're going at Noddles Noodles at like 5 o'clock in the morning is accurate. You don't know how this halfling couple just works there constantly with no sleep, but they make it work.
Has anyone ever asked? Have you ever asked them?
Nah.
Yeah,
it's
am I
just
still
part
in,
of charm.
It's magic to stay awake.
am I still in starry form when I arrive there and they question what's
no,
going on?
Starry Form would have ended
Dang.
long ago, especially if
Just
you're going there
bursts through the
on
door. It's a
foot.
freaking dragon steaming in through the door. His lights everywhere.
I mean,
Yeah.
technically speaking, I'm still a dragon.
I mean-
I just don't have the shining light.
True. And
Well,
if you've
yeah.
if you've been to Noddles Noodles before, they probably won't like be aghast at your form.
But they'd be like, whoa.
Yeah, but with how long it takes to walk there at a casual pace, it would probably be like 30 to 40 minutes to walk there from where you currently are.
I'm
Quick
gonna go
sprint for a
collect
bit.
I'm gonna go collect my cat from the house before I head back to the tower.
Okay.
Random additional fact: I am a actual regular at Noodles Noodles.
Noddles Noodles. We've got 2
Yep.
regulars at Noddles Noodles. Love it. All right. If you guys aren't really doing much until the day rolls around, we can move on to the daylight.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
we
be
need to
cleaning
have
my cave
people
because
to ask
I'm
questions.
expecting company.
You're
I
expecting
bring home-
company.
I'm bringing
Yeah.
home a to-go bowl for tomorrow.
I'm just gonna write up my report as soon as I get back to the tower before I forget any details.
Yeah, you guys
That's
come in and you take off
preliminary
your cloaks
report.
and whatnot, and they start dripping slowly at the door, kind of breaking the silence along with the furious scribblings of quills as you guys start your paperwork, jotting down as much information as you've managed to keep in your brain
Going
from the
back and
crime
forth
scene.
about a few details here and there, and then
Yeah,
just
The three of
back
you
to
all
work.
collaborating at your desks, essentially.
Yeah. Did you say she had no arms? Did I think I got that right?
Yeah, no arms.
I think that was a pretty significant detail, but I think you're correct.
Yeah. Me too. That's what I've put.
She definitely wasn't a handful, I'll tell you that much.
Oh my
Nice.
good god.
Swear to God.
Oh my god.
All
I'm
right.
gonna
Fudge,
go-
everybody.
I'm gonna go
That's what
home.
we've.
And grab like my closest approximation to a nice dress and throw it in my bag and head back to the tower.
Sounds good. All right, as morning comes around and the rest of the slackers make their way to the tower.
Oh no, I'm
got,
staying in the park because I
Oh,
mean,
I-
if we're
Oh,
going
you're
there
staying in the
anyway,
park.
what's
Okay,
what's the
that's-
point? We're going there anyway.
That's
I
fair.
slipped in.
Joint.
I'm the smart thing to do for me would be to just people are here. All right, let me crawl out of my cave. Like
Miki, not you two. My chat's
I'll
also
be
making
honest.
hand jokes now.
I slept in for the night.
Oh, so you went back home. You didn't go back to Googie's?
Oh yeah, I went back to bed because nobody went to the
Ah.
park, so I just went back to bed.
Okay. So the only person who actually goes back to the guard tower to meet up with our three workaholics is
You were
Baz.
up for an hour, had an entire cup of coffee, and you still somehow managed to sleep. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Uh,
3 cups of coffee, actually.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
God.
So yeah, Baz is the only one who actually makes it back to the guard tower, and they enter in, I'm assuming, their usual form as to not want to walk around as a dead person.
Not cause
Hey, that's a
alarm.
smart idea.
But I was like, I walk in and I'm like, guys, I'm thinking, I got an idea. And like, I go get changed and I come back and I like morph into the body. And I'm like, what if I walk around the park like this?
Can you describe the garment you're wearing?
Like it's not gonna be like a very fancy dress, but it's gonna be like middle fancy dress, you know? Like it's gonna be my best approximation of a fancy dress.
Like
well,
a nice white,
I
little
mean,
bit of design.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
I don't suppose anyone can help disguise the dress to make it fancier, can we?
Actually, I
Um,
think
don't
I
have
believe
anything.
Bananas has
Uh,
prestidigitation, which you could
That's true,
definitely
I
add
do.
some
I
embellishments.
don't know what that is.
It's
Oh.
anything small little bits of magic. Like
Yeah,
tiny,
like coloring your hair,
Oh,
putting
okay,
small little
okay.
details on
like
things.
coloration.
And
Like
Baz,
perfume.
can you roll me another history with advantage, please?
Yeah.
And technically, I can use a druidcraft to make it shine a little, so it's a little more like glowing
yeah,
off the light.
same. Yeah.
Okay, so we can make a good approximation and see if anybody looks
Dang.
startled by the fact
Yeah,
he's still
exactly.
alive.
Much
Why
better.
are you here? I just
Baz,
Oh,
as you're
I'd not
standing in the
that.
mirror in the office, as everyone's just kind of like watching you
Jesus.
twirl around in this dress, you're casting prestidigitation to add some small embellishments. You're even wearing your best fake pearls. You style your hair a little bit with prestidigitation, and you eventually catch a glimpse of yourself in the mirror, and you go, "Wait a minute, I know this woman." You know this woman as Eleanor Estwind. She is a painter who lives in Hightown, and she's widowed. But what you probably would be able to introduce her as is the not the late wife, but the widower to the late Daniel Estwind, a politician who passed away about 8 years ago. Oh, sorry, 10 years ago.
That's quite a distance.
Well,
between-
her husband passed away 10 years ago.
I like
Passed away, so
pause
it's
as
not-
I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like, do you guys remember that politician that passed away a few years ago?
Which
Do
one?
His name
Do
was
I know
Daniel.
the politician?
Daniel, that one.
You guys, at the
Daniel.
mention of Daniel Estwind, would be more familiar with Daniel Estwind.
Very high profile case.
Okay,
yes,
we
I
do know.
remember.
Yeah, I remember.
That
the
was
guy.
like a whole straight week of no sleep. Remember too?
I
Yeah.
think I'm his widow.
Really?
personally.
The delivery
God.
of that.
Eleanor Estwind, of course. How did I miss that?
Like you?
Well, this has certainly taken a turn. How did I not remember that?
Well,
I
because
know.
you haven't seen her with no makeup, her hair not styled, and in a plain cotton dress.
Well, that certainly changes things, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do we know
Someone
what she
should
did?
tell Gookie.
I wouldn't say it's a political motivation if it's been 10 years. What are her connections at this point?
Yeah,
I
did
mean,
she have
As far as I know,
politicians'
she's just been
wives are pretty
painting the
high
last few
profile.
years.
Yeah, but painting isn't a very political job, unless she's
Yeah.
Banksy or something.
Did she have any like other
What?
relations that we know of?
mean,
do we have access to that information?
I don't know.
Like public records?
If you guys want to take your time, you can go to the public records. This will probably take you a few hours to go back to Daniel
I'll
Estwin's
go.
file.
Well,
Yeah.
go ahead. And
This will
stay
take you a
here.
few
My
hours,
question is,
and you'll
do we-
know his next of kin.
Do we know where she lived?
You'll know, yeah, you would know where Daniel's estate was. She, to your knowledge, still lived there, living off of his savings after he passed away.
It certainly seems like a good next step to investigate their estate.
Hydrate.
Agree. Do you want to take that?
I got it.
Me.
We all got it.
Got it.
Oh, I didn't mean to hydrate. I meant investigating the estate, but
Too
okay.
late. Hydrate bubble.
I'm way ahead of you, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say I've already gotten rid of like.
Gonna be
two-
pissing like racehorses in about 10 minutes.
Don't
I
worry,
know,
I
I'm
way
still
ahead of you.
have
I've
a
already
water on
put
top
notes.
of the 3 cups of coffee.
Jesus Christ.
I
I'm
do
getting
think
drink
that
water.
estate investigation might be a project for all of us to do together. But
Well, I was just thinking, like, if some of us did public records and some of us did the estate, we might save some time.
fair
but
enough.
We could all
Fair
go.
enough.
I-
No, I'm happy to do that.
I can go to records. Y'all can, like, pool your
We'll go and
minds.
tear apart
say.
someone's estate.
Okay.
Oh,
Absolutely.
is Gookie still at the park though? To
Oh
see
yeah,
Yeah,
we
I'm
should get
still-
him from
I'm
the
still-
park. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
you
so-
guys,
She's visiting
so-
the park so
you
often,
guys
like,
know
she's
that you could go to Liza and request a sending spell to be sent to Gookie.
Sure.
So I'm actually
Oh, yeah,
heading
that's
to
a
the
good
park
idea.
now, because I assume at this point I'm awake and I've had my coffee.
Yeah,
Probably.
so 2 of us aren't at the park,
Oh, okay,
or 2 of us aren't at the guard
Alright.
tower.
So we'll go and see Liza. We'll get a sending message sent to Gookie.
Yeah.
Who will wait for Monica, and then they'll go to the estate and meet us there.
Essentially, Gookie,
Yeah,
sounds good.
you get a message early-ish morn. It's probably around 8 a.m. now, from a familiar voice, Liza. Gookie, are you awake? Are you at the park?
Yeah, I'm feeding my friends. I am.
Okay, another sending. All right, well, the crew is on their way to the park now. Hopefully Monica is there. I've been informed that there's a new member. And just like, basically she just starts nervously trailing off, and sending's only 25-word allotment, so she just eventually cuts off.
Yeah, she gets to it eventually.
Yeah, but basically the general gist is nobody tells her anything. Unless they want her to send something.
Yeah, so I'm
How
gonna
many spell slots
feed
does this woman
feed
have?
my animal friend and leave Glubs as a like a watch to see if
Wait, he can be a watch?
Yeah, familiars.
You
Yeah,
on your
he-
wrist?
He's just
No, not...
that
Uh,
in with the time of day, man.
Oh, sorry, that's
Like
where my
watching.
confusion is. I
Yeah.
thought he was an animal. How can he be a watch?
Let's see. It's about
Press
midday.
the
frog.
digitation.
Oh my god.
Shape change.
Okay, I've not played the game, okay? I
It's
don't
okay,
know.
it's okay, it's
You're
okay, it's okay.
Before we head over to the park, I'll like change out of the drab because like I think we're going to the estate right now, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that might be
you
possible.
guys-
No,
Somebody's
Up as
heading to
dead
the
woman.
estate, somebody's heading to the park.
What
And
should I roll
Age,
for the records?
You don't need to roll if you're willing to take 2 hours poring over these records.
I mean, we
I'll-
might spend hours at the estate anyway, so I'd say that's worth it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let y'all know that I'll probably be a while at the records,
Yeah.
pouring them over them, and we'll meet up at the tower in about
Pardon me.
either end of day or 6 hours, whichever comes first.
Okay.
Right.
And I will let you guys know that you guys have not specified going to respective breakfast places. Monica probably did because Monica's very lax at this point. Monica probably went to the Blooming Rose before heading over to
So
Gookie's.
between then and there, I actually since nobody still knows about it, I used my criminal contact to send some kind of investigation into the White Lilies.
Ooh, good job. Okay. They nod. Essentially, you guys meet in a back alley somewhere, and you
Oh no,
you
we meet at
talk.
the restaurant
Oh, you
straight
meet
up.
You can just
in
straight
front
up
of
met the
Lori.
restaurant.
It's a very small restaurant with like 4 tables. Essentially, it's a very small cafe.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're not interrupting me for my work. I'm gonna be eating while I do
Yeah,
this.
it's
Come
like
on, man.
tiny
Getting a
restaurant, the
posture
freaking
check?
massive
Listen, I
dragon
gotta
stuffed in this
time
restaurant.
efficiency. I gotta eat and speak.
Oh my god. All right. As you go into the Blooming Rose Cafe, which recently opened, you see behind the counter the elven woman Lori. She's got long blonde hair and a blunt cut bang pulled back into a high ponytail, and she's wiping down the counter and setting up for the day, essentially putting fresh baked goods into the glass displays on top of the bar.
Hey Rory, how are you doing this morning?
Lori with an L.
Lori. You sound like Rory.
Yeah, microphones suck. And she looks up as she's just situating the glass dome on top of her pastry stand, and she looks up and she goes, "Oh, Monica, good morning. Would you like the usual today?"
Yes. Also, do you have any of them like fancy raspberry baked goods you have?
Oh yeah, I've got the raspberry bloom right over here, and she pulls over a nice tart filled with raspberry jam topped with a powdered sugar, and just on the corner of it a nice mint leaf. I
Sounds
just
like a plan today.
These
made
sound
these
legit.
fresh.
I'll take 2.
Probably legit for a
2? Are you meeting a
4
friend
people
today?
Yeah, a few of them.
A few friends. Okay. Make sure to keep this from Opal. This is her new favorite. And those who go to Blooming Cafe will know that she has a very long, furred cat named Opal. And Opal is kind to customers when she expects a nibble. And as Lori comes up from behind the counter and places the raspberry bloom in front of you there, you see Opal kind of like looking at you from the table, her tail flicking slowly as she looks past her fur at you with her blue eyes.
I just give the cat a slight glare to know, don't touch my food.
The cat takes the hint and just eventually rolls back over and closes her eyes again as she's basking in the morning sun that's coming through the windows.
Cute cat you got there.
Oh, a blessing and a curse sometimes. She's quite insistent, but the customers love her. Eventually your criminal contract comes in, kind of dressed in civvy and more mundane clothing, and he sits down at the table not the table across from you, but in the chair across from you at the table that you're at. And he kind of slouches backwards. He's got his arms casually over one end of over the back of the chair, and the other one that's on the table is he's sitting sideways in the chair. What do you need?
I need you to investigate these white lilies about this murder. I'm trying to get our
I'm sorry,
trying to get
murder?
our boys. Yeah. Boys.
What the fuck are you doing, Monica?
I'm trying to get the boys out a little early, so I'm kind of having to do some charity work, unfortunately.
Oh, you're playing fucking lapdog for the guard, huh?
Unfortunately. That's okay. The boys will be out in like a few months, though, due to my
A few
charity.
months?
Yeah, because this is a big case, so,
You better hope the guard's not just dangling the fucking carrot in front of you. I'm gonna pull the carpet out from under your feet.
don't worry. If they dangle it too much, it might just bite back.
Alright, so what do you need about these white lilies?
I need to know where they were sent, or basically where did they originate from? Who's the sender? I know you have contacts that can do that for me,
Alright. We'll keep an eye out for shipments that look enticing, and we'll give the poor blokes a shakedown.
Also,
May-
before you go, would you like one of these nice blooms? They're pretty good today.
He just doesn't even like take a second. He quickly grabs one and just like shoves it in his face. Starts
I'll
chewing.
be paying for that too.
Sorry, did you say that he's gonna be paying or you're paying?
Oh yeah, I'm paying.
Oh, okay. He goes,
Ben's
yeah,
doing me a favor.
a fancy dancy fucking guard job. You better be fucking paying for it. And he
Oh hell yeah.
gives you a tap on the table, and he gets up and leaves.
Have a good one, bud.
All right, we're gonna go to the people who are going to the estate now, or
We
hold
got
on,
breakfast
Is-
on the way.
breakfast on the way.
Yeah,
Is the goal to go to the park and get Gookie, or are you guys doing a further investigation at the park?
Just to get Gookie, I think.
Are we?
I think just to get Gookie.
just to get
Okay,
Gookie.
right, okay.
If that is the intention, then I'll just like retcon Liza's messages saying that once Monica arrives, that the two of them should head to
Okay.
enter address here.
Yeah.
So that you all arrive
Sure.
to the estate.
Sounds good.
I assume Tyrandil goes to Clarity Cafe, and since everyone else who's at the guard tower currently is near Clarity Cafe, does everyone else go to Clarity Cafe?
Yeah, we'll go with Ty.
Nope, I was told to wait in the park, so I'm gonna wait in the park and do my morning.
It's okay. I'm bringing Goofy.
Goofy.
Goofy. I'm bringing Gookie.
Wow.
I'm bringing Gookie a tart anyway, so it's fine.
Hi, Gabriel.
I'll go with Ty to Clarity on the way.
Okay. I'm actually gonna switch the music for clarity. I forgot that I'm playing music. I'm terrible at Roll20.
It's really nice.
I
like
even-
it.
Yeah, it's
Can't
really
even
nice
roll.
and chill.
That's just an issue on my end though because of my headset. So I'll take your word for it.
As you guys
Yeah.
enter Clarity Cafe, those who don't frequent cafes in Hightown, this is very extravagant and imposing. White marble pillars are at the door, on either side of a glass door with golden handles. As you guys enter, the tables themselves are covered in white marble. The floor is a polished, dark emerald green. On the distance, you hear water trickling from a living wall. There's flowers and floral arrangements coming from a wall, and just a soft waterfall coming down it, pooling into a trough at the bottom, which then, of course, will feed it back upwards. This is not an impressive means of trinkery or tinkery, but it's not something common in Midtown and definitely unheard of in Lowtown. The smells that waft through are a mixture of savory, sweet, and flaky baked goods. A very high-end coffee bean is being roasted in the background, and there is a sound of this thick, black, godlike liquid being poured into a large reservoir on the bottom. You guys know this to be the coffee. There's quite a few people running around, not running around, but moving around quickly, servers of elven and human descent. And behind the counter, you see a very tall, black-skinned man with gold freckles and a gold line going down his bottom lip. His white and gold tightly braided hair is pulled back into a bun, and from the back of the bun you see a gold halo emerging, circling his head, or framing it from behind. He looks up to you all as he's currently drawing out a beautiful coffee cup. And he looks up, recognizing Ty, and being familiar with Herbert, and he gives the two of you a nod. You guys know this is Turrell, the Asimar owner of Clarity Cafe.
Good morning, Terrell.
Good morning.
Is breakfast all the same here? Like, can we get a choice, or can we just have four breakfasts?
I think it's 3 for you currently, because Age's currently at the guard tower still.
Right.
I'm thinking Baz has never been here before, so they're just looking around like, what is this?
Ty's gonna know this. Ty's gonna know that there is an upfront menu and a secret menu. So the upfront menu is your usual arrangements of just usual cafe fare, but it does not explain the smell of savory, searing meat in the background. The secret menu, however, includes things like a bear's medley stew, a bull's beef Wellington, a cat's grace club, an eagle's splendid nest, fox mint tea, and night owl's espresso. Those who are familiar with magic probably picked up a little something in those names there. These items on the secret menu give you the spell Enhance Ability, which gives you advantage on certain saving throws for 6 hours. So the Bear's Medley Stew is advantage on Constitution saving throws. The Bull's Beef Wellington is advantage on Strength saving throws. Cat's Grace Club is advantage on Dexterity. Oh, sorry, not saving throws, but checks. Dexterity checks. Eagle's Splendid Nest is advantage on Charisma checks. Fox Mint Tea is advantage on Intelligence, and Night Owl's Espresso is advantage on Wisdom. However,
Very
the secret menu costs 20 gold a hit.
I mean, I'm not made of money, but I feel like as character playing, I'll have something off the secret menu at vast expense.
For those who are newer to D&D, Night Owl's Espresso would give you advantage on like wisdom checks, like investigation and insight and things like that, and perception.
What was the tea? Was the tea?
Foxmint tea is
Yeah.
advantage on intelligence, which is going to be things like history, arcana, religion, nature.
Yeah, what's
That'd
the one that
probably be
makes people like me more?
Charisma.
Eagle's
The charisma
Splendid
drink,
Nest.
eat food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take an eagle's nest.
An Eagle's Nest. Anyone else
I'll
ordering
take
from the
an
secret
eagle's
menu?
nest.
I will. I'm feeling a bit cramped this morning, so I will have the Cat's Grace.
Cat's Grace Club. Okay. And Baz, are you also ordering from the secret menu as Tyrandil explains it to you in kind of hushed words?
Do you even eat food? Like, is this an unfamiliar thing to you?
Wow.
But changelings do eat. You would know that Baz eats.
Okay.
You've been co-workers for like 5 years. Did you ask that question?
I ain't never seen them eat before.
I can't.
You just got here.
I think she must be stunned.
How you doing, Baz?
Perhaps.
Man, I've come to the conclusion the
Baz?
Asimar guy must be the murderer. They've stunned Baz and everything.
They're absolutely taking them off their feet.
Oh, sorry.
Befuddled.
I didn't realize I had muted myself.
Oh
Okay, I'm gonna.
I'm trying to figure out what stat I think what was the charisma one?
no! It would be the Eagle's Splendid Nest.
Hey, same as me.
Yeah, I'll go with that one.
Okay. So as you guys order from the secret menu, the male elf who's serving you gives a nod, and he gives a nod and a wink, and he walks off. And as you guys wait, not terribly long for this food, I imagine you guys spitball some ideas and plan out how you're going to take care of today by going to the estate first and meeting Gookie and Monica there, and eventually Age if you guys don't make it back to the tower before he's done his research there. But eventually the same male elven server comes back, and he puts down this crisp toasted club in front of Herbert filled with vibrant tomatoes and lettuce and sweetly, delicately cured meats, with a toothpick in the center and an olive in top. And he puts that in front of Herbert. And then eventually he puts down in front of both Tyrandil and Baz this tower of, modest tower of cream puff pastries, and around it is sponge sugar.
Quick question.
What's up, Age?
You said, well, this isn't directly relating, but me and Ty would know this. Is this place so high class or high class enough that we might have run into the late widow in this restaurant at some point?
It's
just in
possible.
passing?
It's possible.
Well then.
I mean, you guys probably didn't really have much conversation with her unless you had reason to.
Yeah. Well, then I'll just leave it at that, because I'm not there, so I can't do much more.
Okay. I just noticed
It's
what time
also
it is.
something
Holy
I
crap.
hadn't thought of, but he can't tell me that.
True.
Exactly.
Don't suppose you have the sending spell, do you?
Nope.
I'm not a spellcaster.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I'm just putting Chekhov's gun on the wall, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
I lean over to Ty and I'm like, "Do you eat here all the time?"
Every day.
All right.
Right.
I imagine you guys enjoy your meal, and as such, both Tyrandil and Baz have advantage on charisma checks, and Herbert will have advantage on dexterity checks for the next 6 hours.
6 hours. Okay.
And
Great
again, it was
time.
20
Focus.
gold a hit, so make sure to deduct that.
Oh, well,
Hey, my weight's going down due to this gold loss.
All right.
That's one way to feel a little less bloated.
You guys eventually make your
Yeah.
way to the estate, where I have 2 mice in front of me, and I keep grabbing the wrong one. Where Eleanor Estwind would have spent her days. And waiting in front, maybe a little impatiently, are Gookie and Monica.
Gookie is probably nibbling on the tart though.
Oh no, I give it to the animals. I don't I
Yeah, you gave him this rather fancy raspberry bloom tart, and he quickly shoved it in a pouch on his side.
yeah.
Fed it
I
to
don't
the
eat
animal.
conventional foods.
What do you eat?
Rats.
Rat.
Oh, okay, all right. It's as simple as that. Okay, then.
It was a
Yeah.
problem a few months ago where he would eat his lunch at work, and you guys have kindly requested that he stop.
Ah, yes.
However, your
That.
rat problem at the base has gone down dramatically.
I'm like
Yeah,
a
rats
house
have
cat, you know. You keep me around for the mice.
You have
No,
to
I
you
already
have to
one
fight
of those,
you have to
though.
fight Taiga for the mice.
Yeah, it's just them brawling over a rat.
Speak with animals just to negotiate over lunch.
Yeah.
Let's put the
So you-
bill,
so you-
shall we?
So
Alright.
you get the lower half today.
Herbert, the
Going on a date
the
with
Fox's
my cat.
Mint. Oh, sorry, wait, no. What did you get? You got
I
the
got
Cat's Grace
the
Club.
Cat's Grace.
Was 20 gold, so just make sure you deduct that from your character
Got
sheet.
it, yeah.
And you now have advantage on all dexterity checks for the next 6 hours. I've now moved us on to the front of the estate because I just noticed what time it is, and we are moving very slowly. Especially considering some of
Shall I go?
us have other things that we want to do in the evening. Um,
I'll go and knock on the door. Wait, is there a gate? Do we have to get through a gate?
there's no gate. This
Okay.
deep into the noble district, they don't really feel the need for gates. If it was closer to the middle class district, they would probably feel the need for gates.
Okay, I'll just go up and knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door, and there's no answer.
I'll knock on the door again.
Again, you knock on the door. No answer.
To say, I
Does someone have a lot of strength?
well, maybe we
Can they
do.
knock on the
I'm
door?
not there.
Maybe we
though.
do what's the word? Like a walk around. What do you call that? Like a
Thank
I
you
go
for the
to
follow,
pick-
Adam.
theme.
I
Oh, yeah.
go to
Yeah,
pick
I
lock
know
the
what you mean.
door.
They'll just walk around, look at the back. Wait,
Right.
what?
I'm hearing a combination of going around the back and picking lock. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe when
Yeah.
we're walking around the back to do like a scan, you just pick the lock while we're not
don't
looking.
do-
Yeah.
Don't get up front of me.
I'm
Yeah,
picking
yeah.
the lock while they're gone.
All right, Ken. Do you have proficiency with thieves' tools, Monica?
I would assume so if with a criminal background.
Let's double check your proficiencies here. Would make sense with your criminal
It would.
background.
But you never know.
I mean, it would also make sense for cats to get advantage on sight-based checks and see in the dark, but they don't get that in 5e.
They
that
don't
would make
get
too much
that.
sense. Herbert and Ty are like walking around the side, and like I'll see Monica pull out like the
Monica's like,
lockpick.
ha, losers.
What a
I
butt
see
check.
Monica like pull out the lockpick, and I like look at it, and I'm just turn around like I didn't see anything.
Um,
okay.
yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
get
look for,
proficiency
like,
with thieves'
small
tools.
openings.
Okay,
So what am I rolling for this?
roll me a dexterity plus your proficiency modifier.
Alright, so boom. Gotta get into this again.
You guys start looking around for open windows, and you notice that all the windows are closed. Do you guys want to? Holy crap! Oh, that's
I
a
think
dex.
I pick lock the door.
That was a dexterity
the-
save. Just roll me
Ah.
straight dexterity, and then add your proficiency modifier.
I also just want to look for any signs of not necessarily a struggle, but disturbance out here in the grounds.
So a
Disturbance.
12.
A 12. Since you're accidentally rolling at double here, we're just gonna be taking the first number. That's a 13. Your proficiency is 3, so that's a total of 14. You're having
When do I
trouble
show up?
with this lock. It's almost like money buys good locks, and where this is in the rich district, you're having difficulty cracking this one. Do you want to take a 20 on the investigation of the grounds, Herbert, or do you want to actually roll an investigation to do this quickly?
I'd like to do an investigation of the. Yeah, I'd like to do an investigation of the grounds. I can roll for it if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, roll please.
I'm here with him, so can I advantage him?
Yeah, totally. If you want to stop looking for an open window. And
Yeah,
was it
I'm
Well, I'm not
still
trying to
looking
break
for the
into the
open
woman's
window.
house.
Gookie is. Gookie,
Yeah.
are you trying to
Or at least-
actively
at
open
least
the
the-
windows, or?
At least, well, I'm at least looking for like a small opening because I can always, beast change and
True.
turn into like a bug or something and just crawl up in there.
Roll me a perception check then.
Okay.
18
Um,
is your investigation check.
18 off of a 19? Holy fuck.
Or off of a 9.
Off of a 9, yeah. Holy shit.
I'm a prodigy in my investigation. That's my feat that I took.
You grew up in nobility, you grew up in this district, and you know what a well-kept lawn looks like. This lawn looks very well maintained, but maybe not in the past month. You don't see signs of an altercation, you see signs of no gardener to tend to it.
Something changed here about a month ago, clearly. It seems that whatever duties there were on this house, whatever staff they may have had to do this work, they left about a month ago.
Also, Gookie, unfortunately, with a 6, you do not see any open doors or any small spaces or open windows or any small spaces you can crawl into.
With that, I will turn to the windows, though. And I will say to Ty, I know it's, policy is, not to, go in without probable cause, but I do think at this point we have probable cause to go inside. I don't think that there's anyone there. I think that whoever they've hired has been gone for over a month. The woman who was living there is dead. I think that that's enough cause to be breaking in.
Hold on just a second, and I walk up and press my face against the window to see if I can see anything.
Roll,
I'm
roll a
Oh.
perception.
Hold on, that one. Normal.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Jeez.
The inside looks very well kept, very well maintained. The furniture is lavish and extravagant from what you can see. However, with that high perception, you notice a bit of a small layer of dust has started to collect on the windowsills inside.
Okay, in that case I agree with Herbert, and there is something. It's been left for a while. And I think he's probably right, and we can enter.
I'm gonna say between the cafe and the secret menu and whatnot, I think Age's probably making his way up the street now. Just to get everyone.
Oh wow,
here.
okay, man, he was fast.
Those little legs just going. Now he probably
Yeah,
took a taxi.
Oh yeah, smart.
You just see my cat bounding along on the lawn as I walk up the gate.
Yeah.
Or the path.
With that from Ty, I'm just going to wrap my hand with my cloak and punch it through the window.
All right. You
Okay.
I'm
Can we
not.
get a warrant for this first? What the hell is
I love
going
how
on here?
Age rolls up and we're already doing a B&E.
Smash it in the window.
Yeah, so Herbert walks up and after getting the go-ahead from Ty, gestures for Ty to step back as he starts taking his tie from his neck, wrapping it around his knuckles, and with a very quick and calculated jab, smashes through the pane of the glass. Whilst his fist has made it through, he lifts his arm up and he unlocks the window and pulls his arm back out.
Lift up the window and be like,
The window
You first?
opens and you hear the clattering of now broken glass on the tiled floor inside.
Monica, we have a window open if you'd like to come inside.
Oh, we're breaking windows. I take out my quarterstaff and I break another one,
Ah!
and I go in that way.
We could send
More
Gookie
windows.
in to go unlock
Yeah,
the
I
front
can.
door for
Yeah,
us.
I was
We don't
about to
have
say I
go
could
through
just
the
crawl
window.
in and
Yeah.
unlock the door so that
Yeah.
Yeah,
nobody
that's
has
not
to
as
worry
that's
about
not as fun.
Just we're gonna end up with 7 busted windows now.
it.
Not even waiting for permission, Gookie quickly comes up from behind your guys' legs and scrambles in through the window, delicately avoiding the broken glass. And a little off-put by the polished floor, almost slips for a moment, but then scurries his way to the front door, where you hear a series of locks unclick, and then eventually the door just. And Gookie
For the
eventually
record,
pokes his head out from behind the door.
Not an
Okay.
invitation to break more windows. That was a calculated movement. Just for future reference on the team, Monica. I didn't mean that as an invitation for more property damage. That was a... No, I understand. It's your first day. I just, thought I'd give that.
Yes.
It's
Think
his second
twice.
day. His first day we met him.
Her.
Yeah.
Uh,
True.
Them?
Second day. Second thing. I'll put it in the
People!
report.
All you humanoids look
People.
the same.
Well, I'm not.
Well, it's obviously safe inside because Gookie's been in there, so I'm going to step inside as well.
Yeah. Go inside
Probably
and do a.
fall over,
That's
tripwire, and get
that's my
stabbed.
job, being small enough to set off traps and small enough not
They
to get
just go
triggered.
straight
not to
over
get
your
hurt.
head.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say that Herbert probably points this out to you all, but for those who aren't familiar with nobility and homes and things like that, this place still looks immaculate. Not a thing out of place. You do see one shoe near the front door kind of on its side, but that's probably the biggest grievance that you all would probably, if you even noticed it. Herbert, however, notices the subtle signs of neglect. Some places are better kept than others, and I'm not even going to make you roll for it. You get the sense that, as you said before, the home staff hasn't been here in a month, and what has been swept and or polished is probably by Eleanor herself, trying to do little things to maintain well-traveled through areas of the home.
So I can see that she has been here within the last month.
Yes.
Like you can see that someone has lived here, but it's been the upkeep has not been there.
Yes.
Okay, I will relay that to the group.
Okay.
Is there like a desk or anything that might have letters on it?
Is there an upstairs?
There is an upstairs,
Or a
yeah.
fireplace.
There is a fireplace. As you guys walk in, it's a rather impressive foyer. There is a stairs immediately to your right that heads upstairs. And then off to your left, there's an opening to what would be the living or the entertaining area with a lavish sofa and a large fireplace, an impressively decorated mantle with various awards and paintings and fine metal trinketry. Age, oh, I forgot to give you this piece of info, Age. You understand from the work that you did at the guard tower beforehand that Eleanor would still have a daughter as next of kin named Louise.
And I know where she lives, right?
Yeah,
That's
you
on
would
record?
have her information, yeah.
So
I'm gonna keep that for now to myself, and then once we're done here, I'll start. If we don't have any other leads, we can go there.
Okay.
Is the chimney of the fireplace wide enough that I could fit up it by any chance?
Yes, but it would be a tight fit for your broad dwarven shoulders.
I mean, we got Gookie over here. If you want to send him up there.
Yeah.
We got a goblin. The goblin.
It's
can take a
very
look, right?
very clear that a normal, like a medium-sized creature would not be able to fit up through the chimney flume, and it would be difficult for a dwarven small-sized creature, but it would be a little more easier to attempt by a goblinoid.
I was just asking to see, like, I'm gonna take a look up there and see if anything's been hidden.
Roll me an investigation. Dwarves have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Okay, roll me an investigation.
Yep, 1 second.
Hey, Gookie. I bet you 3 rats you can't get up that chimney.
Oh
Oh,
dang!
wow. Through the long forgotten and clinging soot in the fireplace flume, you don't see anything up there except for cobwebs and well accumulated carbonization.
I'm an expert at investigating this
This
particular
chimney.
type of culture. Yes.
Again, I'm gonna look in here for any disturbances, like any signs of a struggle within the house, as we just sort of look through the rooms.
I guess I'm gonna go explore upstairs, guys. I'll say
Yeah.
something if I see something.
So no one's lit a
I'm
fire.
gonna
recently to
go
destroy
upstairs
anything
with
either?
Monica because I want to keep an eye on her.
For sure, for sure.
Here we go, babysitter again.
Herbert, you really noticed no form of altercation.
Okay.
The one thing that you do take stock of, because again, you come from a noble background, I'm not going to make you roll for this. There is an open bottle of red wine on the table in the entertaining room, and 2 glasses, one emptier than the other. One's about half drank, and the other has just a little bit of liquid at the bottom of the glass.
I will say, looks like she had company recently.
Both Tyrandil and Monica hear that as they start running up the stairs, or not running, but quickly making their way up the stairs. Upstairs,
Racing up the stairs.
race you up the stairs. Do you take
guess
them up on that, Monica?
Huh?
It's like I'm not really racing them up the
Oh,
stairs.
okay, gotcha.
I'm not doing that.
No, but I'm running up the stairs just to get this over with.
Okay, the two of you make your way upstairs, and there's a series of bedroom doors in a long hallway. Again, well-ish maintained. Some points of dust here and there that Tyrandil probably would notice because he's a little more familiar with nobility than Monica is. There is about 4 bedroom doors up in that hallway.
I'm gonna use a perception check to see if anything has been like tampered with the doors before we open them.
Okay. And you guys just take care to open all the doors whilst Monica does the perception check?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. It won't be perception. It would be investigation because you're actively looking.
Jesus Christ.
Oh wow, that's an oofta.
That's less good.
So I'm going to say that first one there, that perception, you don't notice anything out of place here. That doesn't look like an altercation, doesn't look like anything untoward happened up here. It just looks like a rather plainly dressed hallway. But as you start opening doors, the first one you open is at the end of the hall, and it opens up into a rather large bedroom with a lavish 4-poster bed with silks and really high-end fabric draped over it. It has a bay window that overlooks the backyard, which has a beautiful garden. You gather this is the master bedroom. As you open the next...
I whisper to myself, man, this stuff would go good on the market.
As you open the next door next to the master bedroom, it is another room. It's a little smaller than the master bedroom, but that does not mean that any lavish expense has been spared. It looks just as lavish as the first, and you gather this might be either a guest room or maybe a child, or not a child's room, but like a room of somebody else who would have lived here. The room after that you open up, and it appears to be her painting studio. A smattering of paintbrushes and tools are laid across a desk next to a beautifully well-done large oil painting canvas. The canvas itself displays an image of beautiful lush greenery kind of coming up in a circle into a tree, framing a gentleman dressed in black with his back facing the viewer. A beautiful blue sky, and a smattering of white lilies and white lily petals.
That's a nice painting.
I bet I could sell this for a lot.
No. I think not.
I said could, never said would.
Uh-huh.
And if you guys care about...
So, I noticed that there are white lilies in the photo because you said.
Anything upstairs?
Painting with white lilies in.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is there hands in the painting?
Yeah.
That's our man.
Yeah, you
Is
guys
it the
notice
I believe
himself
so.
is kind of undone, but he appears to be wearing a well-tailored black suit with long black hair kind of draped behind him.
Based on the information we have so far, it's a tall man wearing black, and that's a tall man wearing black. So
Yeah. Yes,
Like-
it is.
Is it about the same age as the rest of the dust in the house in terms of like recent attention? Or
I'm
noticeably
I'm
more?
assuming I'd have to do an insight
Does
check for
anyone
that.
here have proficiencies with painting tools or an artisan's kit at all?
no.
Nope.
No.
So close, yet so far away.
No? Okay, so I'm gonna get you all to roll, those who wish to, roll an intelligence check.
I'm gonna give Tira an advantage.
Ooh,
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
Do I just roll a 20 for that?
No, just go to intelligence. It'll
Hi,
highlight
Slightly
red.
Sober Sam, thank you
Oh,
so
the
much
word.
for the follow.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm going to get. It's too late. People are rolling.
Oh shit. I've rolled now.
Well, if somebody's giving Tyrandil advantage...
I am.
Okay, cool.
I was also giving somebody guidance, but it's too late. The roll's been done.
Well, I
Everybody's
mean,
rolled.
not everybody's rolled yet, so we have Herbert...
Yeah,
Ben-
we got a
Yeah, I think everyone's rolled at this point.
we got a 22.
Bubble, you're not entirely familiar with painting itself, but you notice something peculiar. The canvas is still tacky. It's still wet in places.
Kind of figured.
I think this painting's still fresh.
I
Or
poked
at
the
least not
painting.
old.
You poke the
And I
painting?
kind of, yeah, and I kind of poke at the tacky spots to probably spoil the painting because I
It's
don't know about
particularly
painting.
where a lot of like the foliage and the lilies were built up, where the paint is thicker essentially because oil paintings are kind of thick. It's where the
gonna get
paint
out
is
my
still
map.
thick.
I'm gonna get out my map and see if the foliage in the picture can be sort of related to anything that
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have on the outskirts of the city.
Roll a roll a wisdom check, and if anyone else wants to grab that too, you're more than welcome to.
A wisdom
wisdom?
check? Oh boy.
Oh,
look
yeah.
at you, okay.
Time to shine.
I hear you there.
Nope.
Get over the
Okay,
dice,
alright.
fuck you.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
My wisdom's not good, but you can roll with advantage.
Oh my god.
All right, Kieran, go
so
roll
should I
again.
read- Yeah. Okay.
Really? What the heck?
That
Oh,
even
that's even
lower.
worse.
So
I
that
mean,
was.
I haven't rolled, but I feel like everybody rolling is a little unfair. If
I
we
mean,
just keep rolling
if
till
you-
we get decent results.
If you want
I
to
rolled-
roll as well, like the DC's different for all of you based on essentially your history and your areas of expertise, right?
Okay, well, I'll roll for the fun of it, I suppose. Oh, bananas, I have it. Yeah.
All right.
Bananas made
I'm
it
gonna
out of-
say llama and banana. Llama because this is your home. You've seen a scene very similar to this in the high end in the Hightown Park, and bananas
Okay.
because you constantly trying to seduce old ladies. You've probably taken a suitor or two here to this very scene. You know, you've recognized this very tall tree and how there's white lilies planted near it. As I said earlier, Llama knows that those white lilies that were brought there were brought in on a shipment and placed there purposely.
I'm
I'd
gonna get
flick the
very.
photo round to see if there's any writing on the back, like any, I don't know, signing or like idea of what the painting was for.
You get a feeling that this painting is not quite finished, and unfortunately, there's no information written on the back yet.
So if a painting is still tacky, how long are we? How long would it stay tacky for?
Uh,
If it's an oil painting, it could be any member.
Depends on really what was used. I would guess, being somebody whose wife actually does like a multitude of different painting styles, like depending on what she uses and the canvas and all this other stuff, it would depend really.
Right, but what time frame are we talking?
you're getting from
Days?
answering that
Weeks?
question and getting a lot of blank stares back at you. You are not in the presence of artists.
Right.
Anyway, so we have a destination that we can go to. We have an informant that we can talk to. We have a number of different things that we can pursue down this road.
Informant.
Her next of kin.
That's
we
when
found
Age
that.
drops the bomb on you, that he does know that
Yeah.
Eleanor does have next of kin.
Yes, we have someone that.
Do we know
At
where
the
she
very
is?
least- Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. So I could lead us there. I mean, considering the political nature, possibly here, that might be a motivation. That's just a thought that's come to me.
Could be.
Otherwise,
Nothing's out of the scope, I suppose.
it does look like it was a organized hit with the way that the white lily is kind of like a calling card. I mean, I've never seen just a straight gank in the middle of the day that leaves a calling card like this before, right? This has got to be
Certainly not.
organized.
Cannot
Anyway,
deny or confirm that.
That it
I'm
was
just gonna- I'm
organized.
gonna eye you very
Not with
suspiciously
your
now.
history. You've got more of a smuggling-based history.
How far does detect magic work?
I think it's like
Uh,
30.
Yeah, it should
If
have a
you focus-
range listed
if
on
you
the
focus-
spell.
Help.
Okay, hold on. I was gonna say, can I just cast it and like walk around the house to
You
see
can.
if anything looks
You can.
odd?
As
30 feet.
As per D&D Beyond, it's 30 feet.
30 feet. So you cast Detect Magic and you start walking around the house. Instantly, you see things light up of the more creature comforts that are common, especially in noble homes. All of the light fixtures are illuminated by magics of sorts. If you go downstairs, you notice that there's an icebox in the kitchen that helps keep and preserve food longer. But nothing out of the ordinary, especially not in the paint room. The paint room seems almost devoid of magic with the exception of the light.
Okay, so there's nothing suspiciously magic.
Nothing suspiciously magic, no.
Fair enough. Okay,
Oh.
I guess
Shall we
Except
go
for a
to the
frog that
informant
just
then?
keeps hopping around everywhere.
Yeah, if you
Um,
guys want to make your way to the next of kin.
Do we
Do we want to check that spot in High Park as well?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah,
should
I
we
was
try
about to
conquer
say
again?
there might be something there, that might be that might be useful.
We have enough
Yeah, I don't know
experienced
if we
people
all
with the
want to go
area
in
that we can
this
divide and
lady's house
conquer.
anyway.
Yeah, we can divide and conquer, see what we can get, and try and keep this investigation as quick as possible.
Are we gonna
so that-
split the party?
Yeah.
I would definitely say druids go to if
park.
the other druid, if my druid friend wants to, but I mean the park would probably better suit our expertise.
All
Rather
right.
not deal with the high-end society, so I'll go to the I'll follow my druid friend.
Okay, if we're gonna go 3 and 3, so we've got the 2 druids going to the park, and who else would like to go to the park?
Yeah,
Age?
I would
Going
say,
to the
yeah, I'm
informant.
good for Arge to go to the park.
Okay, and this way we can keep our.
No, I think Age wanted to go to the informant.
Oh, my
Oh,
bad.
do you want to go to the informants?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
dealing with the information so far
Oh,
to get
smart.
there.
Yeah, that's
In
fair.
which case, I will go to the park.
Excellent. That makes sense for Tyrannel to want to keep an eye on Monica and
We
Googie.
have-
Let's not
we have
let Chaos Crew go alone.
yeah, we have the two most chaotic characters
Hydrate.
going with the most lawful.
Hydrate.
All right, so me and Herbert are going to the
Oh, I
informant.
actually have to get one.
And have to
Again,
kill
you guys don't have to hydrate.
bats.
I do.
Yeah, it's part of the rules.
Yeah,
Alright.
but
Done it.
everyone
done.
has to
Alright,
do
let
it.
me go
So
get-
since
I
we
go get
haven't
the
really
outfit.
done a whole lot with. Oh, Gookie's leaving. Oh no, Gookie, stay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say let's start off with the park crew because we haven't done a whole lot of with
Yeah.
Gookie
Okay.
this morning.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so
That's fine.
Tyrandil, Gookie, and Monica all go to the park. Where would you guys like to explore first?
So you said that I knew where that location was.
You have a vague idea. Did you want to
Yeah,
roll
okay.
an intelligence check to try to help remember where to put it, pinpoint it?
Sure.
Because this park is rather large and lavish. It is one of the only deliberately green places in Amarilla, and it kind of sits in the center, near
I'm
the
going to
guard
give
tower.
him. I'm going to give him
Guidance?
guidance.
Perfect. So Googie
Yeah.
gets to add a
Okay.
D4 to his roll.
Okay. How do I do that?
Slash roll 1d20 plus 1d4
Okay.
plus whatever you get, or you could just hit your intelligence,
Okay.
and then just roll additional d4 afterwards.
Yeah, I'll just do that. That seems like it's gonna be easier.
But yeah, this place is lavish and impressive. It is kind of a rarity to have this much green in the city, especially with considering how densely packed and building dense the middle ring is, and how, impoverished and run down the poverty ring is.
So I
Pardon
got a
me.
15.
15? You're here every day. You people watch. You scurry around at night looking for new animal friends. You know, you can easily find where this is. Near a lake with white water lilies actually coming up from the lake itself and just slowly floating on top of the surface of the water. There is a large willow tree, and at the base of it there is deliberately placed white lily flowers. And near that there is a bench. And this is just kind of like a nice stop and point place to rest along the path, as this place is often walked by old nobles.
These lilies aren't the same lilies, are they?
Roll me a roll
Probably
me-
nature check.
I'll do
Yeah.
wisdom because you're just recalling lilies you saw a few hours ago.
Wisdom.
Wisdom sounds like a great thing. Watch me flub it again.
Nat 20. These
Oh.
the lilies planted near the tree look to be the same species of lilies found on the corpse earlier this morning. The lilies in the water, however, are a different. They're just water lilies.
Okay, so the fake lilies are the same lilies.
Yeah, the ones
The-
the
the-
ones
yeah,
the
Yeah,
ones
the ones
near
that were...
yeah the ones near the tree are the same lilies.
Okay, okay, okay. Do we know who ships the lilies?
Hi, Fritzner. Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Is that something we know? Does anyone know who ships the lilies?
That's not something you all would readily know at this moment. Gookie has definitely seen when they were planted
Yeah.
a while ago. Probably can't remember exactly when. Monica hasn't gotten any word back from her informant yet. And Tyrandil, I can't say you're really a...
Yeah, I'm not a park person.
Yeah, you're not
but
really a park person.
Somebody might have known or know how to find out if we can find out. Nobody?
Hmm.
Okay.
I'm not there.
So,
It's probably a good
Yeah,
piece of information to keep in the back of your mind when you go back to the rest of your party.
Okay.
uh, we should probably scope out the tree more, maybe.
If you want
I
to.
was, I was thinking kind of like digging.
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 Yeah, maybe something's hidden. Like maybe somebody buried something.
Something
Would be a
could
good
be-
idea.
Yeah. Is there
Where-
any?
where the perspective of the painting was taken?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
if
do that.
Gookie
Go
wants
where
to
it is.
roll an investigation, and whereabouts do you think you're going to be digging?
So you said like the flowers were like purposefully placed.
Thank you for the sub, Fritzner. Sorry, you said where the flowers are going to be placed?
Yeah, you said like they were like purposefully placed like
Yeah.
in that area.
You remember that they
So
were
I'm
put
gonna
here quite
kinda-
some time ago. You don't know exactly if it was like months or years, but you know that these have been here a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, feel free to start digging around. Roll me an
You said
investigation.
investigation.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess I'll help out with this.
Okay. Roll another d20. You get advantage. Okay, so we're gonna go with 12. As you start digging around and uprooting a lot of these lilies, you notice you're getting quite a few stares from the people who have actually started taking their morning walks through the park now. You see Tyrandil kind of trying to like obscure his goblin coworker and give little nods to the old people as Iguki
I'll
just
just-
has gone
I'll just
full
send them
dog on
away.
us and is just at like face down, ass up, digging, throwing dirt everywhere.
I'll just send the people away. Official
Nothing
can't
to here,
just move
move
on.
along.
Investigation underway.
Unfortunately, there's nothing buried here, and now with the
Nothing.
amount of overturned soil and strewn lilies from the goblin way this was taken care of, it's hard to tell if there was anything amiss here.
Is
I
the lilies
wonder.
planted? Were they brought and planted, or were they like cut off and lay by the tree?
They were planted.
Okay, they were planted.
If anyone wants to roll a nature check, you can probably maybe try to get an indication of how recently they were planted.
I don't know if my nature is any good.
Does anyone here
My-
have proficiency in nature?
The
I
noise,
do.
maybe.
Okay, Gookie.
Not
Yeah.
even slightly.
Here we go.
Actually, and I'm not gonna make you. Actually, that's a really good roll.
Oh.
Nice roll. Okay, so you can tell from the root system of these lilies that these have been planted here quite some time. They've had quite a bit of time to settle and nestle in and form a strong root system. I mean, that was until you ripped them out.
No, quickly plant them all again.
You see Gookie trying to like slowly like shovel lilies and dirt back in. It's just turning into a mound of
Stuffing
like
stuffing them
dirt
back
and the
into
occasional
ground.
petal sticking out.
Just use mold earth to put it back the way it was.
He starts
Yeah.
picking up petals and putting them on top of the dirt. A little bit of druid craft to spruce it up a little bit, but only mushrooms and moss comes out.
I used Druidcraft to make them all shine.
Give a really big toothy goblin smile at Ty. Just
Yeah, looks real good, buddy.
He's got more brown spots on him now, and you can't tell if that's like freckles or dirt at this point.
Good job. Good job.
Sir.
Looks good enough.
Anything else you guys wanted to conduct here?
didn't somebody want to check the tree?
What would you like to check the tree
yeah.
for?
What would probably insight or nature, right?
Well, what are you trying to ascertain about the tree?
Trying to see if like maybe someone like as a smuggler, people could probably put like a hidden thing in the tree, or
Oh.
maybe
Okay.
Carve your names into the tree, a little heart around it.
Smuggler's Cove.
Hide something in like up high or something like that.
Yeah. Roll an investigation.
here we go. Fail roll. Let's go.
Hey,
No,
knock on the wood.
no roll.
How good was it?
It's a
Okay.
big ass tree, man. Like how old do you think this tree? It's thick. Like that tree trunk is massive.
Yeah.
It's thick.
Yo, guys, that's a nice thick tree.
Yo, this tree older than Tyrandel. What the fuck?
I mean, that's
That's
debatable.
old. Can I have Gookie stand where like the painting was painted, and then try and stand behind him so I can see like where the perspective of the person painting would have stood?
Yeah,
I think you can actually stand on top of me because I'm small.
I would rather not. I'm trying to
No,
trying
like,
to sort
not
of
like-
ascertain where the painting was taken from.
Not like on me, but like I think
On the same
small
spot.
creatures can't they occupy the same space as
They can,
Doesn't
can.
count that
But
as
the
others?
painting perspective
need
was
to.
clearly this person was behind the person in the painting. So
Oh, okay.
Tyrandel comes over and
Yeah.
just kind of like picks you, like not picks you up, but like puts his hands on your shoulders and try to like position you a little bit before taking a few steps back, and then coming up and positioning you a little bit more, taking a few steps back, hand on the beard.
While they're doing this, I casually go to sit on the bench and just watch.
Tyrandel, after
Water bottle for the
after a
person.
few moments of repositioning, you think, you're not 100% sure because Gookie's much smaller than the man in the picture, and obviously the
Should've used
picture is not
Monica.
a picture. It's a reimagining. You think the person was not quite on the path, but not quite close to the bench. So it would go path, patch of green where the person would have stand, bench, tree, person, lake.
And I don't really know why I did this. It just seemed like something I should probably try.
Everything you guys are investigating, you know, something could have knocked secret knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like is there any reason that this would be symbolic of anything at all?
Well,
Well,
Religion
behind
check.
me.
Religion?
While he's behind me, I'm just gonna kind of like look
It
up at
might
him
be a
and
funeral or
slowly
something.
start getting into like a crouch, like Gollum-esque position.
I mean, lilies might have a religious symbolic.
if you
nature.
want to roll a religion check on lilies, you're more than welcome to.
Go for it. Boom.
Yeah, go on.
You know that white lilies are predominant in a few things, but the thing that really comes to mind in this sort of situation is white lilies often represent remorse. Remorse and innocence, depending on the place that they're put. In weddings, they would be more representative of innocence and purity. And then in a funeral setting, it would be remorse and kind of like... what's another word for remorse? But you know what I mean.
Longing.
The feel bads.
The feel bads.
Feel bad. Yeah, we'll go with
Nostalgia.
that.
Yo, so-
Does everyone think we're done here?
Yeah, I think we're done
Um,
here.
Do I not so there was nothing in the tree, there was nothing on the ground.
Nothing under the flowers.
Yeah, nothing.
You
in the
made sure there was
flowers.
nothing in the flowers.
yeah.
Inside the flowers.
I get. Can I climb up the tree and see if there's anything maybe higher up that we might have missed?
You can if you want to. Roll me in acrobatics or athletics, whichever is higher.
Makes me wonder where in the
Me?
painting the figure was looking.
For me, it would be acrobatics, even though I'm proficient in athletics.
You said they were facing away from the painter.
Yeah, they
in
were
the,
facing away from the person, so they would have been looking towards the lake.
towards the lake.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's
Okay.
not bad. You with your two thumbs and your tenacity, you're able to easily make it up the very large tree.
Do I see kind of anything in the tree or kind of scanning? Do I see anything?
I'm not gonna make you roll a perception for this. You don't really see anything that stands out to you. You get a nice view of the lake and a little bit of like the rest of the park on the other side of the lake. People walking around and enjoying their day. Nothing really stands out to you.
Okay.
Turn around and look at me and tell me if there's any disturbed ground around me.
Yes, I was the one who did it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot about that.
Bravo.
As the
definitely-
goblin
definitely
scurries up the tree and starts shouting down at Tyrandel, you're getting more and more passerbys just kind of like slowing down and just like raising a brow at you all, and you get like some hushed whispers under their breath. They're just like, "Is that a goblin?"
Yeah, we
People-
should probably get out of here. We should
I'm
probably
part of it.
get out.
I'm part of the god. Leave me alone.
Is this part of a fraternity initiation ritual or something? What's going on here?
Yeah,
I'm
get
just
outta here.
practicing magic, guys. Don't worry about it.
Are you guys
Alright.
done with the park?
We're
If no one
a
has
traveling
any
freak
more
show.
things-
The elf down there is the freak. On
Yeah,
the show.
I will come up there.
I would pay to
I would
see you
pay
get
to
up
see
there,
that.
Tyrandil.
All right.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna.
Let's
I'm gonna climb
let's
the
go with
tree.
team next of kin, which is going to be Age, Baz, and Herbert.
And Yes.
You guys make your way to a home closer to the middle class district, not as deep into the nobility district as the first home was, and as such, it's not as lavish. It's a little smaller as well. However, this one does have a front gate. Next to the gates, you'll notice there is a button of sorts that you can often ring to call the help inside in order to gain potential access to the home.
Before we leave the dimension we were at, I'm gonna become Alistair and change into my finer nobleman's clothes.
Sounds good. So you guys watch as Baz's form, you guys watch as Baz excuses themselves into another room and then comes out standing as a tall, what race is Alistair again?
A half elf.
A tall half-elf dressed in fine garments and lavish accessories, and he basically has an air that drips charisma. Helped further along by the
Sexy man.
delicious dessert you had this morning. All right.
Well,
Alrighty then.
should, do we
You
is there anyone
arrive.
at the gate? Yeah.
There's nobody at the gate.
No.
Hello?
Is there any
Herbert would know to press the button near the gate.
yeah, is there any inkling of activity in the house before we press the button, or just
You roll me a perception check.
like, would I know what her job is? Maybe she's at work.
You sadly
Anyway.
wouldn't know that much.
Okay. Perception. Watch me hit this.
Oh.
Well, I did say I'd hit it. I didn't say if it would be a good hit.
Your the fence, the stone fence around the home is a little too tall, unfortunately. And with both Baz and Herbert standing in front of the wrought iron gate, you're having trouble looking past their legs and your short dwarven stature to kind of get a look in the windows to see if there's any movement inside. However, as Herbert hits the button at the door and you guys hear a series of muffled ringing coming from inside the house, eventually the front door opens to show a half-human gentleman dressed rather finely emerge from the home, and he comes down to the gate. Yes, can I help you?
We're looking for Louise.
You're looking for the mistress of the home?
Yes.
And what business do you have with the mistress?
I'm gonna look at Herbert and ask if you think now is a good time to do it, or if be straight, or should we try and pretend some other business?
I think we speak to Louise directly, but we'd be direct without. We have some news about her mother.
About Lady Eleanor.
I'm
Yes.
gonna show some sort of guard seal or whatever
Yes,
they need to know of our business.
Oh, one moment, please. And as soon as he sees the guard badge, there's a moment of like, oh, these people have more authority than I do. Okay, cool. And he makes his way back into the house, eventually coming back out and opening the gate and letting you all in. He guides you up the small, well masonry cut walkway that leads to the front door, and eventually opening the door to the front house. You guys are greeted with a house that's lavish still, not as lavish as the house you just came from, and it is full of life. There are people running around. There is a woman in a long dress who stands there with a bow and writes herself, "Are there any allergies amongst you? May I make your tea?"
I think we're quite all right. We're just here for a short business visit and asking some questions, and we'll be on our way.
And after receiving an answer from Age, she looks to Herbert and Baz. Or Alistair.
I mean, if refreshments are being offered, I'll take a tea.
Yes, I can definitely get you a tea. Was tea the issue? Would you rather water or maybe ale? Wine?
No, I'm all set. Thank you, though.
All right.
Not on the clock. Thank you, though.
And she goes down the hall, and eventually the half-elven gentleman leads you into a entertaining room, where you see a woman kind of middle-aged, kind of probably cresting up on 40 now, with long brown hair, pinned straight, with a little bit of gray coming from her bangs. She's dressed in decent clothing, with more lavish jewelry, and she looks up from her book and she slowly closes it after placing a ribbon in, where her page was. Yes, I heard that you are here on business for my mother. She doesn't normally send messengers in this way.
That would be because we're not sent by her. We're sent on her behalf.
Okay. Did I miss an art show or something?
I'm just gonna sort of like make my way into the room and close the door, and like as soon as the three of us are in there, and it's like, I think you'd probably prefer some privacy for what we're going to have to tell you.
You see kind of a solemn expression come over her as a point of recognition happens, as she leans back in her chair. Well?
Sorry to tell you that your mother has been murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, it was around, what was it, 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning when we received the report and were shown to the scene. Reports say that the body was seen about 3 o'clock. What were you doing about that time?
Sorry guys, I'm just setting music. I forgot that we were still listening to outdoor music. About 3:30 this morning, I was in bed.
Okay. Well, fortunately, we are trying to do our best to investigate anything that may have a connection to this sort of thing. We know that there was a distant political nature to the family. I don't suppose there's been any recent threats made that your mother may have told you about.
You must understand, my mother and I have a little bit of an estranged relationship. We meet maybe once every 2 weeks, unless our lives have prevented it in some way. The last I heard is she was going to this group for widows. If you know of my address, you're probably familiar with the fact that my father passed away about 10 years ago.
Yes, I'm sorry
We
to
were
say.
aware, yes.
Yeah, the death was very difficult on my mother, and she didn't really recover well. But in
How
the
did your
past,
father die?
he died of natural causes, or at least that's what I've been told from the autopsies. He was in a political position, so there are definitely some theories, and there was a bit of an investigation that went around, but it seems to have
Can I
been
do a
natural
history to
causes.
see if I can remember any odd details about the case.
Yeah, feel free to roll history.
Because I'm pretty sure that I would have had something to do with the high political case in the
Yep.
city like that. All right, let's see here. 13.
13 total. There we go. 13 total. Pardon me. You remember bits and pieces. Again, it was a high-profile case, so even though it was clear cause for most people to believe it was natural causes because it was a noble human in a political position, you guys put on a big show in front about this, but again, it was ultimately came back as natural causes.
Okay.
She never really had eyes for another man after the death, until about recently. She's been going to this widows group, and she started telling me recently of a man who also attended these groups. I know that she was having difficulty trying to bring up that she wanted to court this man, considering she's sure that I'm still a little tender about my father. But that's the only thing I can think of. I never got his name, but I feel like my mother didn't really want to give me too much information or introduce me to this gentleman, because even though it's been 10 years, it might still be too soon in her mind.
You
Do
tell
you
us
happen
where
to
this...
remember the name of the group?
Yes.
Let's see if I actually have that written No, it's not really a more publicized thing. It's probably just a widows support group. But
You know,
they,
maybe.
she said that they frequent in the high, the park in Hightown.
Oh.
Do you know when?
Let's see. I'm pretty sure I have that written down here somewhere.
I get the feeling we're not on the right track.
I'm not feeling we're on the right track. We're just
Uh,
kind of
one,
missing
yeah,
certain
once a
things.
week is how frequently they meet.
I see. Hmm.
Maybe maybe Gookie has seen something in his time in the park. Maybe we can ask him next time we get there.
You never had a chance to meet this man.
No, my mother was very protective of me, and again, my father's death was hard on me, so I was
Anyone else?
happy to know that she was starting to show interest in somebody else. It was more important that she moved on. Just because my father's dead doesn't mean her social life should be.
Do you ever meet
So-
anyone else from the widows group?
I haven't met anyone else. Again, my mother and I meet maybe once every 2 weeks, if our lives allow it.
When
When
was
was
the
the
last
last-
time you spoke to your mother?
She didn't show up to our meeting last week, so it probably would have been about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
That puts him about the same
That-
timetable back at her state.
Badge would just like turn into her mom. Well, you could talk to her now.
Ah!
no.
you
That's
you
dark.
mentioned her estate? Thank you for the follow. I might be a nerd.
Yes, I'm sorry to say that as one of the first points of investigation, when we found the identity of your mother, we went to visit her estate, and we, using standard investigation tactics, I'm going to be very
Very vague about the
Uh-huh.
B&E you
I'm gonna
guys just
tiptoe
committed
around
earlier.
tiptoe around my vernacular. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, because I can't think of the words right now. Whatever the official way of saying
Yeah,
breaking
yeah,
and
I got
entering
you, I got
with
you.
a warrant of sorts. Anyway, so I'm gonna say that we investigated the estate and tell her of the anomaly of showing clear signs of like pristineness
Mm.
at last point and then following neglect. However, I'm gonna tell her about the points of the drinks and the oddly out of place and fresh painting.
Okay.
Tell her if anybody's visited the estate recently on her behalf, or if she would know anybody that would.
You see her expression kind of grow to a little bit more guilt. I've noticed she's not been wearing her usual lavish jewelry as of late. My mother's been living off of my father's savings for the past 10 years, but I never thought it would reach a point where it would dry up. Maybe she's been pawning her jewelry and letting go of her staff to help save on money. She never mentioned it to me, though.
That does line up with what we saw, though.
You
certainly.
mentioned an oil painting?
Yes, there was an oddly topical, shall we say, painting regarding the circumstances. Painting.
It wasn't
that sort of.
garish
it
and
lined-
gruesome, was it?
No. It wasn't. It wasn't directly relating. However, based on your testimony, it lines up with a few of the details, as well as it being very strangely fresh, as though like the paint was still wet when we were there.
Oh,
Despite
well,
the fact that the house
oil
was neglected.
paintings can take 6 months to 2 years to cure, depending on how thick the paint is.
I'm just gonna be like, well, yep, I'm just gonna like nod and look off and like, yep, that shows my knowledge
Right.
on it.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes. Okay, so that rules out that time frame. Nothing else seemed out of place.
It's still topical in the fact that there was a man.
Yes, the man that sort of similarly might have matched the description of what you're talking about. He was a rather esteemed gentleman. He sounded as when your mom described him, right?
She didn't really use a whole lot of descriptors. If I tried to push on the subject, she would change it. Could
Interesting.
you describe the man in the painting for me?
Tall, well dressed. He was
Black
wearing
cloak.
black cloak. He was. It looked as though the painting was taken in the park. We know that, based on a mutual contact of ours, who's put your mother at the park multiple times, we can sort of understand why she would go there to paint a portrait, and we can assume that based on your testimony, this may be the man in question.
Well, my mother's her mind was like a steel trap, I swear. She didn't have to go to a location to paint. She just had to spend some time there, and she was able to replicate it on canvas at home. But she did frequent the park, especially with the weekly meetings for the widow group, and well, she did like to walk there. She loved the flowers. But it's I thought for a moment it might have been of my father. She used to paint him all the time, but he was a short and portly man, so it doesn't sound similar.
Do your mother have a favorite type of flower?
She loved roses.
Interesting.
Okay. I can't. I'm just gonna like look back and forth between my compatriots. And say I can't really think of anything more. It seems like we've gotten all the info that we could use. If you can, you guys think of anything like sort of football huddle, so we're not showing.
Eventually, your guys is the serving woman comes back in and gives the tea. I think it was to Baz. It's a red colored tea. You gather it's a herbal tea. She also,
No,
as you guys, oh sorry, she also as you guys huddle up, nods to Louise and say, "Your husband has sent a missive. He's going to be a little late at work today." And she kind of rolls her eyes, a little used to this statement at this point.
Okay. Well, so she was asleep. I'm sure her house, like, I'm gonna, like, probably take one of the house servants aside at some point and, like, see if I can confirm that she was,
Yeah.
you know, asleep. Can ask about the whereabouts of her husband at that time as well.
The serving maid who brought the tea to Baz would confirm that both the man and lady of the house were asleep at that time. She's had a very long day so far. She's been awake since about 2 a.m.
Okay, so she herself wouldn't be the witness to that. Okay. I can't think of anything else. The only other, so if do you either of you two have questions?
No, I'm at a bit of a loss as to where to go from here.
So we don't have a name, but we have a general concept. The only other point that we could think of is this group.
We know they meet once a week, but we don't know when.
Maybe Gookie would know a little more. They said they meet in the park. So.
I wish there was a way to discern a bit more who this figure was. I'm trying to think of anyone else who would know them, who might know them.
The relation is the widower. There's a painting of them. I guess that would also explain why the painting seemed unfinished. I guess the only other thing at that point was talk about inheritance and see if the daughter knows the line of inheritance for what would happen if the mother would also die, because I'm assuming her mother inherited the father's estate. What would happen if the mother perished?
Around this time, whilst you guys are conversing amongst yourselves in the hallway, I'm going to assume, and away from Louise, you hear a familiar ringing at the door as the half-elfin gentleman who let you in earlier makes his way through the front door, and that would be when Tyrandil, Monica, and Gookie arrive. The half-elfin gentleman seems a little put off by Gookie in particular, but once Tyrandil shows the badge, he not reclines, but he steps down and guides them into the house. And going inside, that's when you spot the rest of your party of Age, Baz, and Herbert. Gookie is covered in dirt. Might have a white lily petal like on his ear or something still.
Mess up the
hair.
Guys, don't ask.
No, better yet, Glubs has the pedal on him, and then he's on my head. Just like a tower of stuff.
Excellent show of magistrate force. All right, so I'm just gonna quickly bring up to speed the rest of the group. Inform them that the trail has grown a little thinner this time. It's not as distinct. We only have this group and this mysterious gentleman who may or may not be the subject of this painting, and the relation
What was the thing that she said about the painting, the drying time? Between 6 months and something?
6
Something
months
years.
It
Yeah.
So
depends.
Very.
I'll say Louise has probably overheard this. It really depends on how thick the painting, the layers were stacked up. The thicker the layers, the more time it takes to properly cure. It could be a month, it could be 6 months, it could be 2 years. If the painting was unfinished, it probably would be a little more of a month.
Yeah, Tyrandel would know because he poked the damn thing. How
Yeah,
thick the
I
paint
I
was.
did.
also
I was
poked
just,
it.
I was just thinking, if it takes some time to dry, she's known this person longer than we think. If it took more than like
Longer than the
more
months.
than
that
several months, but if the shortest time can be a month, then maybe that's
Yep.
the wrong
Oh.
read. Would she
daughter
know
did-
if we brought
the
her the
daughter-
painting?
Would she know?
Would she be able to know like what the drying time would have been from?
Oh,
Would she know anything
Are you
about it? if we
asking
showed
her
it to
this is now? Can you roll me a
Yeah,
charisma
yeah,
check
let's
at
assume I'm asking
advantage
her.
due to your delicious breakfast?
Oh, I can roll with an advantage. Wait, what am I rolling?
You
Oh,
paid
that's the
20
wrong
gold
screen.
for it, yeah.
I'm on the wrong screen. What am I doing?
Rolling charisma. Sorry,
Oh,
persuasion at advantage.
no! Somebody else should have asked this.
what?
I've hydrated.
Somebody should have asked what?
Nat fucking
Woo!
20. Is that like your second one so
Hey.
far this
Yeah.
Yeah.
game? Nice. You see a wave of emotion over her, kind of like unsure and hesitance, but as you impress upon her the importance of the situation, she nods. You must understand, if my mother's passed, it might be a little hard for me to go to the house. If you could arrange for the painting to arrive here, maybe?
It's not a problem. We can do that.
Um,
We'll come back with it at some point, and we're not going to do it now. She's had enough now,
Okay.
but we will bring it back.
just final question: do white lilies mean anything to you?
They're a flower.
Right. I meant it. Did they have any significance?
No.
Person's
In your
name.
lives.
My mother very much loved deep red roses.
Right. Just good. Just
So we don't. I can't remember any of the other things that the lady said.
Do an
White
insight
roses.
check on how she's talking about the red roses.
Yeah, if you want to roll me an insight.
Go on, nat 20.
Ooh.
That eight.
That's
You
close.
you get the feeling she's being forthright.
What else did we find out from her? We
Um,
don't know when the group meet, do we?
No,
Not
but we do
specifically,
know of the
but
group.
within the week. We know of the group, general gentleman that she was courting. The daughter said that it was within the last month that the mother opened up about it, but considering the dismissiveness of that topic, it might have been much longer.
Okay. And you were gonna ask Gookie if he
Yeah.
knew what day they were seen in the park.
Yes,
Pardon me.
a meeting of sorts.
I imagine you guys have probably left the house at this point. Maybe you're conversing as you
Oh, we're
make
gonna-
your way
okay,
back
we're
to the
gonna-
guard
yeah.
tower.
Shoot out.
We're
of
not
ours,
doing that
okay.
right in front of this noble woman.
Yeah, we're just
Right
gonna chill
there,
in front
right
of her.
in front
Right
of her.
there. Just continue talking about her mother, just like a piece of meat, essentially. So yeah, you guys have probably gathered a taxi or some sorts, and you guys are making your way back to the guard tower and having this conversation whilst in the
The taxi.
taxi, yeah. Is this a
So
good
we're
one?
kind of at somewhat of a loss then. But does Gookie know? Do you know?
Yuki, do you want to roll me a history check?
I can. I have proficiency in that.
Oh, good. Make it high.
And I'll throw guidance into that.
Ooh, an
Oh.
additional d4.
Okay, so
Uh,
roll that.
No, when was the last time?
Oh, it's
that.
gonna be good.
Nice!
Oh, it's really good.
26!
Wow.
I mean, Gookie, you know that old people frequent
Oh, God,
frequent
yeah.
He
your
knows
garden.
everything.
People come frequently on beautiful days. It's often swamped. But there's this like one group of old people who will enter the garden and go immediately to more of the picnic area where there's tables and chairs set up, and they'll gather around and they'll have their fancy drinks and their fancy sandwiches, and they'll talk. You never really bothered to listen in, but this is a constant group that comes in every we'll probably call it
probably-
every Sunday.
I'd probably go around there after they leave and like pick up scraps.
Yeah,
for
you definitely
other
pick up
animals
scraps
and-
afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, he knows everything. He knows
My-
he knows who they are. He knows
My-
what's in their
My,
wallets.
my friends will like these scraps.
Yeah.
Oh,
Essentially.
I can use these for some.
What
That's
day is it
amazing.
today in the week?
Probably
Uh,
Saturday.
Sunday.
Oh, it's Sunday today.
Oh, sorry. It is, it's about Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
I just hear gloves start reeing.
All right. With this information and knowledge, I
Okay.
think we're gonna take a small break so that everyone can refill their water bottles, empty their bladders, and I'm gonna deafen myself on Discord to give you guys more opportunity to talk, but not have stream listen in. That's
Yeah.
the wrong mouse.
Ah,
Oko.
smart.
All right,
I
guys.
like it.
We will be back in about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, that's good.
crowd.
Or, yeah.
Otherwise,
Alistair is ready to go swoon some old ladies. I'm just.
Are you guys all set?
Yeah. Well, Bubble
yeah.
ran away, but
Yeah, Bubble ran off real quick.
And we
But,
have no idea why.
my
But it was
dog's
an
outside.
emergency.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he
I
said
think he
something
screamed
about
something
beer.
about beer, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
My
A
dog's going to the
beer
bathroom now, so-
emergency.
Of course.
Yeah. I was trying to do a little bit of discussion, take the dog out real quick.
Did you forget to take your beer out of the freezer there, Bubble?
No, I just hadn't been off. I just hadn't been for a break.
Gotcha.
Ah,
Yeah.
Are you guys all set
Somebody-
now, or Kieran guy's gonna
Yep.
go let the dog out? I assume. Is that
Yeah, I'm
what I
gonna
heard?
go let him out and just grab a little snack on the way up.
How long does it take to let the dog out? How long is your house?
Like about 2 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
2-3
Okay,
minutes.
I'm getting beer.
Whilst this is happening, if you guys haven't taken opportunity to discuss things, I'll say you guys probably convene at either back of the guard tower, or did you want to go to a foodery or an eatery to discuss things?
Oh yeah, maybe you already said, but what day did I remember what
Sundays.
day they met?
Sundays.
Sunday,
Sundays? Okay.
and it's Wednesday right now, so we have a few
Got it.
days between now and the group.
Yeah.
Could I
Um,
roll a history check to see if I recognize the modus operandi of this case from any previous cases?
Ooh, yeah. Go ahead.
Or like
I'll
historical,
give him
not even like
advantage on
previous
that.
cases in the guard, but like historical cases, like
Yeah.
true, you know what I mean?
Definitely.
give you advantage.
Yeah, you get an advantage from Age as you guys discuss this back at the
Hold
tower.
on,
I'm going
I
to
wanna
assume.
check something really quickly.
Okay, I'll do another one.
Bit. Cool. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I was just making sure that I didn't have guidance.
Got you. Yeah, no, it's with my modifier, it's a 15.
15. Nothing really sticks out. There's definitely been some really bizarre cases in your time with the guard, but surgically removed limbs left with lilies is kind of a unique case.
Yeah. Okay.
Pardon me.
The only other thing I can think of is possibly like things that we can do between now and the group is visiting the art district and see if she has any contacts that frequented there. Knowing that she was living off of the inheritance, I doubt it. So she would-
Baz
but-
would know because of history checks earlier that Eleanor wasn't really the type of person to showcase her art. She's not really known as like an artist or has a gala or anything like that. She did art more as a hobby rather than a business. Thank you, Hulk.
Hey, Hulk.
Thank you for the lurk. All right.
This is Can anyone think of anything that I might have missed? Because I know I'm kind of leading things here. I
No, I can't.
don't mean to wedge people out.
I'm really trying to think of.
Yeah, so am I.
It sounds like the daughter and her husband or husband, I can't remember. They have
Yeah,
an
husband.
alibi.
Well, so far, we also don't know if because this is a very good possibility, but we don't know if the
Hired
maid was
Blade
paid.
rather than them.
Right, like maybe the maid was like they came back home and they were like, you saw us, we were here at this time, and you get a raise. Go.
Yeah, we don't have any magical stuff
Yeah.
to really prove it, but it seemed genuine. And for now, at least, with our first line of contact, it was an alibi.
Right.
We
Oh.
didn't dig
Well,
too deep, but
I should have been a paladin, then I could have zone of truth. Dang it.
at level 5,
Multitasking.
We could just try and bribe them.
I mean, I could always try to do some
I would
deception.
not
I got a
let
plus
that happen.
6.
I would
I
not let
have-
the bribe happen. No,
Like,
man.
I
We
have
do things the
charisma
legal
of
way.
none, so I'm not really the one for bribing.
Did you just say you
But
have
you
the
do-
charisma of a banana?
No, I have the
Hello?
charisma
Bananas
of
has
none.
really good charisma.
I
Actually.
was about
I
to
have-
say, I'm pretty sure she's the one with the best charisma because she's a
Yeah,
bard.
I have
They're a
charisma of
bard.
0.
You didn't
That
get
being
it.
said, the benefits gained from the Clarity Cafe's patronage earlier is going to be wearing off in about 2 hours.
Okay, right. Let's get out around and ask quick.
So
Where are we going? Do we have a formulated plan? Because if not, I'd like
we're
to
trying
just
to
go
stuff
to.
before we like fast travel to Sunday. Before we do that, we're trying to think of anything we can do.
I mean, we can go and scope the poor area because they may.
Do we know that it's only
somebody
Sundays?
that was awake may have seen a car with this kind of figure on it because it did
No,
go that way.
we don't know if it was only Sundays because this was a secondhand thing from a vague recollection from her daughter, who didn't actually know that much because her mom was pretty secretive. So
Yeah,
like touchy at best.
yeah. My only thoughts would be that we know the car went that way. We know it's probably not from the poorer district or the low ring. Is that what
Yeah,
we're calling
The
it?
slums.
The slums.
The slums. But we do know it went
was
that way.
Yeah, it was a diversion.
Yeah. So somebody may have seen something that we could ask them for.
this is the
Perhaps.
thing yeah,
Because
just
it
something
did
to
go
think
that
about.
way.
Yeah.
So I'm down for going and before the day is out and I lose all of my charisma benefits. Going and scoping that because we might be able to find something with that might help. Maybe.
Would any of the more aged people in the guard have any contacts that we might be able to talk to in the slums, like connections we made with previous
Well,
cases?
I
Um,
mean,
immediately
need them.
Monica and Baz and possibly Gookie would probably have connections in the slums.
Okay.
the newest member has contacts.
Yeah, because we have two people that were
Conveniently,
criminals.
all the people with questionable
don't talk about
backgrounds.
We don't
Yeah.
talk about it.
I don't know what we talk about.
I mean,
And,
we could I don't think we go on mass.
no.
I think Monica and Baz go because they
then-
both have the greatest shot, and then maybe one of another party. I mean, I've got disguise. I can disguise myself as anybody, a similar sort of build.
I am just me. I'm pretty much a brick wall, so I'm more better suited as a intelligence gatherer, not like a people person.
Yeah, I mean,
I would think that both of the, older guards, since you are well known throughout the city, would probably not be an ideal bet to go that way.
Yeah,
No,
everyone knows we're
I
fucking
have
sterling.
disguise self, so I can get away with it.
Yeah, but
Some-
having all that time in the guard, they probably know about your disguised self too, and they've probably seen you do it
I mean,
before.
They
I
know
understand.
your voice too.
Just disguise, puts on a different accent.
Yeah, does anybody else have some form of way of disguising themselves? Because I don't want to send them two on their own.
No.
That's rude.
Because once we need-
roll me an
We have
intelligence
some-
check, Bubble. If
Pardon?
you roll me an intelligence check, Bubble.
An intelligence check. I'm just thinking because we've got one recent criminal and one
Yeah.
past criminal.
He's on punishment detail.
Intelligence.
She's
Oh
on
no!
punishment.
Nat 1. Man,
a
you
one.
can't think of anybody else in this group who would not look out of place in the poor district.
Who wouldn't look out of place? So everyone's good then, in theory, right? By my
No, if you-
roll.
By your
you can't think of anyone else. Algay would probably look out of place just because he's wearing decent armor. Herbert would look out of place because, well,
nerd.
He's a fancy man.
he's a fancy nerd. Man, you
How long-
can't think of anyone else who would not look out of place.
How long does disguise self last? It's like an hour or something, isn't it?
He got a 1. He's probably like, Gookie looks out of place. Boz looks out of place.
One.
Everybody
1
looks out
hour.
of place.
You all look too suspicious.
He's like, none of you are going. I'm going.
I'm going
By
by
myself.
myself.
I'm the only one I could check. I love how
Um,
Lava and I started at the same time.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like,
Oh,
I'm-
you're
as the only-
Can I persuade Ty to stay back?
You can try
I'm sure
it.
you could try.
I mean, you're talking
I
right
mean,
now.
That would be a
I-
persuasion against a insight check.
I guess I'm doing the insight, right?
Yeah.
This.
Where's
Come on, I've had 2 natural 1s and 2 natural 20s so far. I'm
Wow.
Oh, right. I don't know if I'm gonna beat this, but
Whoa!
I tried.
You
look, I'm
tried.
coming, boys.
No,
I'm gonna
Tyrandul's
take
suspicion of you greatly
Is it
outweighs your
too
silver
high?
tongue.
And then I'm gonna throw in a deception check.
There's that. Yeah, I'm gonna take I think I'm gonna take Baz and Monica and cast disguise self on me.
Okay.
And we'll
Still
go
don't
down
think
and
this is
just
a great
ask.
idea.
I think this is a brilliant idea because nobody else will look in place aside me.
No other people.
No
Okay.
other people.
Alright, well, if nothing else is
I'm
going
gonna mark that I've used disguise self. Oh,
Since
not there. I'm not.
since I've been married to the job all day, I'm going to take a break and head to the cafe, get some coffee, a nice meal, get
Okay.
something for
Which
get
cafe are
something-
you gonna go to?
The
The mediocre
thought
one
you
or
were,
the fancy schmancy one?
I'm gonna go to Clarity and
Clarity?
get myself. Yep, I'm gonna go to Clarity.
I
get
just
myself
realized
coffee.
something.
What did you just realize?
I feel like I would definitely know the widow group because I lost, my wife got killed, so I would definitely.
You
No
joined the widow
offense,
group?
they probably wouldn't let you in.
They wouldn't let me in, but I would
High
definitely have
society.
like noticed, like that would
Oh,
definitely be
man.
like a higher priority, like
Mm.
to me.
Can I
Because-
bring Gookie as well?
If you wanted.
Wait, Gookie,
Age,
you wanna
did
come?
you want
I
to
don't know, he
order
might look
off
at a
of
price.
the usual menu, or did you want to order off
Yeah.
the special menu?
No secret, no secret. Just I just want some food, something for me, a little bit of scraps for Tyga, and a nice cup of coffee.
Okay. You probably spend
Where are we going?
about a gold
Hi.
on your
The
lunch.
swamp.
Get some nice tuna, Tyga, I guess.
Okay.
I'm good. I got food at home when I leave.
Whoop.
Okay. Gookie, do you want to come with
Thank you so much, Squiggle, for the follow.
us into the back streets?
No, Twingle.
Yeah.
Because you know
I'll go with you.
you're a goblin and you probably blend in great.
There we
That's
go.
fair. There's
That was
Probably a
the
fair
failed
amount of-
intelligence check earlier. I'm glad it came full circle. All
Yeah,
right.
no, I'm not allowed to do that, am I? Because nobody else will fit.
Uh,
Am I allowed to ask him due to my terrible roll earlier?
no,
Like,
you
mean,
can.
like,
You
sit.
can.
Am I
Just
sitting
basically
there
what that-
Monica could be like,
What that intelligence
actually.
roll was, what that intelligence roll was basically Tyrandul trying to figure it out on himself. But maybe Baz
Oh,
and
okay.
Monica at this point just be like, why don't we take the goblin?
Yeah,
This
let's
is a
just me,
fantastic
Goblin, and Baz.
And me.
Perfect choice.
And me.
And not Ty.
Age's gonna go deal with the rumblies and his tumblies. What about Herbert? What is Herbert doing?
Genuinely trying to think of how else we could move forward with the case, but
I mean, what time is it?
After all of this discussion and the back and forth and planning, we're getting it around 4 p.m., which means your guys' benefits have now worn off.
I mean, if you want to scope out the park and see if there's another meetup day, perchance.
perhaps
That's about all I can think of, honestly.
Or any
Sure.
suspicious
Uh,
characters.
What is
I'm going to
Age's passive perception?
you just have some guy walking through the park like, don't be suspicious.
I think my
don't
passive
be
perception is like
suspicious."
16.
Be suspicious? Pardon me. Sam's already AFK'd for a quick moment there, so I can't listen to attention. But there's 4 of you heading to the slums, and Herbert trying to. Herbert, how about you follow Age to Clarity, maybe?
Sure. I was
Just to
going to say,
spitball
can
more
I
ideas with him, or did you want to do something else?
quickly go by her house again?
Eleanor's or
Eleanor's
Louise's?
house?
Eleanor's?
Eleanor's house.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to check the bottle of wine, see if it's
Yeah.
tequila.
See if it's still good.
recognized.
See if it's still good. So sorry,
The little.
what did you want to look at for the bottle of wine?
See if it's a vintage that I recognize, if it's a special bottle or anything.
Your I'm just gonna say your history with nobility and whatnot. This is an old vintage, probably saving this for quite some time. It would have been, or if it was sold today, it would be quite expensive.
Okay.
I
And
knew it.
then I'm going to there's still a little bit in both of the glasses, right?
There's a little bit in one glass, and the other glass is about half full.
I'm going to taste both glasses.
Ooh, okay.
See if
Dangerous.
if one of them tastes a little different from the other one.
One's a little
Notably,
drugged up.
Notably, one tastes
Um,
like death.
do you what would you roll for
I
this?
don't know.
Probably survival, depending on what you have going
Yeah.
on with the wine.
Constitution.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, please roll a Constitution saving
Yes.
throw.
Whether he's a lightweight or not.
Yeah, roll me a
roll a stealth check.
wisdom or a survival, whichever's higher.
Okay.
Come on, one.
Don't wish ones on
They're
your
the
party
same.
members.
Come on, 20. Come on, 20.
21. Let's go.
Oh,
So 15.
That's
15
still pretty
total?
good.
Most
15
notably,
total.
when you pick up the practically empty glass and you partake in the little taste left in the bottom, there is lipstick on this glass, and you suspect that this is probably the glass that Eleanor drank from. Tapping your tongue against the roof of your mouth and trying to get as much of this little sip of wine on your palate as you can, you don't notice anything particularly off about it. It definitely tastes like it's had too much time to breathe. It's a red wine, so it's definitely been sitting in this cup for longer than it really should have at this point. Same thing with the other glass there, except you've got more to resonate with this time. It definitely tastes of a high quality wine, but it's been given way too much time to breathe. It's sat out on this table for quite some time.
I'm after that just going to do a in-depth search of her room to see if there are any pictures of this man like hidden beside her, and like on her bedside table, underneath the bed, sort of stuff like that.
I imagine you're taking a lot of time and being
This
meticulous
is the rest
about
of my
this.
day.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make you roll anything. This is what I call taking a 20. It just takes you 20 times as long.
Okay.
You don't notice any images or anything like that about this man. However, whilst looking, you do notice a handwritten journal that's kept at her study in her bedroom.
I will take that with me back to the office, and I'll meet up in whatever scene we end up in next with the journal.
Sounds
But I'll
good.
spend some time reading that in the office before they arrive.
Okay. Before I do
Open it up.
before I
That's a
do
character trait.
the sleep, it just falls asleep immediately in books. You're going through this true crime novel one page at a time, like.
Man, I'm almost done.
Almost done. It's only taken me a year.
3 years.
Yeah.
So yes, before I go to the Slums Crew, Agate, with your passive perception at Clarity Cafe, sorry to make you quickly stop drinking, with your passive investigation, as you sit at your table and enjoy your coffee and whatever accoutrements that you ordered, you notice that there is a encased glass board near the door with various flyers, and on the flyers you see things like adverts for upcoming live shows, musicals, plays, but there's also a very fancy piece of parchment that denotes help for those who have lost a loved one. And basically the idea that through community and communication that you could help move past losing a loved one. And the date and time, the date, time, and location are all listed, and they all seem to line up with the Widows group.
Okay. Is there any specific contact information? Like, for any
The
group?
lead for the group is one
Gookie Rat
Glenda.
Nobbler, he's the killer.
The lead for this group is one Glenda Murray.
Glenda Murray. Okay.
I mean, that's a huge break.
That it does make it so that we don't have to wait till Sunday just to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you're
Till
off at
Saturday.
The house. You're off at the house. Everyone else is in the slums.
All right, Slums Crew, what do you want to do?
Investigate.
Okay.
Are we staying as a big group? Because I feel like that looks suspicious. Or are we breaking into
Yeah,
smaller groups?
I'd say we break into twos. I call
Yeah.
Gookie.
Okay.
Okay.
So Chaos Crew is trying to stick together. Is Tyrandel gonna put a stop to
Yup.
that?
I'll
The
let it
druid,
go.
the druid
I'll let
bros
it
are
go
sticking
this time.
together.
Yeah, the Druid Bros.
Also, Baz is not going into the slums as Baz. Baz is going as Flint.
Flint, the brute.
Yes, the brute.
Perfect, perfect.
Hey, hey, Gookie, you
Um,
want to travel on my shoulders?
what do I decide?
No, I'm perfectly fine walking. I
as you
walk on
guys,
ore.
I
What do I
imagine
disguise myself
took a
as?
cart down here. The cart doesn't actually bring you all the way to the slums. The cart stops still in the middle class district and requests that you all leave because they actually don't travel that far. You get the sense that there might have been dangers or altercations that happened to this man in the past, that he does not feel comfortable bringing his horses and buggy into the slums. As you guys vacate the cart and make your way to the slums themselves, the transition from cobblestone to muck
Dirt.
and dirt is gradual. Eventually, the stones themselves look to be worn away to a point, and the dirt road just takes over. After the recent rains, it still sloshes and slops under your feet. There is wrong music playing. There's rowdiness and a sense of uneasiness, people shouting and screaming through the streets, a smell of deepened earth and subtle rot, maybe more abrasive to those who aren't familiar with the slums. There are people laying in the streets, people who are thin, people who you hope are sleeping,
Malnourished.
Probably
malnourished.
not.
They're probably not sleeping.
I've seen this
Um,
before.
but yeah,
I think I'm gonna
that's-
be. I think I'm gonna be an orc.
you're gonna be an
That's my
orc.
disguise. I think that's gonna be my disguise. I want to be an orc.
Ooh,
Well, I
okay.
can definitely help you with that. I can just start smearing like green
Like,
Yeah.
on you.
It's cool. I can do it magically.
We
it's
got
fine.
Druid Craft. We could help.
No, it's cool. Thank you.
Give your fangs and everything.
You two can go
Tyrandel
first.
refuses the help, but Gookie still applies moss on him via Druidcraft.
Yeah, great.
Well
Cheers,
done,
buddy.
Gookie.
I think them two can go first. Monica and Gookie can go in first, and we'll
Okay.
follow
Shout out,
maybe. We'll
Baz.
follow 15 minutes later or so, or something like that.
Sounds good. Monica and Gookie don't really take a lot of awkward stares. I mean, Monica kind of does because of her unique physicality, but Gookie not so much. You guys are not out of place here. In fact, some people might even recognize you. In fact, Monica, somebody kind of bumps your shoulder and continues walking. And after they bump your shoulder and continue hard down their path, you feel something in your left hand.
Aha. I keep walking for a little bit and then I open the note
Okay.
casually.
The note informs you, or has shipping dates for white lilies and locations to where they were brought.
Ooh. I stick it in my pocket.
All right. Do you guys do anything here in the 15 minutes you have before Tyrandel and Baz accompany or also join the scene?
I guess we slightly explore the area.
Yeah.
Are you guys trying to pick up the cart tracks at all?
Sure, let's go for that. What would
Alright.
that be?
Roll
Probably
me a survival. Either you each do one, or one of you buffs the other by giving them the advantage.
What is? What is your survival?
my survival is. I gotta get into everything. +3.
Okay, then yeah, you do it, and I'll give you some
Advantage.
help.
Monica, cough, cough. You can guide yourself.
I am guiding myself.
Thank you.
So that
Oh,
And then additional d4. Okay, so for a total of 15. It's been a long day. The rain's finally cleared up, but unfortunately it did rain for a good portion of the day. With the amount of action and how lively the slums are now, it's really hard to even remember where you last saw the cart tracks. Have a good one, Ray. Thank you for popping in.
hi Ray.
Bye, Ray.
yeah, Gookie. I'm not picking up much
What are my
It's been
hands
raining
doing
way
this
too
time?
long today.
All right.
Knew
At
this was gonna happen.
this point, I think Tyrandel and Baz probably emerge from an alley somewhere. Baz, can you describe Flint for us, please?
Flint is just a stubby little dwarf that like intimidating.
Okay. The biggest, bushiest, furrowing eyebrows, and the massive beard coming off of this man. You could see more beard than you can face. Definitely a beard that would make most dwarves jealous. And then Tyrandel, did you go full orc or half orc?
Go full because I want to
Full?
look as criminally as possible.
For sure. Even though
So
it's
a nice big deep green orc.
nice. Even though it's an illusion,
Largish
still
tusks, maybe one with the tip broken.
for sure. Even though it's an illusion, you still catch the tusks in the bottom of your vision there and in your peripherals, and it's kind of off-putting. You're standing a little bit taller than you normally do, and you have worn leathers on as part of your disguised self. Some patches of moss, despite you trying to tell Gookie not. But Gookie was just trying to help you. He knows these slums. All right, and what do you
Okay.
guys want to do whilst you're walking around here?
Can I see if there are any languages that aren't common that I recognize?
What languages do you know?
All of them. I
Every
know.
single one, including
The
The
Druid.
gift of gab.
I know Common and Elvish for being an Elvish, Orc, Dwarvish, and Draconic.
Wow. You definitely hear a mixture of all those languages, and some people even just use a combination of those two languages, as you see half-orcs and dwarves trying to converse secretly and quietly, switching back and forth between orc and dwarven, avoiding common. You do hear some languages that perk your ears and it's words you can't quite pick up in a little bit of a harsher tone. But after listening in a little bit more, you get the sense that it's probably infernal, the language of tieflings.
Nearly chose that as one of my languages, actually, but could have, would have, should have, I guess.
Could have, would have, should have.
So, can I ask Baz, not Baz, Flint, I guess, if they recognize anybody here that might be able to provide information we're looking for? Essentially, can I use their criminal contact if they recognize anybody? I know they don't like to talk about their past, but I feel it's an appropriate time to bring it up because it might be helpful.
I mean, Baz has a few people in the slums that they
Really,
might know.
right here in this street.
Baz, you're probably
Anyone?
catching,
Should I arrest him?
or Flint's catching the drifting eye now and again from the alleys of young children. This might be a form that Baz has used during nights and baddies. You see a little bit of excitement, but when that excitement is almost not reciprocated, they kind of calm down a little bit and look a little meek.
I'll like give them the like the hush finger, but give them a wink too.
That excitement immediately returns.
Yeah.
I'll like walk over to the alley where they are and like whisper about like offering money for information about a cart early this morning going through the edge of the slums.
Okay.
Send my children on their way.
Just this network of children.
Yeah, Boz is literally the bald guy from Game of Thrones.
Oh no.
Yeah.
My little sparrows.
My little sparrows. So yeah, as you go over, the children are just like, Flint, Flint, Flint! And you produce some coinage. Do you produce copper, silver, gold?
Some silvers.
Some silvers. Their eyes light up. And you hear some kids, just basically a cacophony of children trying to like tell you all different stories, but they start like pittering off and teetering off. They're not quite confident in it, and you get from that it was probably an embellished lie. They might have still been in bed at this time. But eventually a small dragonborn girl just goes, I saw a cart. I
I'm
saw
gonna
a
stand
cart.
at the top of the alleyway and just look about while she does this.
It had a very pretty black horse. It was big horse, little cart though, and a man.
What did the man look like?
I don't know. He was wearing a cloak, and I couldn't see that well as I was looking over the window.
Did
The
you
horse
notice
looked
anything in
mighty
the cart?
tasty though. Huh? No, the cart was empty. All I heard was trot, trot, trot. It was one of those big horsies with the big hooves. The trot, trot, trot.
Clydesdale,
Is that what they're called?
the
Yeah.
workhorses.
I'll ask her if she knows like what direction he went, or if he was just going like around the edge of the suns. You know.
Around and around. I don't know. He looked like he was going around. I stayed inside though.
Did he go past a few times or just the once?
He went by twice. I think he went by 2 times. I was really sleepy though, so I went to bed.
Oh, you did good. Don't worry. I'll give all the kids like a few silver pieces and
Okay.
thank
All
them for their
the
info.
kids, even though discouraged that they couldn't properly contribute, are still very thankful for the participation prize of a few silver.
You guys joined.
You helped.
I wonder how Ty feels about this network of children.
Guys, like, I'm just gonna mind my own business over here.
He's like, I'll remember every single one of them and arrest.
Arrest
every
one of them.
Arrest
I
them when
don't,
they're old
I
enough.
don't care. Take their hands.
Yeah,
I'll
you-
get that
So
silver
I assume
back.
she comes and tells me this. Well, it's
Yeah.
her choice.
Yeah.
But I just stood at the top and had a look out while she was talking to them.
I forgot to mention, it's probably not that important, but visually it was a red-scaled dragonborn child.
I love that.
Okay. Okay, so we now know this, that it went around twice. Did they say anything?
At least twice.
Oh,
At least
twice.
twice.
Yeah, at least twice.
Right, because she went to bed after seeing 2 times.
Did you say anybody spoke to them?
No, the cart was just going.
It was
Twice would just be
going.
coming and going, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, did they keep?
Yeah, and she's certain it was the same cart both times.
Seemed pretty certain.
Same horsey.
How
Same big
Ow.
horse.
how reliable are children?
My children are very reliable, thank you very much.
Like,
Flint
I mean,
instantly
let's
gets
hear it.
offended.
Let's be honest. How many times has a child walked up to you and just been like, "You smell," or "You're fat," or "You're this," or "You're that"?
They will tell the
Children are
truth.
brutal
all the
honesty.
time.
Honest,
Brutal
yes,
honesty.
they do. They do tell the truth all the time.
and
but I
especially if they know that they're gonna get something like
usually
candy,
children as
cookies,
contact
something that they want,
story.
oh yeah.
by someone else, and that's just the story they're now telling because they may be paid more.
Mercifully, Baz has quite a bit of experience with these children, and as I said earlier, the ones that kind of like drowned off a little bit are the ones that weren't really telling the truth because Baz probably would have shushed them at that point. Not shushed, but like, are you sure? Right?
So she's good with the children. She knows.
She knows. She trusts
She
them.
knows.
Or
She got
they
that
they
insight.
trust them. They trust them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do we do with this evidence?
So we have 3 people with quite an interesting like different amount of organizational like we have children, an actual criminal organization, animals, and then the 2 guards and
Yeah.
And the office guy.
and the
I'm
teacher.
the
Yeah.
office guy.
Okay. So we'll leave the children, let them go back to their business, and we'll carry on. Well, I'll
Okay.
carry on walking through. Baz, you can join me if you want to.
I'll say that
And we'll
this is
carry on.
probably the most information you guys are going to be able to get here, and after exhausting all of the resources that you think you can, you will probably make your way back to either the guard
Yep.
tower to reconvene with Age and Herbert.
That's
I'm
good because I don't know how long
um,
that conversation took, and I don't want my disguise to run out in the middle of the low ring.
Cookie, I guess we should meet back up with them, right?
While we're like walking around, can I like see if I know how common like a big black horse would be in the city?
Probably
It's a
not
massive
in the
Clydesdale.
lower districts. In the lower districts, you've got like crossbreeds and basically very thin horses, not a very thoroughbred horse.
Shetland
Um,
ponies, the smaller kinds, not a
donkeys.
massive Clydesdale.
Donkeys, mules,
Yeah.
and other not so well maintained beasts of burden would be more
A
common.
random zebra.
Yeah, I was just about to say a zebra, maybe a cow, like a
Gazelle.
giraffe.
A
Just gonna
zombie.
ride my cow around.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll all be back at the tower then. Do we have time
Yeah.
for like, pre-discussions before the end of the day?
Yeah, if you guys want
I'm
to take a little bit to discuss.
Yeah,
Okay,
can
so
I-
I mean, I won't tell them what I found because I didn't find anything. Baz did it all.
I will copy down the info that I found on the thing outside, which lines up with what we're looking for, so that we can probably speed that part of the organization, the investigation up.
I
Nice.
just casually pull out the note I got earlier and start reading it in front of everybody.
Okay.
Not saying anything.
Basically, white lilies are commonly delivered to fancy florists in Hightown. The hospital, every now and again, we get white lilies. Places that do funeral directing, places that do weddings, and so on and so forth. It's kind of a long list, but those would be the most common places that, or at least the places that the most recent shipment of lilies would have gone to.
Nice.
This is
Good job.
interesting. Oh, you don't know the information. I haven't said nothing.
You
I'm
said
just
you were
reading it. No, not out loud in my head.
Oh,
my
okay.
god.
Can I find get what I gathered from the journal?
What you gathered from the journal is she's starting to write more and more about not feeling comfortable about bringing this information to her daughter, and potentially like a lot of guilt about moving from her husband, essentially. Um, the the name itself, it actually looks like somebody's gone through this journal already, and names have been crossed out and some pages have been torn.
Ooh.
Are you reading it in secret, Monica? And would I notice that she's reading it?
I mean, I
Right.
said I just pull it out casually and start reading it. In my
Yeah, you see Monica sitting at her very barren desk reading a note, and Herbert sitting at his
Oh,
very cluttered
then
desk reading a journal.
okay, then I will question. What have you got, Herbert?
While you were all away, I found what I believe is her Eleanor's journal, her diary.
Good man. Did you pick the painting up as well?
I did not pick anything up.
Ah. Okay, we'll get it tomorrow.
You guys probably have already had
We could probably have sent away for it.
Yeah, you guys have probably already sent away for it.
Oh.
Evidence.
Whoever
I'll
thought
send
of
away
sending
for it
away
right now.
from
Why
is
not?
smart.
Yeah,
Sure.
there you go.
We'll have it do it. We'll have the operator get on it.
Yeah.
Who's
but
the
no,
operator? What do you guys keep talking about?
Whoever that
Eliza?
is. Yeah.
Who's Eliza?
Oh.
Oh yeah, he does.
You'll meet her
Oh,
eventually.
yes, of
You'll meet her
course.
eventually. She's a nice little voice in the ear early in the morning. Is how I would describe
I
her.
got an orc.
Right. Well, first day on the job, I suppose.
Yeah.
Privileges.
You'll get the
privileges came through
messages.
time.
No, but it seems like she was quite secretive about this new man because of her guilt over moving on from her husband. I don't know.
Really, 10 years
Thank you
on.
for the follow, Death and Tax.
Does she name the guy?
No, well, interestingly enough, it does seem like some pages of the journal have been ripped out, and every time it seems like she might say his name, there's a smudge mark across the page. So someone seems to have gotten to this before I did. Unfortunately.
Interesting.
Was it
Do we have,
thoroughly vandalized, or is there a way to?
Do we have fingerprint kits? Is that something we have?
Unfortunately,
Is that something
no.
we have?
No.
Ah, damn.
I casually hand Baz
What
the
would we
note.
compare it to?
Baz, you handed a note?
I've read the note.
I'm going to mention to the group that we were looking at earlier, the mourners group, shall we say. We have a lead that we could visit up on tomorrow rather than having to wait till Sunday.
That's incredible.
And I
Excellent.
confirm that, yes, all the information that we have suggesting that they meet up, everything is confirmed. So,
Okay.
Excellent.
all on the same page in that
Perfect.
regard.
Okay, is Baz reading the note obviously enough for me to catch it now?
Baz, are you reading the note out loud?
No.
Oh my god, guys.
Peas in a pod.
You guys are
Criminals.
a team. You know this, right?
I've been handed a note. It's just my nature to
Okay.
read it secretly now.
Is she sitting there? Is she sitting there holding a note? Because I'm gonna try and catch it.
Roll a perception. Baz, are you being secretive about it? Are you gonna use a sleight of hand?
Can I roll? Yeah, I'll roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
So you could totally do it for the fun of doing it.
I will support Baz in this.
I'm not gonna do that.
Ah, it was worth a shot.
All right. I'm going to ask.
There we go.
God damn it.
By
What are you
1
reading, Baz?
point, Tyrandil, you see some words on the note before Baz covers it by their hand, essentially, and you see names of businesses, a few selections of businesses.
Ah, where did you get this from? The children?
No.
Where did you find this?
It was in my hand.
Is she lying?
No.
You roll an insight check.
Can I roll deception?
Okay, I'm gonna say that Kieran very obviously handed the note to Baz, as saying, "Baz, look at this."
I handed the note.
Sorry, yeah,
Okay.
Monica.
There we go.
I mean, I could still roll that insight check for the fun, just to know if I'd catch it or not.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
It's like, you gotta lie well.
You're wasting all your good rolls.
I know.
Baz is very clearly being coy with you.
I have a
Okay.
question. Okay.
Very clearly being coy with you.
Okay. So, Monica, you got this.
Yeah. What about it?
Nothing. So, nothing at all. Well done.
As long as you don't ask how I got it.
I have no intention.
I would, if you don't
You
want
would,
someone
though.
to ask, I would, in the future, maybe not tell them not to ask.
Yes,
the
that.
sass
We went
coming
there.
from Herbert.
We went there for clues
I have
and
no
we
problem
found
with
them.
your connections. I'm
Excellent.
just saying, if you want to be secretive, be secretive.
Nah,
The
I'm
man,
just
knows,
bored.
the man knows secrets. Okay, so what do we do with this information? Are there any?
Use it.
What did it say? It says funerals and there are some shops that sell them.
Yeah,
Funerals, hospitals, deliveries,
florist
all
shops.
recent.
Yeah, florist shops in the high town. Wedding planners, funeral directors.
The most
Okay.
recent one seems to be at the hospitals and stuff.
RJ, can we get a an address for this for the name that you got today? Is that possible?
Weren't we?
Okay.
I'm sorry. What?
Could we get an address?
for
The location
Glenda Murphy.
for Glenda Murphy.
Oh, yes. I did not get a personal invitation, but I told everyone about it in the group. One thing I wanted to mention before I forgot it and we moved on. Do we have access to any mages that might be able to, I don't know, conjure up the broken pages that are in the book?
Or like a mend
Or
spell.
repair, or at
Unfortunately,
least
with
repair them?
mending, it would repair the book, but not the ink.
Okay. So but we could at least get the pages back, or would they just be blank?
They would be blank.
Damn. Okay.
Maybe we
Couldn't
should
you use?
look into the florists as well in the morning then to see if they've had any purchases.
Another
you know how
question:
many
do we
lilies were
know
bought?
the new guy's name? The man that the mother was dating now. Do we know his name? And can we find out? as-
No,
Yeah.
Herbert specified that
still
any
don't know.
mention of him in the book has either been smudged out or torn out.
And
Okay.
anytime that the daughter was talking about this man, she was like, "Yeah, my mom won't tell me his name."
Right.
Okay.
Couldn't you
but-
technically mend the smudge to go back to where it was?
It would take the ink from the book.
It was properly
nah.
vandalized.
Okay, so we wait, we rest till tomorrow, and then I guess we follow up some of these things. The head of the widow's group,
Okay.
Mhm.
and maybe like the florists to see if we can get a name of. I assume they have receipts, right? They must have like a ledger or something that they write in.
They
Yep,
must.
they would have a ledger.
Is that is something that they do have? They don't just give people flowers with no information, right?
Yeah.
Time to use our auditing powers, Bubble.
All right. Is everyone
Yeah,
heading to the
I
respective
just
homes for
noticed-
the nights, or is there anywhere that
I
you
just
wanted
noticed.
to?
I'm actually going to instead of going back to my place, I'm actually going to hang out in the trees to see if anybody comes around that one spot where that painting was done.
Okay.
I like
Are
it.
you gonna stay up all night?
Maybe not stay up because I have gloves and he can always wake me up. But I'm definitely going to position ourselves where we can at least see that area.
Okay.
Maybe like hiding in like a tree or in a bush or something.
In the mound of desecrated lilies you left behind.
just go back. Just go back,
Just a
and I'm like,
lily on your head, like the
I'm like-
plant.
I just
Come
put down
on.
clubs, and I'm
You
like,
use his
I'm like,
stealth becomes the lily.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
I'm like, watch out for
Our
the
goblin
elf, and I just start digging again.
Our goblin harvest is doing great this season.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else doing anything unique tonight, or is it finishing the day?
I'm going to go to my bunk that I rent out occasionally
Okay.
at the tower.
You're probably pulling a near, like a very late night, but still getting 8 hours of sleep at the tower.
Yes.
Then.
Herbert will do.
Okay.
I'll do whatever's required to like get us an address for
An address?
Glenda.
Okay.
Glenda Murphy.
I'm gonna.
The best thing that Herbert could probably do right now is probably get some of the night crew on it so that Herbert can still go to bed and not be
Right.
exhausted for tomorrow.
That's what I meant. Is like whatever avenues I need to take to be like to what's the word? Allocate? No. that's not right.
Delegate.
Delegate that information. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, delegate that responsibility.
I'll
And
have
as
my
always-
customary 4 hours sleep,
Yeah, you only need 4 hours, so you're gonna be
and then I'll just kind of walk around the ramparts for a bit, I suppose.
okay.
Well, if
Thinking.
my power cuts out, don't be surprised.
Oh, you getting a storm?
Yes, a mighty.
Ooh.
I'm having some internet hiccups myself, so if I disconnect,
Fun.
just fair warning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just if they do, just put the character sheets in their place so we can see them.
And Baz, you're heading home. Are you still doing your night of playing and feeding the children, or are you just gonna feed the children?
We're gonna play and we're gonna feed the children, but I'm gonna pick up the good bread and the good meat tonight.
The good
Oh.
bread and the good
Yeah.
meats. Ooh, you managed to catch
Yeah.
the Blooming Rose Cafe before she closes. So it's not stale bread, but it is bread that was made earlier in the day.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's fine. All right.
Dropping off at Noodles before I go to bed.
Yeah, those who drop off at Noddles Noodles. It's kind of weird because Monica shows up before Herbert, and then just the two of them kind of sit at opposite ends of the restaurant staring at each other whilst eating their noodles.
Just ignoring each
Hey
other.
Herbert, you come here too?
I do every day.
Best place.
Incredible noodles.
As always, Calorie is being very motherly towards you, Herbert, and trying to make sure that you're getting enough to eat.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
also definitely very flustered by like having someone I know in Noodles Noodles. Like this is my routine, and to like see someone else who I know here is like, oh god.
I can
Just like
definitely
averting
hear
your
it then.
gaze, like.
Yeah,
All right,
that's it.
that's it.
Yep.
That's it.
All right. Calorie would also give you a very similar treatment. Not as doting as she is for Herbert, but she'll also come over and make sure, like, if you needed any extra noodles for your broth or anything like that, she wants to make sure that you're also taken care of. Hi, DJ.
Yes. Always extra noodles.
Always
they
extra
can never
noodles.
go wrong.
Never go wrong. All right. You guys head off to bed for the evening, your respective nights, and most of you get a voice in your head around 3:30 in the morning.
Does she get the orc again? Tell me she gets the orc.
I bought the
Monica
orc again.
Monica
It
does
appears
get
to be an orc.
the orc
It's
again.
a disguise.
Because no one's formally introduced Monica to Liza yet. But yes, Liza informs you that there is a nether body that's turned up at around the east gate. So yesterday was the west gate. This time it's the east gate, and is requesting your assistance post haste.
Right. Okay.
Oh.
Same drill again then, guys.
All right.
Uh,
Is it
okay.
raining again today, or is it at least clear in that regard?
It is clearer today.
Thank you, Liza.
Nice.
Excellent.
Excellent. Be there.
So
Be their
Monica is gonna be a little bit more aggressive today because Monica didn't get extra coffee last night because they forgot.
Okay.
Nice.
Um,
The whole thing. Are we all there, or is there any like story that we need leading up there? Can we just be there?
sorry, I'm just switching music over right now. I don't have anything. It's not rainy. I didn't properly plan this.
I will just have the rainy music. That's okay.
Rainy music's fine.
Yeah,
Roll
rainy
for
music's
grump.
Yeah, I kind of just holler at the orc coming at me because I don't have my coffee.
It's like leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
I don't have my coffee. What do you
But
want?
the orc is dressed up like an elf with a red beard. He's like, oh, I'm the
Badly disguised orc.
All right.
Look
So,
at me.
yeah, you get the same orc. You guys again make your way to this new crime scene. Arriving in a similar fashion you guys did yesterday, of Monica being the last one and Tyrandil probably being the first one, followed by Age, because Age and Tyrandil have both slept at the guards tower.
Probably
Actually,
met up and like.
yeah, you guys
went
probably
up.
took like a cab here, a taxi here.
Okay. Can I take the preliminary search around this time
Yeah, go
and
for
just
it.
generally
By all means.
inspect the body?
You're gonna inspect the body itself.
I'm going to look at it. I don't want to touch it.
Okay.
I just want to look at it.
Same as yesterday, you guys are led just beyond the gates of Emerilla, and to the right of the road is a nether white cloth covering a humanoid figure.
I
Can
take
we
the
see
cloth
through
off.
or do we have to?
Monica, you're the last to show up.
I know.
I'm gonna say Herbert and Baz are probably there as well, along with Gookie.
When I get
We-
there, I'm gonna check the crowd and see, like, even though it's early morning, see if like any of my kids are there, or maybe even any of my kids' parents that I would recognize from like dropping them off in the evening.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say a familiar set of red scales peeking out from an alleyway catches your eye.
I go over and chat with her.
She's kind of like huddled up behind a broken barrel, and she looks up. She kind of like perks up when she sees Baz. What's going on?
I ask her if she saw the pony again today, or the big horse.
I didn't see, but I heard the clop, 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 and I thought it might help you if I saw, but I didn't see.
Well, you did pretty good anyways. Thank you. Thank you for trying to catch him for me.
I'm just trying to be a good knight.
Thank you. My children.
Emotional moment.
It's just my children.
Can I use my detect magic again?
Yeah. Again, very strong necromancy. I assume
Same
Herbert,
as
the
before.
medical expert. That's probably when Monica starts showing up as well. I imagine Herbert, the medical expert, is going to reveal the
Take a
body
look,
once more. As you pull back the cloth, this time, there you go. Yeah. So one thing you guys notice from the cloth this time is that even though it's humanoid shape, it's a little lumpier on the lower half. And as you pull back the cloth, you notice that this old human woman with shortish silver hair has both of her arms. But as you continue pulling the cloth back, emerging out from under the white cotton dress that she was also dressed in is Lily's, where her legs would be.
Really hope this isn't Glenda Murphy.
The pelvic
God.
bone is intact if you lift the dress. The pelvic bone is intact, and much with a similar surgical precision that the arms were removed from Eleanor, the legs are removed from the socket.
What are they wearing?
Same precision.
They're wearing the same cotton dress that Eleanor was wearing.
Shit.
And again, bereft of all jewelry and all trinkets.
Would I know if there's any like necromantic magic that requires body parts?
Roll a Arcana check.
Oh God.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give you advantage.
Guidance.
So
I'll take the guidance to.
yeah, roll Arcana twice, take the highest, and then add a d4.
I'll just press advantage.
Oh, there you go.
And add a D. Oh,
Add a
and add a
D4.
D4.
Yep.
How do I do that? Slash roll.
You can do that.
Slash roll space 1d4.
D4.
Woo!
Oh.
Nice.
23.
Total of 23. Given your history with undead, and this is why I gave you advantage, you know that people have been able to stitch together parts of bodies and then animate that corpse as a thrall of sorts.
Like a flesh golem.
You know, my brain is now working in overdrive, and I just keep thinking of this widows group bringing back their dead husbands.
Then why would they take
Oh.
ladies?
Yeah.
I don't know. People got weird tastes.
Oh,
True.
okay.
I
I'll decide. I'll tell the group about this knowledge that I have. I won't keep it to myself. I don't think.
Is the necromantic aura on this? I mean, do I recognize? Like, is this a gentle repose spell as well? Has the body decomposed at all?
Yeah, the body looks very pristine.
Okay.
Gookie,
Yes.
you hear in the distance a caw.
Oh, it's your buddy.
Yeah.
Looking over,
gonna-
you see on a kind of a broken-ish barrel a crow just bobbing its head up and down it again, and then cawing, and then with mimicry going, "Snacks!"
Your name is now Snack. And I'm going to go over and I'm going to produce some mushrooms or some meats or something that I've collected up.
Ooh, the
And,
meats. You see a sparkle in that crow's eyes, and it quickly goes for the pocket salami. I mean, for the
Salami.
for the
Ah,
meats that you produced from your pocket.
Uh-uh. That's a big no.
I'm gonna sit there petting the bird and
Okay.
speak with animals and
Oh.
see if I
Oh.
can't.
What has
Oh, yeah.
happened?
I think we might have lost Monica.
The criminal's making an escape.
Oh,
That's Monica's internet. There we go.
oh okay. Whew. There we
hi,
go.
you're back.
Monica's back.
There you
So yes, the bird is sitting on your arm and very eagerly going after the meats that you've produced from your pocket.
And I'm going to ask him I'm gonna first off ask him if he remembers me.
He looks up and he nods. Snacks.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna say I'm looking for a black horse. Have you seen one? Real big creature, same color as you, not quite like you.
He gives like a sharp bobbing nod as crows do.
Could you And I kind of look around to see if anybody's near me. Could you take me to him tonight? And if you do that, I will make sure you get as much food as you could possibly handle.
The eyes go wide again, and the bird immediately takes off.
I'm gonna on all fours, Gollum style, just start
Yes.
chasing off after this bird.
I'm gonna get you to roll a perception to see if you can catch up with him, because he's used to taking to the skies, and he probably didn't imagine that you wouldn't follow him in a similar fashion. He's
But-
ignoring roads and flying over buildings.
Can we just see him running off? It's just like Gookie.
Gookie.
said
Where you
for-
going?
Herbert, Tyrandil, and Monica would have definitely noticed Gookie fucking skittering off on all fours.
Like, do we chase him? Do we go after him?
Oh wow.
You know
Uh,
what? I'll go. I can chase him if I've noticed.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
Gookie, as the bird takes off over a tall building, and you run through the alleyway to try to see if you can find it on the other end, you look up to the night sky, and trying to spot a black bird on a black sky
Yeah.
is a little difficult, and the bird is unfortunately gone.
Even with dark vision, that'd be pretty rough.
Yeah. Back to the body. Did anyone have any questions? Did anyone want to inspect anything else?
I want to see if I know them.
Oh, roll me a history check.
Guidance.
Well, make it
Boom.
high. Ah, it's just good.
Ooh. Baz, How could anybody not notice that this is Marjorie Okomie, a famed dancer?
Painter.
I
Marjorie.
tell the group about this dance woman.
She a widow?
Coin, as in like currency.
Aucoin.
I'm sorry, that went straight over my head. Can you say that again?
A U
Yeah.
C O-I-N.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm starting to put a little
Buddy
bit
with lilies
together.
in a campaign called White Lily Murder. Bert!
No, I think I figured out a decent part of this. Arms for the painter because she uses arms. Legs for the dancer because that's her main form. Someone's gonna get their head cut off because they're a singer.
Or a performer? Sure.
That's very clever.
So yes, Baz, you would know what that role, that Marjorie Okomie in her prime was a predominant face in the performing arts scene. However, she is older now, and she's no longer the elegant Marjorie that she once was. She's actually now an instructor at a dance academy. Or at least she was.
Yes.
Would I know which is like? Is there more than one academy in the town? Would I know which academy?
You would know it's the one called Elegant Marjorie because
Okay.
the woman could not let that part of her past die, and she opened a dance academy and named it after her performance name.
Do we go there? I mean, someone should at least break the news, I suppose.
Yeah,
It is
to our
about
employees.
4 o'clock in the morning, so it might be closed at this time.
Oh.
I am gonna.
Well, in that case, breakfast first it is then.
Woo! I'm gonna morph into her real quick, just so I get an idea of the body and then switch back.
Just
Okay.
in front of everybody standing there.
Yeah.
All right. Baz transforms themselves into Marjorie and can't help but add a few embellishments once more. Prestidigitation, kind of like spiffing up the hair and maybe applying some more makeup through their disguised self, looking more and more like a high town lady than the corpse you see on the grass before you.
I wonder.
Good on you, Baz.
So if we pursue the train of thought that I had earlier, and someone's about to lose their head of sorts, what sort of performing art would be related to the body? Because I'm assuming based on like the flesh golem idea or the thrall, someone's trying to make someone that's like the pinnacle of all the arts, right?
Okay, so you're thinking singer at least.
Or
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah.
A minstrel, perhaps.
Someone that, attribute each limb to like a performing art, and what do you get? Like just off the top of your guys' heads, what do you get? Actor, singer.
A
Athlete.
minstrel, a bard, almost.
I would do that for it.
Gookie
Musician.
comes back just like disheveled and kind of sad that he lost Snacks, his bird friend, and all he hears is Bard.
Bard.
I fucking knew it!
It's like, no, chill, Gookie, chill. It's okay. It's not a bard.
It's not Keith. It's not Keith.
Just
Or
relax.
is
relax.
it?
Well, I don't know. It could be Keith, but
It could be Keith.
Oh, I'm tomorrow morning. This morning. I'm gonna go.
Go
fucking
straight to
looking
Keith's
for him.
house.
yeah, just,
I don't know where he
do it.
lives, but I'll
I'ma find him.
find him.
We're
Never
thinking
very-
like some form of singer, bard, minstrel. I don't, because that, like I agree with you that it's performing arts, but I don't think maybe someone of good intelligence is completely out the window. But performing arts does make more sense.
So
This
Or-
happened on a shift change
Or
or
what if it?
Yeah, this
what
did
if
happen
instead
during
of
a
being
shift change.
What if instead of being performing art, what if it's like a very intelligent person, like a genius or a teacher, somebody who our monk would probably know from their school?
Sure.
Like,
So, I have an idea, and it's up to Oko to allow this.
Okay.
So if I summon Beast, which is technically my wolf creature, could I technically use the beast to like sniff the body to see if there's any kind of tracks?
Make a
I'm gonna
K-pop.
double check the parameters for that. Summon.
I mean, the druid could just. Druid, couldn't you just
the
turn
the
into it?
druids could also just transform into animals.
Yeah.
So, this also means that we might not have until Sunday to see all the people with the group.
Unfortunately, your creature that you summon, it's more of a
Spirit.
yeah, it's more of a spirit. It's more of an imagining of a creature, and it doesn't gain all of the
So I would have to
innate-
personally transform.
yeah, or Gookie.
Well, we still have the location now of Glenda Murphy. We could go speak to Glenda from the previous murder.
Yeah, but
Oh.
it's not open yet, right?
Do I
Well,
happen
no,
to
I
know
just
if
mean tomorrow
the
morning,
dancer lady
tomorrow.
was a widow?
The dancer lady, though she had many who longed to be her suitor, never really married anybody
Okay.
Okay.
that you know of.
So it's not just people. It's not just people that are
Widowed.
widows.
Yeah.
Then.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we were pursuing all avenues that we had at the time. This helps
Yeah.
narrow it down a little bit.
It does.
And opens things up a little bit.
So with yeah. Okay. So
Are-
we're thinking possibly.
Retired performers. Like,
Whoa,
are there
was
any...
the other one a retired artist?
No, she was a hobbyist. She did art
Hobbyist.
as a hobby.
Hobbyist. Okay.
Yeah.
But both female.
Basically,
Both
they were
female-
both famous.
Both
Both
elderly.
Both passionate about their respective crafts. That's why I said
Herbert, can you roll a medicine for me?
Guidance.
You get
Just
an
a
additional
few
D4.
guidance.
Yeah,
How much guidance do you have?
it's a
It's
cantrip.
infinite.
It's a cantrip.
I can use it as much as I want.
Yep.
So long
Oh,
as you
that's a
stake
nat one.
guidance before the roll is done, you're good.
I
That-
rolled a
Oh,
natural one.
That is a nat one. It's the only thread that you can really call between this victim and the other is that they were both old, female, and human,
and dead.
and well, dead, I guess.
It's like, yeah, they're both dead, guys.
Hey,
Okay.
I'll roll medicine on this.
well,
I got off my character, dang it.
many who long to be her partner. Maybe there's a
with-
certain tall, well-dressed
with
man with
guidance.
robes. Come
Maybe.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Oh,
I
that's
realized that I didn't tell everyone else that the horse was also here as well.
Yes.
From
The
last
horse was here.
That's good.
Okay.
With your 23, you notice that they are similar build and height, similar skin tones. Their hair length is different, but they also appear to be close in age.
I do get the idea that maybe someone's trying to build their perfect woman.
This is a little
Right.
creepy.
Out of old
It's
people,
certainly creepy. Yes, I
Maybe
mean, if
they're
they're an
old.
older man at a widow's
Maybe
group
they're
who
not.
want to
Maybe
make
that's
their
just what they
perfect
like.
woman. True.
Yeah. No kink shaming.
but yeah,
Maybe he's just into them silver ladies.
they're all
Okay.
basically the same build, guys. Apparently.
I still think seeing Gwendolyn, is that her name? Gwendolyn?
Glenda.
Glenda. I still think seeing Glenda, when we can is a great
Perfect.
idea.
Well, I mean, she's our problem. I mean, right now, our only direct link to who this man might be.
Well, and
Possible link.
anyone
He
from the
might not
dance
even
school
be-
may know if
Now,
Why
when
don't
is
you
the
of us-
school open?
yeah, like it's not open now, but I think we
Why
should
don't-
still go and check because they may also know.
Right.
But
Why
for
don't
now,
we finish the sleep
breakfast.
and then go split up and have some of us go to Glenda and some of us go to the dance school.
Sounds good.
Maybe it's
So what time do these places open?
The question: who are we splitting with before we go to bed?
Yeah, you guys
So we know direction.
determine your groups now.
Oh yeah, that's a really good idea.
I'm also gonna tell. So gonna talk about the bird. And
Oh.
the fact that he might have seen the horse and be on the lookout for a bird. Saying snack.
Be on the lookout for a crow.
Saying snack. Yeah.
Who says snacks?
Okay,
Yeah.
a crow named
That's
Snacks. Okay.
Pretty specific. So if I hear
Yeah,
him.
So,
that's
Herbert-
right on it.
Okay, you want to go to the dance school tomorrow then?
yeah. That's probably better.
I'll take Glenda.
Okay.
I'll Arge can keep an eye on Monica.
So
There you
Age and Monica are going to the dance school. Tyrandel's gonna go to Glenda. Baz, Herbert, Gookie,
I'll go with Ty.
Ty?
I'm. Part of me wants to go to the guard tower because I can try and find.
Oh, this is gonna
Keith,
be like
because-
after you guys like
Okay.
when the
When we
sun's out
reconvene.
is when you're gonna be pursuing
Yeah,
these leads.
we've got some more resting time yet.
Yeah. I guess I'll go with Ty.
Ty?
Split
Okay.
up the druid.
Okay.
All right, so that means Age, Monica, and
Criminals.
Herbert. Are you guys gonna be going to the dance school?
I was going to go to Glenda's.
Glenda's? Oh, okay.
So it's 4 and 2.
Yeah, 4 and 2. All
Two's
right.
good.
You guys either go back to your respective homes to try to catch up on a little bit more sleep, or you go back to the guard tower to start deliberating quickly and instantly over the crime scene. But eventually morning comes around, and it's actually gearing up to be a decent day. Clouds in the sky, but it's not raining.
What time does Clarity open?
Clarity would open at around 7 in the morning.
Cool. I'll be there at 6:50 waiting at the door.
Sounds good.
Noodles opens all the time.
Yeah, it's open 24/7.
Why that?
Get a
So-
breakfast noodle.
breakfast noodle. It has eggs and breakfast sausage on it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
so-
That sounds really good.
That actually sounds
I've done
great.
that. I've done something very similar to that. Yeah.
Well, that's the plan
Uh,
tomorrow.
Who's
We
all
didn't-
going to Clarity?
I'm going to
I mean,
sleep in
it's-
a bit this morning.
It's got some expense, but I know what I'm buying.
What are you gonna buy?
His
The charisma meal.
Charisma
because
again?
because I'm charisma light as this character.
Yeah, Eagle's splendid nest for you.
Yeah, lovely.
Sam's gone AFK. Baz, do you go
Wait,
back
I'll
to
drink.
Clarity
Just
this
gonna get a
morning?
nice drink as well.
A nice
No, I'm
drink.
Nice
gonna
drink.
go to the Blooming Petal.
Okay. The Blooming Rose. Okay.
Yes.
The coffee that you get to accompany your sugary breakfast is very rich and well roasted. It's almost
love
thick
good
enough to
coffee.
stand a spoon in.
Man, I love a good
Or
coffee.
strong enough, stiff enough to stand a spoon in. That's what it is.
Stiff enough
Can,
to
can
hold
I
straight up.
technically stop at both? One for my coffee, one for my meal.
I mean, you can if you wanted. Are you going
one-
to Noddles Noodles for your meal and then Clarity
Yeah,
for
and
a
then I'm-
drink?
Yeah.
Are you
Like, one of
ordering?
them's open all the time, so you totally got time for it.
True. Are you ordering off of the regular menu, or are you ordering one of the 2 drinks from the secret menu?
Ooh, what 2 drinks?
So the secret
Don't
menu.
tell him. Don't tell him.
You probably see Tyrandel there if you're there as soon as it opens. So the secret menu, you have the Fox Mint Tea, or the Fox Mint Tea, which is advantage on intelligence checks, and you have the Night Owl's Espresso, which is advantage on wisdom checks. But these do cost 20 gold a hit.
Let's go with intelligence, because I'm big dumb.
Okay, Fox Mint Tea. What's brought to you is a very beautifully well-crafted cup with a gold handle coming off of the side, and illustrated along the side of the cup is the image of a red fox running along a field, and floating in the amber color tea presented to you is a few mint leaves.
I almost want to sleight of hand and try to steal the cup.
I mean, if you want
I'm
to,
gonna
you gotta
pretend
roll
I
sleight of
don't-
hand.
I'll pretend I don't see them come in, and I'm just gonna stare into the coffee.
Is that what you're getting? Oh no, you got the Eagle Splendid Nest and then just a regular coffee.
Yeah, and just a regular coffee, but it's great coffee, and I'm just gonna stare into the cup and
Okay.
not even see them come
No,
in.
just not notice Monica.
Yeah, so let's see if I get kicked out.
'Kay.
With the usual.
Oh no.
A blonde elvish man who's been serving you so far today comes over and just as you're kind of polishing off the glass and trying to shove the cup in your satchel, you fumble a little bit as you try to hastily and stealthily shove the glass into your satchel, and it catches the lip of the satchel, knocking it out of your hand. And with quickness and grace, the elven server ducks down and cradles the cup before it touches the emerald tiled floor, and he lifts it back up and he goes, "You've dropped this."
I did. I'm sorry. Little flimsy today.
If you wish to purchase it, it's 5 gold pieces. And
I'm
he
buying it.
puts it back on your table. Alright, so that means your total is 25 at Clarity Cafe.
Was totally worth it.
Totally worth it. Oh my goodness.
Everyone needs their own cup for their desk.
Yep. I mean,
Oh, it's
Monica
not for
still
my
has to
desk, that's
decorate her
staying at
desk.
home.
Ah,
Just
home
gotta leave it at home.
Perfect. Alright, now, what is everyone else doing in the morning?
I'm going to
going
meet them at the tower, but just before we go to Glenda's.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still looking for Keith's address because I am almost certain that it
You're
is him.
certain it's a bard.
Unfortunately, you do get kind of shooed out of the archives at one point when Tyrandel makes note to the people who oversee the archives, saying that Keith is probably not part of this, and the group at this point, or the tower at this point, is probably used to you trying to get Keith's address because you're convinced that he's the one who's done everything wrong to you in your life. So as soon as they hear mention of Keith under your breath, they're just like, Gookie, no. Gookie, leave. Don't make me get bull.
So, speaking of the whole decorating of the desk thing, I picked up some things from the home, and it is almost like an astrologist type desk now, with like card readings, a nice little astrolabe, and all that.
Okay.
And everyone was probably looking at me like, "You have a normal thing?"
Alright, everyone convening at the guard's tower, either before or after breakfasts. And you guys get ready to head off to your respective assigned tasks for the day. What group was Age with again?
Me?
Yeah,
Age was with the 2.
And going to the dancing school?
Yeah.
So that means, while Age is AFK, we're gonna start off with those going to Glenda Murphy's.
Well, my medicine's kicking off.
Kicking off?
Yeah, like it's going away. I'm starting
Or
to cough
Glenda
more.
Murray?
Oh, I see. Is it an estate or is it just a home?
So,
Where are we?
Glenda... Glenda's actually... One second. Just reading this stuff here. Glenda's actually, her address is in Midtown.
Town?
Yeah, Midtown, the middle ring, the middle class district.
Ring. Sure.
Peasant.
Ah! Says the man living in a barracks.
I come from a noble family.
Lives in a barracks.
Lives in the barracks with 3 other dudes.
How
So yeah.
do you think the family saved the money being cheap?
So the
Not from the
address
front door.
actually brings you guys to a storefront called Sterling Elegance. It seems to be a jewelry shop. And above the storefront itself is another floor, and you guys suspect that she probably lives in the loft, or not the loft, but she lives in the apartment above the shop.
Should we
Go into the store. Yeah.
As you guys come to the address and you go to open the door, you notice there's no lights on in the shop.
I creepily pressed my face against the glass like I did last time.
Okay.
And see if I could see anything.
Okay. Roll me
Are we
perception.
gonna break a window and get me in there again?
Well, hold on about that. Roll a what, sorry?
Roll a perception.
Roll a perception.
17.
I was hoping he rolled a 1. Breaks the glass with
Just
his
falls
forehead.
straight through the glass.
You're killing it with rolls today, though.
Yeah.
Stick it
Yeah,
into
no,
the-
Bubbles getting the beginner's luck here, man.
Yeah.
So you press your face against the glass and you cup your hands around your eyes there to try to get exactly that. Is try to get as much focus on the inside as you can. And you don't really see anybody moving around in there. It seems to have various glass display cases filled with loads of jewelry, but you don't really see anybody moving around inside.
Stairs. Is there any light upstairs?
You don't see any light shining through the windows upstairs. Granted, it is daytime, and people might not be using lights in their residential homes.
We just try the door before we punch the window out this time.
Is there like a bell or something we can ring?
There is a bell that you can try.
Oh, Good idea. Good, smart. Let's press the bell.
As you guys press the bell, you hear a melody inside, which unfortunately goes unanswered.
Hmm.
You guys try the door, and the door is locked. And as I'm imagining, Tyrandil jiggles the handle, or Gookie jiggles the handle. You
Oh
said
no,
that-
I'm saying like, are we punching the window?
let's-
Because
You know what
Just
time
punch
it
it.
is.
Well, hold on.
As Tyrandil tries the door and notices that it's locked, and maybe gets a little more aggressive with it, you hear somebody clear their voice behind you.
Who is it?
Looking behind you, you see a tall and broad-built human gentleman with auburn, ruddy hair, freckles across his skin, and kind of like a sun-stained complexion. And he raises a brow at you all, and in his hand is a ring of keys. Can I
Don't
help
be
you a lot?
suspicious. Don't
Be suspicious.
Yes. We are investigating a. Actually, can you just let us in? We're from the guard, and I hold up the identification thing.
Are you picking up an order?
We're looking for Glenda
No.
Murray.
Yes, we need to see Glenda Murphy if she's around.
You're looking for my mom?
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah.
sorry. What was your name?
My name's Aaron.
Aaron Murphy.
From accounting.
Yes. In which case, we're looking for your mum.
Oh, well, good luck. And he kind of pushes past you and unlocks the door.
What does that mean?
Apparently the shop hasn't been open for a few days now. So I've just come to kind of check on her.
Can we come inside?
I mean, if you're the law, I guess I can't really say no. And he gives an awkward laugh.
I am the law.
I mean, technically you could, but
You don't have a warrant.
I'd just go and get a warrant and come in anyway. But this is nicer.
Yeah,
We'll
he's
just throw the goblin into the top window. It'll be fine.
he pushes the door open and walks inside. He just kind of like leaves it open for you all as he puts the keys down on the counter and starts kind of doing some general maintenance. You see him walking about the store as if he's probably opened the store once or twice. Inside,
Like
you
everybody
guys,
else walk in first.
immediately to the left as soon as you walk in, there is a long glass counter, and inside you see various pieces of beautifully crafted jewelry. Different metals, designs, and gems all laced throughout them. On the left-hand side, you see floor-to-ceiling glass display cases, again with various displays and more lavish jewelry. It's kind of a small shop, as most places are in Midtown, and in the far back wall behind the counter, because the counter goes from one wall to the other, you see a door that you suspect will either lead to a workshop and or upstairs.
I'm glad we didn't bring Monica here.
Yeah, me too.
I
Meanwhile,
sneeze after
I'm just
someone's
like
talking.
my face is just pressed against the glass as I'm just like, oh.
I like try to
That
drag
one looks like
Gookie
an
away a
apple.
little bit.
As you grab Gookie's hand and try to drag him a little bit, you just hear like the teeth just clattering against the glass as his like lips roll and flub over the glass,
Oh.
leaving a streak of saliva.
Like I kind of think Badge should deliver the news as the
news?
talker.
The
Well, we don't
news.
really have
Oh
any news about this person.
no, we don't have any news. Marvelous.
No.
We're in the right place for this.
Yeah.
We got the easy end. Why are we here?
Because-
This is
because-
the woman that's running the widow.
Yeah, this is the woman running the
Right,
widow's
yeah,
group.
Widow Society. Yeah.
Has your mum been seeing anyone recently?
It's a bit
No, she's been seeing a group of people. She organizes this group weekly, for widows.
Right.
I'm assuming your mother is a widow then.
Yeah.
Does-
He's a very simple man.
Good. We'll get on great.
Do you mind if we have a look upstairs?
I mean,
I mean, you can come too, obviously.
maybe I should like go up first just to make sure she's not like exposed or anything up there. We can try knocking.
I'll
I mean-
I'll make my face look like a little more feminine than normal. I'll be like, you mind if I come to you? Just make sure you like there's nothing else happening up there.
I mean, we could just
Roll. Sorry.
say, do we think he's lying?
I mean, yeah.
Well, no,
Like-
no.
Bubble
well, like,
can roll
gotta
an
be suspicious
insight,
about everyone.
and Baz roll a persuasion.
I'm being insightful, right?
You're being charismatic,
Oh,
which
God,
unfortunately
what
does
if
not get you. Sorry. Blah. You are being insightful, not charismatic. That's what
I
I
am
meant.
being insightful. Okay.
Yeah, you're rolling insight.
It's only a 13.
Nice
Not bad.
you got there.
Not bad.
That's it, bro.
You believe Aaron. You don't think Aaron's lying to you. This is probably an odd occurrence for him, and he's just not very social, and he doesn't really know how to respond. Baz, you get a little bit of a long stare until he just shrugs his shoulders and just kind of like gestures casually for you to follow as he goes behind the counter and opens the door.
We'll follow upstairs.
I'll stay downstairs.
Sure. Sorry,
So
I'm just reading
I can
things
look
right
around
now.
while I'm down here and he's wandering off upstairs.
Yeah, feel free to roll me some investigations while people go upstairs.
Is there a back
How many
of
some?
like the store?
Once
back
that
area?
door is opened, you guys notice immediately that on the left there is a very narrow stairway that goes kind of steeply upstairs, and then if you push beyond that, there is a back room which you imagine would have been her workshop.
I want to go and check out the workshop.
Okay. If I can get Tyrandil and Gookie to roll me investigation, and Herbert and Baz are following Aaron upstairs. As Aaron kind of like leans his head down to make his way upstairs, he's a very tall and broad man. He gets to the top of the stairs where another door meets you, and he gives a firm knock. After a few moments of silence, he gives another knock.
Appreciate the double
And
knock method.
eventually he tries the handle, and the door is unlocked, and he lets himself in. You guys are welcomed to a modest home, kind of chaos everywhere. There's books, some books are left open on the table, there's some dishes left in the sink, there's bits of jewelry, metals, and gems left on a dinner table. You imagine she did more work there than she actually ate, despite having the workshop downstairs.
Okay. I didn't roll good on my investigation of looking
Yeah,
around.
neither did
you did better than Gookie. Were you looking around the
Yeah.
front of the store or the back of the store?
Yeah, they all
Bubble?
walked off, and I just want to look around the front area for anything that might be of note.
Okay. You're looking around and you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary. It's a lot of jewelry, and unfortunately this is not a realm that you are familiar with. You're not a very lavish man yourself. You don't really adorn or dress yourself in fancy trinkets.
Dang, if only we had a dwarf.
If only there was a dwarf who was very well versed with metals and metalwork. You go behind the counter.
There is one.
The cash still seems to be there. Her safe seems to be intact. There's a ledger that still seems to be there and intact.
Ledger.
Can I look in the ledger?
Yeah, you can look in the ledger.
Okay. I don't know why I'm looking in the ledger. It just felt like something I should do. So I was gonna skim through the pages, see if anybody that we have any information or made any purchases here.
It is a long list of names, and unfortunately,
Okay,
none of them are really.
Last like 2 days.
Last 2 days. Unfortunately, there's no real names that are standing out to you. If you want to roll me another investigation check.
Okay, that's the wrong button. Okay. Okay, investigation. Oh, that's better.
Ooh. One thing does catch your eye. There is a custom order for a ring with lilies. With metal crafted lilies.
Is there a name next to it?
There is a name. There is
or
a
an
name.
address or anything? Or a name?
Orin Tarrell.
Rin.
Gookie, unfortunately, you were lost with the massive amounts of shinies in the workshop.
Yep.
You grab a few in your goblin-y mitts and you sit down in the middle of the floor and you start going over them with Glubs. And then you suddenly decide that Glubs would look amazing with a ring as a crown because his head's so small and cute and this ring's just tiny enough. And you put it on his little head and you start addressing him as Sir Esquire Glubs.
Sir
Esquire
Slimy Gloves Esquire.
There you go, Sir Slimy Glubs Esquire. Upstairs crew, what do you do?
When I walk in, I go, "Is this normal for your mom?" Like gesturing to like the stuff everywhere.
Yeah, she's a sporadic mind. When she gets an idea, she's got to sit down and do it.
Do I see any evidence that there's been someone else here? Like 2 glasses of wine, 2 plates, a table, or something left unfinished?
There are various dishes and various crafts left unfinished. It's not as clear cut as Eleanor's place was, and it's nowhere near as cleaned. In fact, you're a little, not skeeved, but you're a little, how does somebody think like this? In all this clutter.
Is there anything in her room this time? Like a diary again, or...
She wasn't the type to keep a diary. If you want to do like a thorough investigation, I'd recommend rolling an investigation check, or if you wanted to spend hours here, so long as Erin doesn't have an issue.
So she's not in this apartment, right?
She's not here, no.
Like we just walked into. Okay.
Yeah. Erin's just kind of like hand on the back of his neck, just awkwardly standing there. Yeah, I started 27. Holy shit! Aaron just kind of like rubs the back of his neck there, and he's just like, yeah, some people were saying that Mom's shop hasn't been open in a few days, so I thought I'd come and check on her. She's not the type to just up and vanish. 27. Holy crap.
Plus 9 to, it's my expertise. Plus 9 to investigation.
Fucking hell. Alright, well.
I thought my plus 6 was high.
Don't monk shit.
You don't really don't monk shit, fuck. Yeah, nothing really. I mean, there are definitely things out of place, but not anything that would pique your investigative mind. This just looks to be more of the hovel of, or not a hovel, but the humble abode of a woman who doesn't really have the attention span to focus on one thing for a long amount of time.
Aaron, you said she's been missing for a few days, though.
Yeah, the shop hasn't been open for a few days. I've been busy with my daughter, so I haven't really had much time to come and check on her.
Okay. Interesting.
Does she have any friends that she might talk to more often than you?
Oh yeah, definitely that widows group. And when she's working here, she's got a few regulars that talk to her frequently.
Watch it be all four of the regulars, or the like two of them.
Say I can't ask because I'm rifling through the ledger at the front desk.
It's probably around this point where Ty spots the custom order for the lily ring.
Okay. Does it have like an address or anything like that?
It doesn't have an address, no. It just has a name and an amount that's been paid to the sum of 120 gold.
That's quite a nice price.
That's some money.
Okay. I'll go through the back and join up with the others then.
Okay, you make your way upstairs, and before you make the sharp turn to go up the stairs, you see Gookie sitting on the floor, surrounded by bits of metal and half-finished jewelry, whilst singing the praises of Glubs.
Lord Sir Slimy Glubs Esquire the Third, first of his name, last of his lineage. But I just kind of hold him up, and he's just kind of ordained, like ornamented with all these like different bits and baubles.
His throat sack
And I'm just like looking up at Ty, just like big goblin, big.
Is this just Gookie things? Is this like?
This is just Gookie things. However, with your passive perception and the fact that Gookie is very proudly presenting Glubs to you, you notice something on his head. A ring that looks to be woven of lilies.
Gookie, can you pass me that ring? The one on his head.
look,
His
Can you
crown.
pass me his crown.
I take it off and sorry, gloves. Sorry, Sir Slimy Gloves Esquire. Sorry.
I'll explain to Sir Gloves Esquire that I need to I need to borrow his crown because it might be relevant.
I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna,
Gloves gives
I'm
a
gonna look at-
slow blink to Gookie, and you get the sense that this will be tolerated.
I'm gonna look at Ty and be like, "Why are you talking to a frog? He's just a frog. What is wrong with you?
Me?
I can't understand
know.
you."
He might.
And he's gonna be like, "He's a weirdo."
Okay. I just like give the ring a looking over because it obviously didn't get to where it was going. Does it look like it's finished or?
It looks mostly done. It's probably missing a diamond embellishment or two. You see some empty sockets there. But it does look mostly done, and it seems to be small for a petite finger. Probably a slender, elegant lady finger.
Hey, this is good evidence. And then I'll take it upstairs to
Alright.
the guy. What's his,
Trying to balance
what's his
it on my
name?
head.
Onion? Aaron?
Aaron, yeah. You
Aaron.
guys hear creaking up the stairs a lithe set of footprints, because, you know, elves are rather lithe. And emerging from the doorway that goes back downstairs, you see Tyrandil, who seems to be looking at something in his hand.
Like, sorry, but can you
Aaron at
tell
this
me
point
how-
feels a little embarrassed by all the clutter and whatnot. He's starting to like try to like pick things up,
tidy it up?
bringing dishes over to the sink and things like that.
Oh, got that again.
I will ask Erin if he knows anything about her work and this ring in particular.
The amount of diamonds in it, I'd say it's probably an engagement ring of sorts.
Okay. Does anybody else want to look at it? I'll pass it to Herbert because he might know more than me about it.
Do we know when the order was placed?
The ledger would have put.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say we don't because I'm gonna pretend I didn't look in the ledger.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well,
But I'll let him.
Tyrandil will know that this order was probably placed within we'll call it the past 2 weeks, because you were flipping through, and that second investigation check was pretty decent. You caught the white lilies.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let him tell us that because I don't want him to think we were going through his stuff.
Oh well, Aaron wouldn't know, but Tyrandil does.
Okay, I'll tell you later.
Okay. All right.
I see it.
I suppose I could take a closer look at the ring, but I'm not. I could take a closer look at the ring.
Build a life workshop. Oh my god, chat.
Wow. Wow.
Gross.
All right. So does Herbert take the ring?
I'll take the ring. Yeah.
I just got back to chat. Oh god.
It's very well crafted and probably something that you could see being worn by a lady in the upper rings in high society.
There wasn't anything in the journal about engagement, though, was there?
In Eleanor's journal?
Right.
No.
Right. Okay. Could also have been for what's her name?
Yeah, I've got a
Marjorie?
name written down here somewhere. Marjorie,
Marjorie.
that's it.
A coin. But we still don't know what our counterparts have found out over there.
Yeah.
No. I guess we'll catch up with them. Unless anyone has any other questions, we won't waste any more of Aaron's time.
I don't. If your mother does return, please refer her to the tower.
Sure. Is there a name she should give the tower?
Yes.
Cookie.
CSI.
CSI.
The CSI team.
All right.
Then you do
We'll.
that thing where you put the
Crime
dark
scene
glasses
of the
on
crime.
and turn away.
All right. I'm gonna leave you guys, and I'm gonna go to dancing school team, which is Monica and Age. You guys make your way to the dancing school, which is located in Hightown. It opens to the public around 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's called what was it? I called it Elegant Marjorie. Was that it?
Yes.
Marjorie's
Yes,
Elegant Art.
There we go, Marjorie's Elegant Arts. I like that much more. And as soon as you walk in, you see this very crisp, clean, well-maintained studio. There's a desk as soon as you walk in, but as soon as you peer to your right, there is a large studio where you see some young women and men doing stretches and various ballet-esque dance moves. On your right, on the walls, there's large floor-to-ceiling posters of what Marjorie looked like back in the day. Basically, memorabilia, recreations of some of the posters from when she did perform. It's a young woman, but you could definitely see the semblance, the resemblance of the woman in this painting to the woman you found earlier this morning. Just, a lot younger in the posters.
Right.
As you guys enter, a young woman peeks her head up. She was clearly reading something behind the desk, and she looks up at all of you. She's got reddish hair tied tightly back in a bun, and she's also kind of wearing a tight-fitting leotard herself. And she looks up, seeing Monica, who is a strange sight to behold and not something common, and a dwarf? What would a dwarf do in a dance studio?
Dance.
Hey, I'm here to dance. What else?
Just want to dance.
I'd be
I
so
don't
good if
want
he was like
any
proficient in
romance.
performance or something and could just.
Oh
bust
my
it
god.
out.
Can we just
Right.
roll a performance check and give him a nat 20? That's the
Uh,
most beautiful swan dance ever.
I just backflip and land it perfectly.
I mean, if you
You know,
want to roll a
I do have-
performance.
I do have a 5 in athletics.
This sounds like a great idea. You should try.
Oh,
I'm not
God.
doing this. Not
All
when
right.
I'm wearing.
All right.
No. So the woman notices us. I'm
Yeah, the
going...
woman behind the desk just kind of like raises a brow. She looks to have some elven features, but her ears aren't quite pointed enough. You imagine that she's probably she probably had elven lineage up her family line.
Yep.
Can I help you?
Yes, we were looking for Miss
Marjorie.
yeah, we're looking for Miss Marjorie. I was wondering if you knew where she was at this time.
Well, I would like to say I know where she is, but she hasn't been making her appointments as of late.
How recently did these appointments stop?
Say about 2 weeks ago now.
I'm just gonna exchange glances with Monica, and I'm gonna be like, oh well, that timetable's a little funky.
Do you know of your last interaction with her on that day then?
Oh
Yes.
my, she was quite crotchety that day. You screaming at the girls, telling them they'll never amount to anything in the dancing world, stormed off.
Is this normal behavior? for her?
Sorry. Elegant Marjorie is a picture of perfection and grace, and she would not do such a thing. She says very sarcastically.
Hmm. So I'm assuming this was standard affairs at the studio here.
She gives a nod. I'm sorry, is there... Who are you and why are you so fixated on Marjorie?
We kind of found her dead body.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, what?
At this point, I'm gonna produce my badge and I'm gonna say we're here on investigation of murder.
The woman quickly stands up. Excuse me? You see that she's very shocked and aghast by the delivery of this news.
Understandably so, but I mean, I'm losing my charisma here.
You can try
I
to
don't
roll a
suppose-
persuasion. You don't have to say the words. You can just roll and say that you're trying to smooth things over.
I'm going to use one of my action dice or my
Guidance.
Sure, I'm gonna use commanding presence.
Commanding presence. Ooh.
All right, so let's see here. Persuasion. And that adds What is it? Hold on. What is
You can expend one superiority die and add the die to the ability
Okay.
check. So your superiority die, I think, are a
D8, right?
D8. Yeah. So roll a persuasion and add a D8, and I guess a D4 if Monica's guiding you.
Yep. Guidance.
Okay.
I've
Let's
got to say,
go.
it looks rather funny for Monica to just do like a hand movement and just say like, "You're blessed."
Guidance.
All right,
Alright,
so
so that
5
ends
and
up being a
2 is 7,
It's 15.
and then plus
isn't it?
It's a
5.
15.
15 total. You see she's grown quite pale from the delivery of this news, and she's got a little bit of a shake, I guess. She's like small semblances of fight or flight are kicking in. But
Well,
she
just lost the job.
kind of sits down a little bit and just starts muttering, "This can't. What do you mean she's dead?" She's trying to like stay quiet so that the dancers in the other room don't hear.
Well, we can't go over the details 100% because I'm pretty sure you won't take it too well. So we're trying to find who is apprehending these people.
Is Herbert
basically.
just dying in the background?
No, I gotta stop reading chat. It's not good
What's
for
going-
me. It's not good for me. It's bad for me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. This is why I'm ignoring chat and focusing on the game.
I'm
I
not
as the
there
DM
anymore.
yeah, I as the DM have to do it. You guys like Fickle's not currently activating in RP. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm part of it. So
We're basically trying to figure out who is apprehending these bodies and say stealing stuff from their personal belongings.
Yes.
is this I'm sorry, was she robbed and then murdered?
She was murdered and then robbed. Let's say.
Have
We have reason to believe that this is a serial offender as well, so we're trying to do our best to track him down.
you guys are giving off so many information. So much information.
You might as well tell her that she got drunk the night before because she was legless when we found her.
No, that was the other one. That was the painter.
no,
No, painter's armless.
the
Painter's
painter's
armless.
armless.
The dancer's
Yeah, but the
legless.
painter's the one that got drunk.
Ah. Oh yeah, true.
Oh, that's right.
The
As you-
dancer was Lord of the Rings.
Wait,
Wow.
what? The dancer was Lord of the Rings?
I can't believe you just did that.
Legolas.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Get the fuck out.
I
Okay.
believe the exit is right this way, sir.
Wow.
You guys, as you're trying to get more information out of this receptionist, you hear a shuffling coming from the studio, and eventually you see a tall and slender tiefling woman just looking at you all. Does there seem to be an issue here?
A little bit.
Is there? We're just here on guard responsibilities. Is there any issue with us being here? Should we take our questions elsewhere?
She walks over to the desk and puts a hand on the receptionist's shoulder, and her clear her pure yellow eyes dart back to you. I think there's clearly an issue if you're making her this pale. Can I help you all?
If you'd like to speak with us in private affairs elsewhere, that would be so that we don't have to intrude anymore upon. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
The receptionist is just kind of like a little too shell shocked at this point.
Yeah.
The tiefling leans down. She goes, "Why don't you go take a lunch, darling? You go out and get some air." And the receptionist meekly nods and gets up and leaves behind you guys. The
Is there an
tiefling, the tiefling, sorry, the red-skinned tiefling, eventually leans against the front desk now, and she crosses her arms.
Mhm.
So you're here on business? What kind of business?
Investigative business from we're investigating a serial murderer, ma'am, and afraid I have to break the news to you that your employer, I'm assuming, met Miss. Keep forgetting her name.
Marjorie met an
Marjorie.
untimely demise.
Yes. We have reason to believe that she was murdered, and we're currently tracking him, and reason to believe that it's a serial offender. So we're trying to
Hold up.
prevent the next one.
You have reason to believe she's been murdered. Is she
no, we have
missing?
Oh no, she is unfortunately very much dead. We found her this morning in the rain at about 4 a.m.
I assume that at this point you've probably produced your badge again.
Yes, most definitely.
She kind of like sighs and looks to the side. Look, this is a heavy topic. Can we at least go to the back room or something?
Yes,
That would be so much better.
Okay. She eventually leads you through the studio and through a door, bringing you to kind of a smaller office. This office is full of, again, posters, pamphlets, any memorabilia Marjorie probably had during her time as an active dancer in performing arts. Stage performances.
Almost like a shrine case to herself, kind of.
Yeah, you definitely get the sense that she was very
Obsessive about her own
obsessive
self.
about her golden years. Yeah. The red-skinned tiefling kind of sits behind the desk. You probably imagine where Marjorie normally would sit, and she puts her feet up on the desk and she kind of leans back. All right. You're obviously going to be here for questioning, but you have to understand this is going to be a difficult subject for most. A lot of people up here in nobility don't deal with death on a daily basis.
Understandably so.
Do you have questions? I assume you do.
Yes, we do.
Do you know if she participated in a group meeting of widowers, so to speak?
I believe she did have every Sunday off. By the way, because you're probably going to want this for your records, I'm Clove. I'm another dance instructor here.
Nice to meet you, Clove.
Let's
I wish you
see.
And under better circumstances.
I wish so as well. Do they normally send the tact list to deliver news like this? She says as she starts rummaging in one of the drawers of the desk.
I'm just doing charity work.
I'm just doing charity work. Clove eventually gets a small agenda-looking book, and she slams that down on the desk. And she opens it up. I see a hydrate in chat, so I'm just going to quickly take care of that.
Oh. Love a hydrate.
Everyone hydrate.
I gotta go get more water because I'm going through these cups like they're nothing.
You just gotta get a bottle like I gave over there.
Would we be making our way to the dance studio after we're done?
You guys probably would be making your way to the dance studio, but after the thorough the thorough investigations you guys did at Sterling Elegance, you probably would not be here quite yet.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering, this is like the same time, right? They're doing this
Yeah,
at the same time.
you guys are doing this around the same time.
Okay.
She starts pouring through the journal, and she goes, yeah, every Sunday she met with this widowers group.
We believe the two are somewhat related.
Mm-hmm. Is
Was
that...
there was there a gentleman that came by the dance studio by any chance? That and then I'm just gonna sort of list off the description that we have going of this man that we're trying to track down.
I mean, a few men stop by here on occasion. We have lots of lovely young performers here, very pretty.
Clad in a black cloak?
Well, I guess a few black cloaks. It's not very descriptive, is it? If you're looking for consistency, however, it seems every Thursday I have a meeting at the Blooming Rose Cafe, circled in a heart. How garish.
Blooming
So-
Rose.
what
that
time?
your place of frequency?
What was
I'm
that?
gonna look at
About what time did they meet?
Uh, the notes here say at around 2.
Today is Thursday.
Today
What time
is Thursday.
What time of day is it?
Currently for you guys, it is, we'll call it 11 a.m.
Hmm.
We
Maybe.
can make it if we strike out at some point soon. Maybe intercept this man and ask him ourselves.
Perhaps.
There's clearly, like, out of character. There's clearly something here that my lack of charisma is failing me to get. I don't understand.
My brain is just overdrived right now, and I just can't piece together words.
Everyone's a suspect. Everybody.
Everybody's a
Everyone,
suspect.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Simba. I'm sorry, buddy.
The
I'm-
bird, the
The only thing I
goblin,
can-
the horse.
Some guy named Cliff.
The only thing I
Even
can
Aaron
potentially.
Keith.
Keith.
Keith. That's his name. Keith.
I
My
was
man,
like,
Keith.
wait,
Do you-
what did
do
I
you-
miss?
For the boy who keeps whispering Keith. So
the,
is this all?
the dead bodies. They
Is this
just did
the
it to
only weird thing
themselves?
that has been happening?
Can I get the two of you to roll a wisdom check?
Please do. I'm clearly at a loss here.
Uh, guidance.
Guidance.
Guidance is great.
Guidance is a really helpful thing.
Do I get guidance on mine too? Or is it just-
Unfortunately, she only has enough time to cast it on herself.
Oh,
Oh, hold on.
Oof.
which I'm glad I did.
Monica, didn't Baz mention something about Marjorie not having a husband? Or not being
Yeah.
a widower?
Mm-hmm.
That's rather odd for her to go to a widower's group.
Um,
Oh.
maybe
Oh,
it's time to
I
start
thought it
asking-
was the music. No, it's actually raining outside.
I've watched as it's progressively gotten darker on your camera as you've been talking.
I'm like, wait a minute. What's that sound?
Hmm.
That's exactly what those wisdom checks are for, death and tax.
I think that's all I can think of that we can get here.
The other lady. I can't remember her name.
Which
Marjorie.
lady? There's Marjorie, who you found today, Eleanor, whom you found yesterday.
Eleanor. Yeah, I'm gonna ask if Eleanor has come by at all and spoken to Marjorie, like if they've ever seen each other.
Eleanor. Is she the artist?
Yes.
Yeah,
Painter.
the paintings out front were by Eleanor. They've known each other for a few years now.
Really?
Okay.
Not
So
there, but yeah.
there's a point of connection. I don't suppose there's been any other performers that have
Disappeared.
I'm
I mean,
I don't suppose there's any other performers in that inner circle of sorts there, where they known each other for some time, maybe do some work for each other, like taking on a student here, or
Is there
Taking
perhaps a
pictures.
singer that they knew?
uh,
Yes.
no, I can't say that they know any singers around here.
or other sort of performing artists beyond such as yourselves.
No, it was only Marjorie and I who were instructors here, and I was trained by Marjorie personally, so she felt comfortable having a demon blood as an instructor, as she so kindly put it.
Harsh, innit?
Kind of a rough way to speak, but
Marjorie was a bitch.
I bet.
She was terrible and harsh. She did not offer great criticisms. Basically, you either knew what she was doing or you didn't. And if you didn't, you weren't long for the school. I've been going to her since I was a child, unfortunately.
I'm just gonna sort of take a back seat of this conversation here, and I'm just gonna start crossing my forehead here, and it's like, think, Age, think,
I've had a thought,
think, Age, think.
but I don't think that I don't think I would know, because there's
have
two
to
things
name,
that there's
right?
two things that people have said, that Arge has said specifically, but I don't think I would know from either of the occasions.
We'd have to meet up and you'd have to ask.
Yeah,
afterwards?
because
It's
there was something
probably.
which,
Oh,
if
sorry.
I think I'm right, there was something that
I need to
Oko
flag the phone in the
mentioned you
audience or
saw
something here.
earlier, and you just asking about something has reminded me of it, and I don't know if it's going to be relevant, but it's a thought I've had, but I can't, as the character, know, because you never presented such things at any point.
Yeah. I mean.
But it might not be relevant. It might not even be relevant.
Do you
You know,
know
I
if she
really
had a
couldn't say.
particular preference to white lilies?
I mean, she loved all flowers. She used to get bouquets thrown at her at the end of performances.
Did
But
she ever
none
keep
in
any of them
particular.
specifically?
Did she ever keep any of them?
I'm sure that maintaining all of those bouquets at once would be quite difficult, but was there one type that she was fond of and might be partial to?
Nope, the bigger the better. And unfortunately, she stopped receiving bouquets when she started showing wrinkles.
Well, that's a big oof.
Yeah, she was a little bitter.
Sounds fortunate.
I have a class to get back to. Do you guys have any other questions? Or can we call this meeting done?
I believe we should be good. Could we
Yeah.
have what is it? That book for the time she's out for evidence?
I would request you have a warrant for that.
Yeah, that's kind of overstepping your bounds, man. That's personal stuff.
That's why I figured I request.
Clove picks up the agenda and she kind of waves a little bit as she specifies needing a warrant, and she pops it back down in the desk and closes it. Or closes the drawer.
Well, I guess we're done here, Age.
I suppose we are.
Guess we should go meet up with the rest.
Where did we say we were meeting up again?
We never specified.
We never specified.
Never.
Yeah.
So let's go to the park.
We'll just wander around town for the next 2
Cough,
hours
cough,
looking for each
blooming
other.
rose.
I was about to say, why don't we try and catch that around the time
Yeah.
of the meeting? See if we can't pick up anything up before we meet up with the group again.
Let's go.
All right, you guys start making your way from Hightown to Midtown, and whilst the other crew has done their lengthy investigation at Sterling Elegance, you manage to spot a familiar group of people wandering Midtown, heading back towards Hightown.
Good idea of how we find them and everything.
As they start going on, man, did we actually specify where we were going to meet them? Monica,
No.
Monica and Age, you spot the rest of your party wandering the
Oh.
streets.
Hey,
Also
Ty!
going- Huh? Oh, hey!
We're going to the Blooming... well, I forget. Blooming
Blooming
Rose,
Rose,
right?
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't eat there.
No, it's for the investigation. Get your butt
Oh,
over here.
It's too low society for me.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is. One of Ty's flaws is that only the fanciest foods will
Only
suffice.
fancy food. Yeah, okay.
Partial fancy
I'm not
feast.
happy. I'm not happy with that tone there, Monica. But that's okay.
Suck it up,
I'll let
babysitter.
Slide for now. I'll let it slide.
Maybe you can pick up that tone again when you've had a bit of more time and had more I don't know, rank to your name.
I'll be okay.
Fucking sass. All right. Does everyone head over to the Blooming Rose, either for
I-
lunch because it's getting on lunchtime now?
Yeah, I'm going to share everything that I could think of on the way. You know, the potential connection between the two victims, the Blooming
The
Rose
fact-
meetup.
The fact that Marjorie wasn't exactly a widower.
She wasn't
Oh, that's
technically a
interesting.
widower, yet she went to the groups anyway. No
Okay.
partial connection to the White Rose that we could find, or the White Lily. Sorry.
Okay. I think. I mean, I don't. I'm gonna wait till we're in the Blooming Rose Cafe before
All right.
before I say what I think I would then notice.
Mm-hmm.
Based on the
Uh,
information I've been
Gonna
given,
wait
I might
for
also,
that.
while they go eat lunch, I may skip lunch and go
Okay.
try to find out who Orin Terrell is.
The
Orin
blue-
Terrell. All right. I'm going to focus on Herbert first, and then I'm going to go to the Blooming Rose group. So
yeah,
what
I'll
resources?
go with Herbert because I don't really eat like conventional food. So
Okay,
me going to a restaurant really doesn't make any sense.
that's fair. So Herbert, what resources do you plan on using to get information on Orin Tyrell or
Sure,
Tyrell?
I'm going to the public records to
Public
try to find
records?
out who he is, where he lives.
They
what
they
he
see him
is.
coming again. You again?
I'm there
Um,
all the time.
Actually, yeah, as he enters the scrolling down, the Sovereign Institute of Knowledge and Order, Guki, you notice immediately that there is a sign of recognition as Herbert walks through. You see people of all various ranks and walks of life just kind of spotting him and giving him a nod as he walks through.
Cookie, is this your first time at the Institute?
I don't really know what reason I would need to come here.
No, I love showing people new places. It's beautiful here. You're going to love it.
Is there a lot of trees and caves and
No, but
animals and such?
There
Old
is
musty
in the
books.
center of the building a large, massive willow tree that is nourished by an ewer of ever-flowing water. But
I
that's
thought
not
you
all.
might like that tree.
I
Yeah.
do.
You see, you can like as you get to the center here, you can look up and there's just railings and railings and railings. Like the center of this building is essentially hollowed out to make room for the skylight, where the sun pours in and just illuminates this tree.
Sick.
You see vines hanging from the branches, along with the long tendrils of the willow, and the water just trickling in the background. Yet somehow still quiet enough so that people can still appreciate the library.
We keep quite a number of fish in the pool around the tree as well.
I know a fair amount of things that like fish, I do.
I've one of the ways that I've practiced my skills here is actually grabbing the fish straight out of the water. I thought you would really enjoy having a go at that.
I'm just gonna jump completely in the water and try to like Gollum and Schmeagle myself a fish with my bare hands. While Glubs, like as I jump in, Glubs like hops off onto the side. Like,
Yeah, as you jump
and
in,
I'm very loud.
a roaring splash breaks the silence of the library. As Glubs also jumps off as you manage to jump in, landing on the side of the fountain, yet still getting drenched as water falls out of the side of the fountain and smatters on the nice tiled floor. And you start thrashing about trying to grab a fish. Can you roll me a dexterity or in athletics, whichever is higher?
They're both the same. No, I'll just do. Oh no, dexterity's better. Okay.
It takes you a few tries. These fish are wriggly, but you manage to grab a rather fat koi fish. You emerge, you break the surface of the water. Oh,
No.
I think Kiringa's gone again. You
Yep.
break the surface of the water holding this large fat fish in your hands and using your longer nails to try to break through the scales and get him to stop moving. But triumphantly, you bear this fish towards Herbert with a big toothy grin.
Well done.
Oh god, the overlays all over the place.
I know, I gotta wait for Kiringa to come back.
It's like just somebody random join with a K in their name to flesh it out.
Actually, an M because that's what we swapped.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh shit, this is taking a long time. I'm wondering if this might be.
There we go.
Oh,
Back.
make sure to activate video
Hey.
again, s'il vous plaît. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
there he is.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to go look for the records.
'Kay.
And I'll see you on the other side.
Herbert, having been here for quite some time, knows a general vicinity of where he could probably start looking for people. There are some things that you have in your mind already, noting the surgical precision of all these wounds, and if you really do believe Orin is the culprit, you start looking for butchers, doctors, so on and so forth. How long do you plan on spending here?
I mean, I'm happy to look to do an investigation check if I can try to do
Okay.
it faster.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
It would appear as though we don't have all day. Can't make it to Sunday. Forget
Okay.
Oh,
body
so
tonight.
Investigation's so good.
25.
Ha! Okay. You managed to find Oren Tyrell in a ledger of retired doctors.
Oh, Gookie, I think I found something.
You hear
I come-
coming down the tiled hall just a slap, slap,
Yeah.
slap, slap, slap of just wet, almost flippered feet, and a dripping following behind him as Gookie's bringing you another fish. He's already done away with the first one, and this one's much smaller and a lot less color.
Thank you. That is very kind of you, and I'll just flap the fish a little bit. Very kind. I do believe I found a record of Oren Terrell. It's a retired doctor, so fits the MO of what the case sort of prescribes.
Do we have an
Sure.
address?
Do I have an address?
Unfortunately, you do not. You have where he practiced, but that was several years ago.
Well, we could follow up with where he practiced medicine, but that's the only address that I have here.
Sounds good to me.
Is it in the middle ring, lower ring?
The hospital that he did practice at, sorry, I probably should have specified, he was a half-elf, so he actually practiced at a hospital and surgery in Hightown.
Okay. Okay, so it's not a private practice. He worked at a hospital.
Kiringa, why?
It's okay. It's okay. Come back.
I
Worked
think
at
that's
a
just
hospital.
rainstorm on the way.
Yeah, just plow one through because if we lose other people to rainstorms as well, it's going to be terrible.
Oh
Right.
boy.
Trying to think of how we could follow up with him. Besides, I mean, I think we just have to go to the hospital and see if we can find an address from there.
Yeah.
But- In the meantime,
Did you
why
want
don't
to
we
roll
up-
me another investigation?
me? Sure.
Yeah.
$21.
Not bad, not bad. Not as nice as the 25 you had earlier, but still.
Right.
You imagine that the hospital probably won't have records currently, so you start doing a more deeper dive on Oren Tyrell, and you
Tyrell,
learn, you find documentation and licensing as a mortician.
See.
Looks like it's falling together.
Okay, yes, this is all coming together rather quickly. But still no address or practice for his mortuary
Funeral home.
mortuary.
Mortuary funeral home.
Or- yeah.
You imagine you probably wouldn't gather that here. That might be something you'd be able to find in the archives of the guard tower,
I
with
see.
your
Okay.
sage background.
Well, Gookie, what I say is we take both of these fish back to the guard tower, we cook them up for a nice meal, and while we're doing that, we get the
And
records
we
together.
share them with animals.
Absolutely,
Oh.
of course.
What?
Wait,
Guki, you
Would you-
know that Age's cat, Taiga, would very much appreciate one of these fish. Probably the fatter one because Taiga's so big herself.
He's a big kitty.
Or she's a, or
There you
he's
go.
sorry, he's a big kitty.
You get this one, and I wiggle the smaller one, and Taiga can have this one
The big fat
Yeah.
boy.
I'm
Yeah, the
actually
big-
going to put
with like claw marks in it.
I'm going to put this one down, and if you don't mind, I'm actually going to try for my own, and I'll roll up my sleeve and just try to like really quick jab into the pool and grab a fish.
Yeah, roll me a dexterity check.
That is a. Oh my god, where is it? Dexterity, just dexterity. 15, 16, 17, 18. Is it acrobatics or just dexterity? Sure.
Yeah, roll acrobatics. If
21.
It's 21, Jesus. Just
Yoink.
looking at Gookie with a motion that you've done over and over again, you quickly jab in, not even looking at where the fish is, and you feel your hands around your quarry tighten and quickly pull out, and you pull out a rather decent-sized koi.
MLG noises play in the background.
Gookie has the pog face, like.
Yeah. To the grill.
To the grill.
Scene cuts.
Putting a
Alright.
stripe on the bobby, eh?
Let's go back over to the Blooming Rose people, the cafe.
All right.
As you guys enter the cafe and open the door, a bell jingles as it was knocked by the door as you guys head in. Lori is behind the counter, just putting away some more pastries and restocking from after the midday rush. And you see Opal sitting on one of the tables near the windows that face the street, trying to get as much sun as she can.
Oh boy, Tiger. Hey, get you a friend.
Nobody
Lori,
can hear me.
oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, we can now. Yeah,
Alright.
we can now. We got you now.
Oh, sorry.
I'm cutting out.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, it's me because my internet's literally been crashing the last 10 minutes.
Oh no.
Yeah, we kind of figured.
Okay. Lori looks up and she goes, "Oh, welcome. There's a few new faces here. Baz, Monica. I can't say I've met either of you though.
Oh, Tyrandal.
Tyrandel, it's
You
a
can just call
pleasure.
him Ty, though.
Ty, that's lovely.
Sure.
And you,
Just call me Age.
Age? And who's your lovely friend?
This is
and-
Tiger the Tunderkatten.
Tyga. What's the wonderful name for such a beautiful cat? He might have fun with Opal. And she gestures over to the rather fluffy, not quite a Maine Coon, but like a very fluffy and opulent cat. White fur and crystal blue eyes.
Ah, it's a ragdoll. Alright.
Can I get you
So
all
my-
something to eat? The raspberry bloom tarts are quite fresh.
Little red.
I'm
Oh,
quite alright.
the
right
petal
now.
bread. I can definitely get you your usual Baz. And she turns to one of her glass cases there.
I'm gonna look at Baz and go. So what do you eat in here?
Petal bread.
Jesus.
Petal bread. Lori produces a small loaf of bread on a rather cute plate, nowhere near as the quality of plates that you've seen at Clarity Cafe, and she puts that up on the counter with a small dish of a very thick red jam, and she puts a little powdered sugar over top, and she presents it to Baz.
Begrudgingly order some petal bread.
Petal bread, it's so popular, and she grabs another loaf and she does it very like delicately and with care. Does it very similar to how she presented Baz's plate. And Monica?
Yeah, I'll wait till everyone's done.
I will take pedal bread.
Petal bread! And she, again, very similar motion. And what does Age order?
I'm just gonna like dart around the room and it's like, I'll have one of those tarts that I heard about earlier.
Raspberry
I love the
bloom tart. And she puts a tart on a small plate and she hands it. She kind of like leans over the counter for you to make sure that she can give it to your hands, as opposed to putting it on the counter and having you reach out type deal.
What the?
It's nice of her. Do
Very
we
kind.
have Herbert with us?
No?
No,
Herbert,
Herbert's
and-
back at the
Yeah, he's at
Thing,
the
please.
archive.
Okay, I think this is fine. So I'll take the bread and I'll put the bread down on the table. And I think looking about from something that I hope is this cafe, or I'm going to sound like a fool, is that you mentioned there maybe was some leaflets with live performances and stuff in one of the cafes.
That was Clarity Cafe.
Damn it! Does this one have one?
This one here, the reason you guys are here is because Marjorie's agenda mentioned that she has lunch with somebody here every Thursday, circled in a
Yeah.
heart.
I know, but I have a suspicion. My suspicion was if I picked up one of those leaflets, I could see if
I
there
might
was
have to
any
rejoin the
singers.
You might have to
If there
rejoin
was
the
any
chat.
singers
Okay.
that were live that we could maybe preemptively get to
Let me.
and find out about before they met an untimely end was my thinking behind that, is that in the leaflet there might be information about who the next person, the target, could end up being for the next person if there was a singer in there.
Right.
Because we're pretty certain.
I'm gonna get
that
you
we're going
to
after
roll me a
a singer.
wisdom check.
Not wisdom.
I can give us. I can give us.
Guidance.
Yeah, and I'll give you advantage.
Oh, I'm getting everything. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Right.
basically just gonna be you guys pouring
Oh, that's bad.
over details. Oh,
Bad. That's
roll,
bad.
roll a d4.
I don't think it's gonna be enough. That's 3.
Uh,
So it's like not. It's over 10.
it's 12. Monica, if you wanted to roll wisdom yourself and say with Baz, you can't guide yourself or Baz, unfortunately, Monica, because you already guided
Yeah.
Ty.
Does someone else want to see if they can see a leaflet?
Oh boy.
Not happening.
Oh god.
I can give it a go.
Oh, It's all right. We can try again in a few minutes. When I've eaten the bread, I can stand up and look about.
Oh my god.
I ask Lori if she recognizes the name Marjorie, other than just as like if she frequents this shop, I guess.
Marjorie, I shouldn't say this because she's a high-profile client, but Marjorie actually used to come here every week 2 o'clock on the dot and ordered a raspberry bloom tart with a side of tea. She used to come here with a friend. I haven't seen them in about 2 weeks though.
Do you happen to know what the friend looked like?
A tall, half-elvish man with black hair, long black hair. He always wore a nice, well-fitted suit.
I'm just gonna exchange glances with the party.
Opal didn't really like him, but Marjorie liked Opal. Opal didn't like the forced cuddles. Opal has been happy that they haven't been here for 2 weeks.
I don't suppose you know the name of this gentleman? Like he ever introduced himself to you? Or was he strictly on terms with Marjorie?
Oh, well, he was always here with just Marjorie. I tried to not listen in to people's personal conversations. I've been told that's very rude.
Lori, darling,
Did you do it
you
anyway?
know you can tell me anything.
Oh, here we go.
Roll a persuasion.
Can I cast
Wow.
guidance now?
I'd say not right now.
Dang.
You see Marjorie get a little flustered, and she kind of like brings her hands up towards her chest, and she goes, "Oh well, you know, these ears, elven ears, they're such a curse. I do hear some things. I try not to though. 'Twas a name you needed?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there again, Marjorie's a high-profile client. I wouldn't want to disclose this information and lose her as a customer.
I look towards
Be a
Ty
problem.
as like, do we tell her kind of thing?
Yeah, that's not gonna be a problem.
I don't think that'll be
Yeah,
a concern.
I try
I'm sure
and be nice about it. Be nice about it. But you can tell her.
I'll say that Marjorie has unfortunately come to an untimely end, and we are worried about the safety of others.
I'm gonna let you keep that persuasion check because that was a nat 20. I'm not gonna make you roll again for the delivery. You managed to deliver it very delicately. And she, again, looks very aghast. And she goes, "Oh, so this information is important. Well, I think his name started with an O. Orion, or...
Ty, what was that name? Ty, what was that name?
Orin,
Was it
maybe?
Orin Tyrell.
Orin! They
Yeah.
were flirting heavily back and forth, like two kids, or
Onion.
not two kids, but like, you know, people on a honeymoon almost. I hadn't seen Marjorie so happy in years. She used to come here secretly with her secret husband, but after he died, she was so sad.
Wait.
She stayed.
Secret husband.
Did you say secret husband?
Oh, I've said too much.
Wow.
Wait, didn't she? Hold on. Didn't she have a kid? Like, wasn't that the person who like opened up the shop for everybody?
No, that
No,
was
that's-
Glenda.
That was
That
Glenda.
Oh, okay.
was Glenda's.
Well, actually, I don't suppose. I could egg Baz into asking about Glenda, see if there's any connection between the two that
Ooh.
the shop owner knows beyond what we know.
I'm glad that took
Lori.
everyone by surprise, Wolfie. I liked that.
You have
Uh,
the stage, John. You have
You,
the floor.
you know that small jewelry shop down the road owned by what's her name?
Glenda.
Glenda.
Glenda?
Have you heard from her in a little while?
Oh, no, but Glenda didn't normally come here. Her son, Aaron, did, though. And the sweet little girl. Oh, what was her name? A 5-year-old. It was Miranda, the sweet little girl. She loves Opal.
Miranda.
Mm.
Who's Miranda?
Aaron's daughter.
Aaron's daughter.
She's 5. She's very small and often gets sticky fingers all over my glass display and all over Opal's fur. But Opal doesn't mind. She just licks the jam off.
Wait, is this Glenda?
Lori's talking about Glenda's son, Aaron,
Oh my god. I
and
think it's Hillary.
Glenda's
Daughter.
granddaughter, Miranda.
Okay.
Do I enjoy the bread?
Oh, you do? I mean, it's
Okay.
not
Of course
as
you do.
nice as the stuff at Clarity Cafe, but part of the allure and a presence here is the quaint, small cafe and the presence and personality of Lori. It's kind of like
Okay.
having a casual lunch with a friend.
Understandable.
What time is it? Because isn't that meeting supposed to be here at like 2 o'clock?
It's around
Yeah, the-
1-ish.
They said that she used to come in with a friend anyway. I'm assuming that.
Yeah,
that was-
Lori mentioned that she hasn't seen Marjorie and this Orin in about 2 weeks.
So I'm assuming he's not going to come here, but it's definitely good that we came here anyway.
I
Once
wonder.
Once all of us align again, it sounds like we're going to be able to piece
I was,
everything
I
together.
was
well
gonna
enough.
say, did Orin ever come here with anybody else before Marjorie?
Ooh, good call.
You know, he's a unique person, and I've been here a long time, you know, elven lifespans and all. But I can't say that I've really seen him frequent here. I saw Marjorie more than anything, and I assume Marjorie was the one who was insistent on bringing him here. Marjorie really likes the raspberry bloom tarts.
Unfortunate. Not that she likes the tarts, that you've never seen
They're
him before.
quite good. Did you want one? It's your first time here.
Begrudgingly,
yourself
I
to the
will take
refrigerator.
her up on the offer of a tart as well.
She puts together a plate with a tart, powdered sugar, and a little mint leaf. And she hands you the
How
tart.
much does this cost me being in here? I didn't even come in here for lunch and I'm spending all my money on pastry.
Oh, well, your total so far is only about 6 silver. Is
Six
that
silver.
too much? I can give
No,
you the
that's-
tart for free. It's your first time
No,
here.
no.
No?
That's more than acceptable.
Okay.
That's more than acceptable, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pay the 6 silver.
Perfect. You
I've
find
just
the raspberry
paid far
tart
too much.
is a little tart, as raspberries tend to be a little tart, but it's still rather enjoyable.
Nice.
I think I'm struggling because there's a storm outside.
Oh no. Did you
Right,
guys want to ask
then-
Lori any other questions? I don't mean to like shuffle people along, but if we're gonna be potentially
good.
losing Coringa.
I'm gonna turn around and go to just step outside for a minute.
Yeah.
And do I have enough wisdom to remember this idea I had earlier
Okay,
about
roll
the
me.
pamphlet?
Roll me a wisdom check.
Oh my god.
Guidance!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wisdom.
I'm gonna say you didn't think to put guidance on unless Tyrandil very blatantly
It's
said that he was
more,
gonna pop
it's
outside.
more. It's a 16 this time. It's more.
Perfect. You do have a little bit of an idea, especially because you're so stuck on this performing arts thing. You go to Clarity Cafe every day. You know that they do have that glass encased shadow box with posters for upcoming performances. You've probably even thought you'd see a show once or twice yourself if you could pull yourself
If I
away
get
from
the
your
time.
work. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go and check that to see if there's anything on a female singer specifically, but any singer is good.
Okay.
Hey Ty.
Yeah.
How'd you like the tart?
Yeah, okay, it was pretty good. And I'll just leave and go.
All right. It is getting on 5 o'clock. I think I'm down for another quick little break. If you guys are also down for another quick little break,
Yeah.
say about 5 minutes to go refill our waters and empty our bladders.
I'm gonna
Sure,
make
sure.
some noodles.
And make some noodles.
Yeah, that's what I got. Like right here, I got some
Quick
Cup of
noodles, too.
noodles, and I didn't burn them
Yeah.
this time.
Yay!
Proud of you.
All right, guys,
Good
we're going
man.
to take about 5 minutes to go take care of ourselves, 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be back shortly. All right, awesome. I didn't want to expose you all for eating.
You're good.
Expose.
Expose.
Oh my god! I thought you had
there
a
we go.
cigarette in your mouth. I was like, dude,
Oh
he
my
is
god!
lost.
Not the cigarette.
With the...
Is it safe to say you all convene in the evening at Noddle's Noodles? The amount of
Oh,
people
I'm already there.
eating cup of
Yeah.
noodles right now.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we all have our respectable noodles. Mine's made of red tails.
Awesome. The look on face wrong tab. Why do I have so many tabs open, guys? The look on Kellery's face as Herbert brings an accompaniment of people with him. It's almost like a proud mother who finally had their son bring friends home.
Friends. Oh no.
With,
And she-
with fish in tow.
Mhm.
With fish in tow. And she eagerly brings you all over to a table. Well, come on in, everybody. What can I get for you all?
Kelly, do you think you could incorporate these into some sort of noodle dish?
Oh, easily. Wenster's
Thank you.
quite the culinary genius.
Really
How's
appreciate
there
it.
coffee on the tab?
Ah, I mean, we got something that could be akin to coffee.
You got tea?
Yes, we have tea.
I'll have an order of tea, please.
Perfect. Kellery gets everybody's orders together, and she brings the 3 fish? 2 fish? Was
Three.
it 3?
Three, I guess.
Yeah,
Were-
it was a big fish, a little fish,
fish.
and then a fish that
Gotcha. Were we still giving one of these fish to Taiga?
yeah, the fat fish.
The big
I
fat
guess we
fish?
already did that. Yeah, we gave the fat fish a tag already.
Okay. So Taiga probably happily
Yeah,
enjoyed the
Taiga
fish.
and cut up some of the big fish to give to Glub.
Glub?
Yep.
So it's
Okay.
like in bite-sized pieces for him.
Perfect. So you guys are all brought to a big round table, and eventually your orders are, well, quickly brought out to you all. And there is, the fish was grilled, or it was descaled and grilled and filleted up for you guys, and put out on plates that were also put on the table, along with a smattering of other small grab-and-go side dishes, mostly pickled and preserved goods, some salads, and just all set in the center with the idea of you guys just grab little bits of what you want whilst you're eating and communicating.
I like the way this place does
Sounds
business.
great.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Have I already been? Oh, no.
has Tyrandel already been? No.
Yes, yeah, not me personally. As Tyrandel, have I already been to the other place to see to snag one of those letters?
Yeah, we'll say you had enough time to.
And is it even relevant?
Do you want me to be honest?
Yes.
Well, you might as well.
It's not entirely relevant. At this point, you guys know that Glenda is missing, so you already have an idea of whom the next body is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we? Oh,
Uh,
Glenda!
And,
I've cracked the case, guys.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
and we figured out who's done it too.
Who?
Oh.
Oh, Onion or whatever his name was.
Onions, yeah.
Yeah,
Orange?
now we just need to
Orange?
find
Onion Knight.
Tyrandel grabs just like a fork full of like crispy onions in the center of the table and just puts it on his noodles. Onion was it? Just got onions on the brain.
Yeah, it's the
Okay,
general.
so how do we catch him?
Well, that's.
And I start poking Herbert. What about that stuff that we found in the one place?
No, that's a great point, Gookie. Yes. So I have a bit of information. In my research at the Institute with Gookie, we found a bit of news about one Orin Tyrell, retired doctor, and current mortician. Did I find out where his practice was?
You did not find out where his practice was, but you do know that he is a licensed mortician, and as such has sanctioned permission to use necromantic, some necromantic magics like gentle repose and things like that.
Okay. And would it still be possible to find out where his practice is, or
Yes,
is that not?
just not at the
Okay.
Sovereign Institute of Knowledge and Order. You'd
Right.
probably
So we
find
haven't
that.
actually I didn't have enough time when we were at the tower earlier to find it. But if we go back there tonight, after dinner, I could probably find that information.
I'm just going to clarify for chat here. Necromancy is just a blanket statement. The belief in this city is that once a person has drawn their last breath, their body shall not be desecrated. So you're not allowed to animate dead, you're not allowed to resurrect, you're not allowed to revivify, but there are some necromantic magics that are okay. For example, blindness and deafness is often used as a tactic, not a tactic, but a spell by the guards to help apprehend criminals. Gentle repose is sanctioned by morticians in order to preserve the body for viewings. Just some small things like that. You're not allowed to animate corpses, and you're not allowed to bring people back from the dead. You're not allowed to talk to spirits.
You're not allowed to slice up bodies.
You're also not allowed to slice up bodies, but I think that has less to do with necromancy.
Yeah, that's just a general statement, I think.
Well,
just have a cured
okay.
human thigh on the
Once
fucking
I'm-
deli slicer.
Once I finish my noodles, I say we go back to
Guys,
the
we're the
tower.
guards. We have access to the records of from many of the licensed doctors, like
Absolutely.
their legal licenses.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Excellent idea.
It would probably be faster than going door to door to every private practice
Oh
hospital.
no, I should be able to get a name and an address from our records. I just haven't been able to get to the tower yet to look at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Marvelous.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Are we actually all going to sit here and finish eating before we go, or?
Oh, certainly.
Wait,
Can-
we're talking out of game or in game?
The,
now?
I was talking out of, but
Oh, out of game.
Yeah, let's
yeah, we can
go.
go.
I
Yeah,
got you.
let's
I mean,
go.
we could all just sit here for the next 10 minutes chewing away, but
Yeah, the Noddles have a big don't waste food policy, so if you ordered it, you have to eat it. Hello, Kittensaurus Rex, thank you so much for the follow.
okay. Do
All
they
I
do
did was
takeaway?
order some tea, so
Do they do takeaway?
Yeah,
do
they
take
they
out?
do offer takeaway.
Can I have
They
it in like a paper cup?
Yes, you
I'm
you can
going
get a
to,
takeaway bag.
I'm
The
going
screen
to,
cap is warps, yeah, because we lost Kuringa, unfortunately. Muck
He'll
bear.
be back. He'll be back.
I'm gonna
He'll be back
sneak in
outside.
the I'm gonna sneak in the kitchen and look for
Bang
rats.
roleplay. Oh no, sorry.
wow, that's some timing.
Okay.
Ada, ada. I just had to mute
Do we
myself
say
in
we
the
go back to
Discord.
the tower?
Ada, ada.
Before
then-
next morning, so see if we can't confront him before, in the next 4 in the morning or whatever it is that he strikes.
Well, if we don't manage to get to him tonight, I do say we set out a stakeout at each of the 4 exits of the city, because I don't want to be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning again.
That does seem like an
That'd be
idea.
Oh,
lovely.
I like
That
it.
does seem ideal. We'll have to inform the guard and Tyrell
And
I
honestly,
will
just to
probably
not
have
be so bad at changeover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tyrell and I will probably have to see if
Yeah,
we
we'll
can't
bring
get
this-
a reserve unit to each gate to make up for the apparent lack of discipline,
Yeah,
where
I
they
think
have
we'll
a
also bring this
30-minute
up.
gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should definitely be brought up in a review, I feel.
It will.
Me and Tyrell
I'd have to
will
mute
probably
myself
have to
each
talk
time.
to Captain Bull and say discipline is definitely lacking.
Discipline
Yeah.
is definitely lacking. Oh my god.
Okay.
All
so-
right.
It
you wanna
couldn't
sort
be,
that?
the fact that you have a known drug dealer, smuggler, and like just criminals in your ranks. Like that couldn't be it.
No.
Hey,
Nothing to do with it, no.
I said discipline was lacking. I didn't say our discipline was lacking. Get it right.
Oh, I wonder if Kiringa's gone. Should I take time to fix this overlay? Oh,
Do you think he's gone?
I
How
mean,
long's
you
it been?
could just kind of, you
It's-
could kind of
it's
like
been
just
a little
drop it for the
bit.
Discord overlay until he comes back, if that's easier.
No, it's just a matter of it's going to take a lot of time to do it both ways. If we
Mr.
go that
Tea
way, we
Jumper.
probably can't come back.
yeah. Either way, it's
Yeah.
gonna take time to edit both sides. Hold on.
I just leave it. It's probably fine.
It adds character.
But my OCD
I get it. This would bug me too. It would really
Like-
bug me too.
and like new viewers
don't
to the
suppose you
stream,
could
this is
just-
essentially the first thing they see, and I look so
Oh, yeah, true.
unprofessional.
Like, what happens
It's
if you just turn the
It's actually not
overlay
a bad
off?
idea to have. If there's another way to get, if there's a way to add a fake person, I guess I probably can't be in the call twice, but
If I can add a bot into the call.
I might be able to add it on my phone and call myself like Morgan or some shit. Do you know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure when you do that, it swaps to your phone.
Does it?
Oh,
Yeah, I
oh,
think
one
you
second,
might.
1 second. Miki, are you still in chat? Oh, wait, no, I don't have Miki in my fucking Discord because she doesn't like joining Discord servers. Oh,
Yep.
something
What about
happened.
It was me. I'm coming back.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hopefully that. Oh no, it's the letters. Okay, I was about to say, hope that doesn't mess up what we have right now.
You can
This is
join
further.
Miki. That would be amazing. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you the invite to the Discord, and oh, just deafen
already an M.
yourself in
It's
chat. That's what I thought. It's already an M. Um.
Are we in a different order now? No.
No.
No,
Well,
this is okay,
technically yes,
right?
because it's still fugged. So.
This should be
But-
good in a second.
Fight. And I'm gonna instantly give you some rolls.
Just like Death and Taxis said, just join and just like eat some chips or some like really crunchy cereal
Yeah.
or something.
Everybody
ASMR
loves Gookie.
in the
I'm into it.
background.
Yeah. As a
Good to see you, nerd, by the way.
as like an in-game thing, do we suspect that the body will be dumped at one of the gates it hasn't been before?
I would guess that.
Which
yes,
would make
but-
sense, right?
Yeah, I would guess that.
There's already been 2 bodies. Do we have the room to chance it? I think with a city of 300,000, we can scramble at least maybe like 5 sympathizers at each of the other gates.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, the only person that needs to go and do the investigating is Herbert, isn't it? So we're not going to go after the guy until the morning. Right.
I mean, if he shows up
Hey.
to the spot and tries to dump a body, then we're gonna confront him.
Yeah,
then.
but we're not going to specifically go
Kinda
to like
fixed
the
it.
resident until the next day, right?
Oh, we've all been shifted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
Have we?
there's no bubble.
Wait,
What
is
do you mean
Bubble
there's no
gone?
problem here? No, I'm here.
Oh.
No,
Me and-
I'm in Bubble Spot. The newcomer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The newcomer
Mickey is in
dislodged
mine.
Bubble.
I didn't see that.
Why?
I'm looking at I'm watching.
How
the
could you do this?
The stream.
Why?
Wait, where is Bubble? That is a good question.
Remember,
Yeah,
They're in the
Bubble,
description.
but don't worry, Bubble.
You're in
Your
the spot.
cam feed is fine. It's
You're in the wrong spot, Oko.
working on it.
You're in
We're
there
working on
twice.
it.
Oh my god, you're in
it's
all those
because
spots.
her actual screen name starts with an L?
Oh, is that it? But she changed her nickname.
Yeah.
I think it's because she doesn't have her camera on. So it puts her as bottom priority.
True.
Oh, that
Do
is
not
true.
turn your camera on, Miki. Don't worry about that. Fuck.
Well, we know who everybody is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
We
already
just
like
need to get
5
Bubble back
hours.
on stream.
We're
back
actually
on
almost
screen.
6 hours into this now.
Sorry guys, just gonna do some stream maintenance here. We're gonna
Totally.
do this. We're going to do this. Put this up here a little
In the
bit.
meantime, everybody can finish.
Yeah, this was perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly.
Munch, munch, munch.
And we can just have 2 Okos.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just put Oko in every slot.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
exactly,
be
I'm
just
down.
gonna be as self-absorbed as Marjorie. Don't mind me.
Reject.
Yeah.
Reject player characters. Return to DM.
And we're going to whoopsie daisy. Sorry guys, stream maintenance. We're doing it fucking live. We're fixing things.
This is what happens live. This is okay.
It's part of the streaming career
Ooh.
experience.
Does this have you have to do it every time you want to put a new camera up?
Yes!
You have to like make a copy of Discord?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Wow. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I've tried doing
Oh my
this
God,
before.
going
with the
everywhere.
Zoom screen as well. It's brutal.
There we go. Nobody move.
Okay, that's perfect.
Nobody move.
Nobody move.
I can see it.
Okay.
Sweet. You watch Miki now leave.
What
and
were
mess
what were
showing
we
up
doing
again.
whilst I was fixing everything? What are the plans?
We were deciding on who was
we were
going to go
chatting.
to which gate, and
Oh,
I
Herbert
swear to
was-
God.
Of course now.
Are you
Oh,
fucking
After
kidding
we
me?
fixed everything.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you absolutely shitting me right now?
Bravo.
It's okay because we. Oh,
It's
well, I
good.
don't know yet because it's a little bit
So-
behind, isn't it?
So for some reason, the internet driver itself
All right,
forced a
Miki,
reboot.
you can leave if you wish.
Miki.
thank you, Miki.
Bye, Miki.
Thank you,
I'm
Miki.
sorry.
Thanks for joining.
We still love you. Don't worry.
Oh,
And
no,
then,
go again.
yeah, once Kiringa is able to restart their cam. Okay, and
So, what is the plan? Did we come up with a plan?
No,
We're
we were
extra
kind of talking
guards.
about it.
And then disaster struck.
we are currently designating, see what we can do about possibly posting at the gate so that there's no longer, so we can either confront the gentleman that's responsible and like catch him red-handed, or prevent it overall if he like takes them out to the gate and then does his deed or
Yeah,
whatever.
because they're already dead by they get to the gate.
Yeah,
Right, this is
They've
just,
probably been dead for the last 2 weeks.
yeah, but if they've already gone missing, the chances are they're dead anyway.
yeah, but at least we can confront him for all this stuff.
Yeah, so we
Missing
need his address, and
Medical
then I think,
malpractice and stuff.
overnight we station the gate because we can't catch him because we don't know where he is.
Yeah.
So if we find his address, we can go straight away if it's early enough, and if it's getting late, because it happens like around 3 o'clock or
Yeah.
something, doesn't it?
I think we have plenty of time before we need to actually stake out the gates. Yes.
Yeah, we're waiting until we get back to the tower so Herbert can.
Okay,
help,
so we'll all accompany Herbert,
Yeah.
I
and we'll
believe
just
that's
all
right.
go in the library with him and chill for a bit.
Yeah.
No, we're just going back to the tower. I mean, we're going back to our office.
yeah, you guys are going back to
yeah.
office.
Oh well, in
So
that
we
case,
can
we'll
just kind of go back to our cubicles and do cubicle things with our cubicle.
Yeah, and we can just go over stuff, you know.
Yeah.
While
While,
they're
uh,
intelligent-
While
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 they're
Herbert
intelligent.
flexes his big brain and
Yeah,
does all
he's-
the thinking.
yeah, yeah, you can do the mental lifting.
What time of day
Yeah,
is
he's
it in
the-
game?
He's the MVP
It's
right
about
now.
5 p.m. or 6 p.m. by the time you guys are
Oh, we've
done.
got loads of time.
By the time you guys are done delegating and enjoying a meal and talking about all the information you've received so far today.
Okay, so let's head then, shall we? We'll keep it
Yeah.
moving, and we'll head down the tower.
Okay.
I'm going
Right.
to assist Herbert as best I can so that he can have advantage.
Yeah, you guys, without issue, make it back to the guard tower, probably using a taxi of some sort, or maybe walking if you wanted to walk off the massive noodle babies you'll have now.
Pretty certain that
Um,
Tiger's going to be prancing along with the tail of a cat in her mouth.
I know that.
What?
Tiger, my
Marge
cat.
might be secretly married.
Oh.
I better not eat opal.
Rude.
Sorry,
What?
you said the tail of a cat
Wait a
in your
minute.
in your mouth, so I was like, who the fuck ate Tiger?
Oh, shit.
I think you meant tail of a fish, correct?
Relevant.
Forget the murder. Now we've got a more important issue.
Yeah.
Who ate Tiger?
Jeez.
Who fucking ate my cat?
No, my cat.
There's just like a puff and it's like little like orange fur like pops out of Gookie's mouth and
Gookie's upgraded from rats. Alright, anywho, so we make our way back to the guard tower. Herbert, how much time do you wish to spend going through the archives? Knowing
trying-
that
yeah.
you can either potentially catch this person at 3 o'clock in the morning, or do you want to spend all night poring over these documents?
I'm trying to be big brain as possible right now. I'm
Okay.
trying to like. Got it.
Roll me an investigation, please and thank you.
Advantage. I'm helping out.
Okay, Augie's gonna be helping out.
That file's only F through G. So if you can move over this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Herbert's
Oh, wait, I
right
need
at
to
home
actually
in the
roll.
archives, yes.
I'm just going to nod silently and be like, alright.
Yeah.
My tie. I'm like loosening my tie. My hair is getting a little unfurled. I'm like,
Wait, we don't.
your glasses are
ready.
starting to come off your nose. You're like pushing
Yeah.
them up every so often.
You got
We
the
don't-
big brain glasses on
Put
now.
myself-
Just,
oh wait, I
just
gotta.
the
What am I
anime thing
doing?
all the
What am I?
time.
We don't
Okay,
need to
boys.
go through the entire alphabet. We know his name.
Here comes
It's
the
time
montage.
it's time to find this guy. It's like, really, that's all you had? He's
That's
like,
all you have. Yeah.
I'm working on it.
I don't have a catchphrase yet. Dash roll 1d20. Whatever this is, plus 9. Oh, fuck!
Wow.
Nice
Let me
roll.
do it again, just in case. Okay, yeah. So, 28.
Okay, so with deftness and you've been at this a long while. These archives are almost like a second home to you. You probably even helped revamp their organizational system to I love the hair in a place.
System.
Yeah. You were
man.
here and helped revamp their organizational system. You know every single nook and cranny of this archive room.
They used to have this organized by the Dewey Decibel system. It's insane. It was absolutely absurd.
Couldn't find anything.
Couldn't find any.
So yeah, you quickly locate and ascertain all information you can on Orin Terrell. And Orin Terrell got his mortician's license about 8 years ago now. And he is the mortician and provisioner of the Final Rest Funeral Home in Hightown.
Hi, George. I think I've got it.
What do you have?
George.
It's a funeral home in Hightown.
Okay.
The last rest.
Final
I say we
Rest.
had there as soon as possible. Final rest. I say we had there as soon
no,
as
I had a
possible.
rest last night.
I
Yes.
can only have one more.
I agree with
I know, right?
So what about second rest?
What about third and
Second
fourth?
rest.
What about nap time?
What's going
Hightown
on?
is essentially the nobility district. Because I'm
Nice.
so good at naming things. Poverty in the slums is called Lowtown. The middle class is called Midtown, and Hightown is the nobility.
They love their Bob Marley music.
Call it Swallow's Rest.
Yeah.
Okay, do
Oh my God.
we all go? Should we like
I
go
say
on
we all
top?
go together. Yes, this is this is important.
Can I
Okay.
get a general intelligence check from everybody?
You're
Actually,
funny.
wait
I
a-
didn't have that.
I just thought of
Uh,
something.
I
I
think
get a
I failed
bonus.
my IQ test.
Oh no.
Oh.
Is
boy.
my
Oh.
is that T still in effect?
Oh my god, it's going down.
No, the T's no longer in effect. It's been
Ah.
well over 6 hours.
The T is
Guidance then.
The rolls are going down. Ah, it's better.
Oh, I gotta add the
Oh, fuck.
make it an even 20.
That's 20. That's nice.
Man, Kiringa or Monica, you know that not every place is closed if you're, criminal enough, but you have a feeling that this place might be closed by 7 p.m. at night, especially if it's in Hightown.
Oh yeah, why didn't we think about? Wait, do we even care?
I mean, this man is
I mean-
probably operating illegally. He's probably still there.
How quickly can we write a warrant?
That's not our call. We gotta
What's
try,
a
we gotta
warrant?
contact our judge and stuff like that.
Yeah. Can
This
we
ain't
just
dread.
Go get a chicken.
Okay, baby cakes.
Like-
And wedgies. And a salad.
No wedgies, no salad. Just
Sir.
do we even like?
Potato wedges, the best.
do-
Wedgies, please.
Wedgies.
Yeah. It's like, is it a risk going?
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, we
Like,
can
because-
hold someone without
Yeah,
arresting.
we can do whatever we want, right? As long as it's not illegal.
Says the group who committed a B&E
guess-
yesterday.
Quickly, can we find Commander Bull and get her to write a
you
warrant?
need to have a warrant.
That's a good
They
call.
didn't
actually.
have a
She
warrant. It was very much a B&E. Yeah, Commander Bull's probably still there.
They smell marijuana.
Okay. Who has the highest chance with a? because
Me.
Baz is nice, right?
Probably
So-
Baz.
Go-
Bull is
Baz,
gonna
do
be
your thing.
in her office.
Mom.
You could probably give her advantage there.
He's drinking tea.
Good idea. I'll go as well to say that I support the idea that she's putting forward.
So where are we
So I
heading
can
out
give her the
technically?
advantage on it.
Technically, right now,
we'll wait
Tyrandel and
until
Baz are
we
heading
find
to
the
Commander Bull's office.
But where's the other place I were talking about?
The Final
Oh,
Rest
it's in
Funeral Home.
Hightown.
Hightown.
Ah. I'm gonna play with my tarot cards
Who
on my
cares if the
deck.
cops break in? What are you gonna do? Call the police?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna look for wisdom in my tarot cards.
Too real, too true.
Death and
Hey,
tax. is an
I
American joke if I ever saw
I
one.
slink over to Age.
What's up?
Oi, I think I might be able to get in there without a warrant.
I don't support that course of action.
I would
100%
not. Let me
support
put it
you.
this way: I would not be in there, but I would be in there.
I mean, do we not have autonomy in this investigation? What do we need for warrants?
Um.
I mean, we haven't used the warrant this far, guys.
Probable,
What do you think
probable
starting
cause,
now?
Probable cause and reasonable.
I mean,
evidence.
we have probable cause.
Yes, but we need an official document, and right now that's what we're trying. I know that time is of the essence, but we got to go through the proper channels. The only reason
we
that we
have-
didn't last time is because I wasn't there.
Last 2 times, to be specific.
I think just once we did.
Technically, you only B&E'd once. You are about to B&E the second time.
Yeah, you were about to
Not
before
true
someone
at all.
cleared their throat
I'm
behind
going
you.
to slowly and very uncasually like tiptoe out of the office and just be like, "All right, well, I guess I'm going home if I'm not needed here today. You guys have a lovely night." And then I'm gonna like grab gloves and like take off.
I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna go to Ty and Baz, who are gonna try to sweet talk Bull.
Bass is doing the talking. I'm just here for support.
Yeah, you guys go to Baz, or not Baz's, wow, Bull's office, and the door is slightly ajar, and peering in, you see the older woman sitting at a desk, currently poring over some paperwork and writing some notes.
Peering in, ridiculous. I like burst my way in. I'm like, Mom, I mean, Commander. Ah!
Wow.
Bull
Cool.
kind of like jolts for a moment as the door gets kicked open, and she looks up. Can I help you both?
We need a warrant, please, ma'am.
You know how to get a warrant.
It's an emergency.
You need a fast warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the speed of it, man.
All right, fill me in. I've been meaning to check in on you with this investigation anyway. It's only been, what, 2 days? What's going on?
Nearly a cold case.
3.
What are you late on thick, Baz? You're the charismatic person. What are you late on strong?
Wow! To your own superior. Wow.
No, Baz.
Both of you are subordinates to this woman.
Ah, it's okay. So, Baz, tell the story. You're the one with the charisma. I'm just here for support.
I tell her all about how this guy's been like basically noted at like multiple locations. We've had like witnesses seeing him like riding through Lowtown, and he's been seen with the victims multiple times. And we have a really good feeling, and she just needs to trust us.
Probable cause.
Roll me a persuasion.
No, guys.
Wait, are you giving me advantage, Bubbles? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah,
here?
yeah. But Ty's giving you advantage.
Yeah, I'm here for the support.
Holy guaca-fucking-moly.
I mean, for the record, it wouldn't be too unrealistic to get a warrant in less than an hour if this was America. So.
Wait, is
Yeah.
that
Nat 20.
with advantage, right? So
Yeah, with advantage.
Yeah.
Nat fucking 20.
Woo.
Nat
Um,
20, no?
as you give Bull the information and you impress your urgency in this matter and how you might still be able to save Glenda unless she's already fallen victim type dealio. Bull just kind of leans back in her chair and she folds her hands on her desk. We didn't have this conversation. You're not going to get a piece of paper fast enough. You know how to get into places quickly and effectively. If you are certain that this man is the murderer, I'm not going to say you have my sanction. And she gives Baz a knowing look.
I like look at her for a second, and then I start walking out, and Ty's probably very confused right now.
Thank you, Mom.
Hey, man!
So are we going?
Hey, come on!
Yeah.
Baz
Okay, and I'll
Baz
look around
pops
and follow
pops
Baz.
their head back in and just grabs Tyrandel's
Why are you
sleeve and
still
drags
sitting
him
there?
Yeah, just get dragged out the door.
out. All right. So you
right,
guys
let's go get the others.
totally did not get permission from your commanding officer to commit a B&E.
No permission.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all.
Okay, we didn't have it last time either.
We go back
I'm
up to the
already-
office and gather everyone else.
I'm already trying to figure out my way there. So.
Yeah, Gookie's already gone at this point. Gookie said that he was heading home.
I'm still just trying to
Heading
get guidance
home.
from my tarot
Everyone will like
cards.
ask about
Air
a warrant, and I'll be like,
quotations.
yeah, we got a warrant. Yeah,
Yeah, so you guys, Baz and Tyrandil,
Alright.
rejoin the room, looking very urgent.
No, it's like the guy asks, "Hey, where's your warrant?" And you're like, "Okay, I got a warrant right here," and it's just a piece of paper that says, "I could do what I want."
Pinky Prime, this is only a one-off, so this is the first and only day, unless people really
Yep.
want this to continue.
That's my little brother.
Oh, hi,
Aw.
Pinky!
The warrant was written in invisible ink. Yes, this is a wonderful warrant.
Yeah. Just hold it up like an ink stamped badge on the front. So there you go.
I could always
Oh,
just
thank you,
write it in Druid, and they'll never know.
They'll
Yeah,
never
exactly.
know.
Okay.
All
I don't
right.
think the can
So
be
we're gonna
written.
grab everyone
Yep.
except Gucky, who's missing.
Wow.
Where's Gucky?
Accents
Turn
and
on his
dialects,
way.
okay?
Oh, he's going-
Accents,
he's going
accents
home.
and dialects.
Okay.
Don't be upset.
Yeah, Gookie went home.
And everyone's calling him Ty, so like.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Did Gookie
That's
actually go home?
fair.
Sorry, did what?
Did Gookie actually go home?
Yeah, Gookie.
No,
Gookie,
I
very.
went.
Did anyone want to
home.
roll an insight? And Gookie, did you want to roll
You know
a
what?
deception? I'm gonna let
Sure.
them have a moment to catch
Yeah.
this.
Sure, here, I'll roll
I was
it.
about to ask that.
I
yeah.
wasn't there.
Before he left, before we swapped over to the.
Oh my god.
Well, that's why I said I made it very. I made it very obvious.
Yeah.
That I'm like,
Oh,
Um,
you made it
just
obvious.
As
going out,
as
and
as Gookie
Okay,
just
good.
like casually picks up gloves from his throne in the pond on Gookie's desk and like kind of puts him up on his shoulder. He's just like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go home," and just like slowly sidesteps out
Right away.
of
Yeah.
the
I am going
office.
right home. No distractions, no stops, no side
Yep.
checks. Nope, just right home.
Kiringa, you know this is
right.
an odd display.
You're going
Normally, Age, you know immediately what's going on. Gookie's not going home. Gookie just literally talked to you about being able to get into places.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, as he goes out the door, I'm gonna be like, "You're going the wrong way. The park's that way."
Essentially, yeah.
There's
I guess I'll
Fine.
I'll
Right
guide
home.
him home.
I guess
Okay.
I'll have to see this through.
All right, and I'll say that this was enough stalling for Tyrandil and Baz to rejoin, so just so that they don't have to worry about tracking down Gookie.
yeah. Well, I mean, we would have been going to the same spot anyway.
True.
And now that everybody knows that I'm lying, it's like obviously like
Okay.
Like, I know where he's
You
going.
you
and
have
then
you guys
everybody
you
just-
guys rejoin the office to hear Age going over the legality issues of what Gookie was going on about earlier. Just basically very much by the book, recited as if he's done this hundreds of times, and then you guys
Don't worry about
knowing.
it. Don't worry about it. We got a warrant. We can go.
Yep, let's go.
I rub my hands together. Oh yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Yes, warrant.
Age, you know that a warrant could not have been turned this quickly.
That's okay. It was an emergency.
It was an emergency. All
I'm
right.
sure we'll get a written slip later.
Who
How-
needs a warrant?
How are you guys traveling to the Final Rest funeral home?
Probably by cab, because
I'll
we gotta
take
get there
a
as
cab,
fast as
As
possible.
quick as possible.
I guess
think-
it doesn't warrant enough of a concern.
Oh, get the
No.
first
No!
the hand jokes.
But I think we dismount the cab like around the corner or so as we can be a little more stealthy on the approach.
You
instead
can't
of
make
just
me
blazing
laugh.
up in a
I will
cab.
die.
Don't kill Karinga, please.
Like, if we just blaze up in a cab and then dive out the side, it's going to be a little it's gonna
Sus.
draw
Yeah,
draw
if you're
attention,
trying to do this a
Not
little
that.
delicately, then yeah,
Be a little
you
stealthy.
pull up and dismount probably about a street over, and you all quickly make your way over. Is anyone trying to stealth in any way, shape, or form, or is this just a
No,
group of?
Me.
I am
Stealth.
I am
Everybody
I
will
am
be
going
stealthy,
to
but
shape
I'm-
change or wild shape into a spider.
Ooh.
Sick.
Oh, I get it now.
Wait,
Are you
I'm going
gonna
to wild shape into a spider.
Are you
If
gonna
it
hop
comes
on anyone's
forward-
shoulder, because a spider is going to be a lot slower than a group of people, even if they're stealthing?
Well, I'm doing so in order to kind of get into the building.
Oh, okay. So you're wild tripping
And then
at the
at that
building.
point, my thought process is at that point, somebody just watched a random spider go into a building and shape change into a goblin. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The person who keeps looking into windows. And that's your possible motive right there. That's a breaking and entering. He's going in there to stop a thief.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's slimy, but I like it.
Well, I mean, his frog is.
I like it.
on the
Yeah,
blood.
I like that. That's
He's
good.
not in the gloves.
All right, are you guys all rolling a stealth on your way up?
I'm still
Um,
rolling.
I'm gonna start
I-
my way
What does a
up.
21 get me?
I'm gonna try.
A
it,
21 gets you pretty fucking stealthed.
Spider.
And a 19. Let's
Oh.
go.
I have a thing for this.
You do. You get advantage on stealth checks thanks to your cloak of elven kind.
Yes.
Nice.
And I got a 12 for my stealth as a
my-
spider.
Why?
With my 6, I fail my stealth.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that first number because you technically didn't have advantage.
No, I had
Um,
disadvantage. I'm in
Roll.
fucking I'm in fucking scale mode.
Oh fuck! All right,
Ooh.
Get a 15. That's good enough.
not bad, not bad.
Did I roll?
Is that good enough? Actually, I'm not the judge of that.
Are
am
you
I?
trying to roll a stealth?
Oh, there we
Fickle?
go.
You got
doing
it?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
I think we
Oh.
all would have
Oh.
Is it?
Yeah.
All
The
right.
loudest monk in existence.
I rolled a natural 1.
As you guys get here and adrenaline is high, Gookie just fucking vanishes. You guys watch Gookie's form. Well, Gookie probably takes gloves off his head first and produces it to Kuringa, Monica, the fellow druid and business partner, and then all of a sudden shrinks to a small spider that you guys lose in the cobblestone. Everyone else kind of hunkers down low, second nature almost to Monica and Baz. Tyrandel puts his hood up from his capelet and also takes a similarly crouched position. Age tries to get lower to the ground, but he finds himself getting caught on his armor. And as he tries to move, you hear clunk, clunk, to which Herbert goes, "That's not how you stealth. You gotta be quiet." And completely forgetting to stealth entirely.
You've got to be quiet if we're going to stealth correctly.
And then starts giving Age tips and tricks on how to get a low center of gravity.
I'm just
And I
gonna
turn around and go, shh.
I'm just gonna look at like whoever mentioned that. I'm gonna be like, really?
Can we all
Another
point out
short
that
joke?
all the criminals successfully stealth?
Yeah, it's suspicious, isn't it?
The criminals
talking
plus
about
Tyrandel.
Yeah. Can I are the lights on? The lights aren't on, right? We
The
never
lights
actually
are not
looked.
on, and there appears to be
Okay.
no movement through the windows. I imagine you're doing the.
I was gonna
window
say,
thing.
can I creep up the window and press my face against it, but really low down, so it's just like this above the windowsill?
Yeah,
Like,
there's
like-
there's large windows that are that go about halfway down the front of the shop, and then it just goes to wall. So you're able to like creep up on the side of the wall and just slowly
just
lift your head up over the little side of the wall there. To which, as your eyes fixate and adjust on the inside there with your dark vision, you see Gookie suddenly spring up from the ground. And Gookie looks over to the door, his eyes kind of like, his murky white eyes glowing a little bit in the dark as whatever light from a street lamp outside is illuminating inside there. And he eagerly goes over to the door and starts fiddling with the locks until eventually you hear a clink, and the lock is open.
Does anyone want to go around the back? Is there a back?
It would be a lot longer to get around to the back because this business is kind of on either side of it. There are other businesses, so you'd have to go down the street, take a turn, and then go in the back.
Okay. Because we kind of really want all the exits covered. Right.
I can go around the
Yeah.
back if you'd like.
I'm thinking
Herbert
maybe we could-
shouts.
Yeah,
I'm just casually going into the building as they're talking.
maybe we just sort of go through the house and to the back door. Is it 2 stories? 1 story?
It appears to be one story.
Oh,
It's probably
okay.
1 story with a basement, let's be honest.
Do I
Okay.
see any tracks outside?
Uh,
People.
Hightown
horses.
loves their fine
Cobblestones.
masonry roads. You do not see any footprints.
There a horse?
Right, is there a stable?
It's a horse.
There is no stable near this building, though.
Okay.
Stone's
Okay.
so good, make a good hardened,
So I guess-
hardened dwarf cry.
What about a cart?
Nope, you don't really see any carts either. It looks to be a like respectable, well-maintained street district or a
think
shopping
that-
district.
I think we're more
Business?
looking for evidence of the cart and horse that was seen.
Correct.
Wait, this is a place of business, right?
Oh, I mean, everyone's kind of inside now, but you guys do hear a crow crying outside.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right.
Hey, do you
Snacks.
hear the man
Can
saying
I
snack?
see the crow?
Yeah, after you open the door, you hear the crow crying, and looking up, you see on top of the lamppost, you see a crow just like nodding up and down at you. Snacks!
Oh my god! The
Snacks!
timing.
The crow was the murderer all along.
I'm surprised the crow wasn't like, oh, Snacks, the spider.
That's fair.
No wonder it's called a murder of crows.
Oh my god, get the fuck.
Mm,
The puns!
they just never end.
I
Okay.
mean,
The
they called
exit's
it a
that
funny
way?
after in high school.
So
for
do
them.
we go? Do we go for a creep?
Are you guys?
I mean, I'm
are
just
you
saying.
guys creeping?
I was gonna say it.
You, Tyrandal, just watched a person just magically appear, just break and entering.
I mean,
like I
if-
said, I feel.
And
I
if
feel like
Gookie's
that's grounds
inside
enough.
and we haven't seen anyone else in there, like I feel like we're okay to
That's
just walk
yeah.
in the
That's
front
that's
door.
grounds to enter. That's grounds to enter.
Yeah.
Gonna stay stealthed in there
Because it's an
though.
illegal
Yeah,
code.
we'll stealth
Uh,
in the front
I
door.
mean, we're
Yeah.
gonna try.
Most of us will.
Yeah.
I mean,
Except for the loud bustling monk over
yeah,
there.
plate mail and monks. aren't
And now
stealthy.
the goblin who doesn't get the +4 to stealth.
Yeah, but it's okay, right? He might not even be here. It's a place of business. He might be somewhere else.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
Business in murder.
What is
We'll
my hand?
creep.
Dun, dun,
I'll creep
dun.
around a little bit.
Alright,
I
start
can
rolling
cover
stealth.
Oh god.
Alright, what are we rolling?
Rolling
Stealth.
stealth.
Oh, I
Again?
still
Can we
get.
do group stealth? Is that a thing?
Yep, everyone still has to roll a stealth.
Oh.
I still get.
The
Hey.
the fact that we had like 2 that were over 20 last
Oh,
last
no.
round. Oh no.
Why? Wow.
Good.
This
Not
is
good at
awful.
all.
Well, I'm
Wow.
quiet.
You're the only one. Everyone else rolled 7 or lower.
Ah,
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough, guys.
I'm gonna cover the back door.
Yeah, Age's gonna leave and swoop around the back there.
Clunk, clunk.
Bubbles, or not Bubble, Tyrandol, begrudgingly seeing this display, you will still take the opportunity, reminding that you were technically sorta not really sanctioned by Bull, and you make your way inside without making a sound with your lithe elven body. Bananas, you unfortunately were a little put off by Herbert and Age making so much noise earlier,
I'm busy
disrupting
telling them to be quiet.
disrupting your stealth, that as you take a step forward, still looking back at them, you trip over the threshold and you fall into the funeral home. Coringa, not quite able to catch yourself as you watch Baz fall in. You kind of trip over them a little bit, but still manage to regain your balance. And Guki, you're super proud of what you did, and you're like, see, I told you it would work! And then you see Snacks, and you're like, Snacks! kind of calling out into the street there, which the bird reciprocates. Snacks!
That might be the last piece of evidence we need, because like all that's really pointed to is that he's a really good practitioner of the dead right now.
Well,
And
no,
that's
that's
very
not
frustrating.
necessarily, because I told the crow to find where the black horse went, and it's here.
And
He
Herbert,
is right.
Yeah, but that was hours ago. He might have
Herbert, with your passive perception, after the cacophony that was not so stealthy teammates, you hear a slamming door inside the building.
Uh-oh.
From within.
From within the building.
I'm running towards it. If I can
Okay.
pinpoint it.
Herbert, like a bullet from a gun, leaps over the fallen Baz and the caught off guard Monica, and gets
follow
into
him.
the building and starts heading towards the direction. Tyrannel quickly on his heels.
I guess we're all gonna chase after Herbert.
Okay, Age,
I'm gonna stay
I'll
by
say...
the front door, actually.
Yeah, I'm covering the door, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So, Guki and Age
Sure,
at the
the-
door. and everyone else running in. You guys make your way through the funeral home, which is draped in beautiful crushed red velvets and black satins. And white lilies are actually quite predominantly through the funeral home in both vases and in artwork and statuettes located throughout the building. And you guys make your way through wake rooms or viewing rooms, and then eventually make your way to a door that you suspect was the one that was slammed recently, near the back of the building. It does not appear to lead outside, however, so you don't believe it's a back door.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch the door handle.
You touch the door
Herbert
handle?
stop at the door, or does he just charge straight through it?
Yeah, does Herbert stop, or does he keep going?
No, I'm running through it.
You're running
Okay,
through
then
it?
we're just running behind. Okay.
And everyone's just running behind him in a line.
And no one's telling Yuki or Age. Okay, cool.
No.
Well, I did like a whistle, I just can't
Okay,
whistle well enough.
they're guarding
Like
the door. It's cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
Age and
That way-
Yuki at
that
this
way if
point will
somebody
probably know what
tries
that
to-
whistle means.
If somebody tries to leave, they ain't getting far.
Okay. You guys open the door and see that it leads downward, a set of stairs.
And it's dark down
I'm going
there,
to take
I
the
see.
time to go back and collect the others.
Okay.
I'm
for
gonna
this
go downstairs.
All right.
Yeah.
There is a
Oh.
light kind of at the end of the
Okay.
stairs, but the stairway itself is still fairly dark. And I think now is an excellent time to make some
Oh,
changes to the
finally.
overlay.
Wait, are
To
we
do
rolling
what?
initiative?
Well, we're getting a battle map, I think is what we're getting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I can't see my stuff is in. I'm in.
Oh,
the way.
hot dog!
I don't see all this stuff. It's only dark.
Oh,
I'm
hot
gonna-
golly!
You gotta
top right
go
corner.
Oh,
up to
you
the
gotta
top
move
right
it. Yeah,
corner.
you gotta move it.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
we gotta
fight
move
my
it.
way to the front
How do
before.
I move it?
You
Go
guys
up to the
should be
top
able
where it
to
has
move
the
your.
plus and minus, and you can like move it that way, and then you can actually like plus.
Oh, it's really subtle and small.
Right. Yeah, no, it's all dark except for what you can
Yeah.
see right now. Right.
Okay, that's what I was confused about.
I'm gonna fight my way to the front of the crowd because
Damn,
I'm-
Oko, these overlays look so good.
Thank
I
you.
know they're great, aren't they?
I did them with Clip Studio Paint, thanks to Karinga for buying Clip Studio Paint for my birthday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know what you mean.
All right, guys. Feel free to situate yourself on the board there.
Oh shit, we're in.
Okay, so definitely.
I'm pretty good,
Probably
actually.
gonna
Why
want
drag my
the.
character?
I think
people
I'm.
with
I think I'm gonna.
more-
Actually, I should probably be in the front in case I gotta,
Yeah.
magic.
Okay,
I'm gonna draw my. In case it's not noted already, I'm gonna draw my axe on the way there too. Just make it sure.
Can I also go stealth?
Yeah, feel free to roll me another stealth check.
Still booking it as much as I can to try to get to the source of the sound.
Oh, please be
Oh,
a
you're
stealth
just-
check.
Are you gonna bother stealthing, Herbert, or are you making your way down?
No, I assume he's heard us already.
And by
Yeah.
this time, I should probably have guidance up again, right?
Yeah, you should have guidance up again.
I would love guidance for initiative. At some
Yeah,
point.
that's pretty cool.
All right, Herbert makes his
guidance
way
section.
down.
I don't have control of my character.
That's
I'm
Oh,
20.
a problem. Give me a second.
Yeah, I can't control my
I
character
think-
either.
Yeah, same.
All right, let's see what I can do to fix this. Sorry, guys, I'm still new to Roll20, so
No, you're totally fine.
I think
Yeah,
you
you're
just gotta
good.
go
Yeah.
into the token and say who has
Oh.
control over it. I think that's an option that you could just.
Yeah.
Who just disappeared?
I'm
that's
just
me.
I'm just deleting you all. Just give me a second, and I'm gonna put you all back in.
We're getting killed before we start.
Oh no!
TPK!
The deck of many things was used.
Oh no! Oh, this is why they made the Harrow deck of many things instead.
Herbert is down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is every. But can you move your characters now?
I
No.
still cannot select my token.
If you right click on the token, there should be an option for like who can control it.
Oh yes, but I can still ping, the most powerful tool.
Yes,
Hold on.
the
one second.
How do
ping.
you ping?
I don't
You hold down.
Yeah, you hold down the click.
Advanced.
my god.
I mean, we could just ping where we want to move Oko, and you could.
Yeah,
move
that's
us
totally
there.
fine too.
Yeah, but I still want you guys to have control of your characters. Why isn't it letting you control your characters?
It's fine. It took us a very long time to get here. I think it's time we just keep things rolling.
Yeah, I think this is okay, right?
Yep, I'm fine.
Totally.
I can
I'm
still roll
probably-
my dice, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll go right here, stealthed.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Right
go in
there?
the front.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the front.
So
Okay, not too
Kiringa.
many at a time because she's got to move everybody.
Yeah. So Kiringa and Herbert are the first to make their way here. Guki's probably still back here because Tyrandel had to go back and get them. Baz is somewhat down here. All right.
I'm gonna fight my way
Are
to the
these
front.
beds here or are these coffins?
They're coffins. You guys
There's
see.
coffins in their beds.
Yeah, you
It
guys
looks
see a
They're
few.
forever beds.
A few different makes and models of coffins. Basically, what you would imagine, different price points and different preferences. This fancy schmancy one down here is probably for an elf or somebody with a lot of money. You've got these dark mahogany ones here, and then these more simplistic ones here with bronze trim.
Hi, puppies.
This is
Mahogany.
vaguely illuminated, and you guys see that there is another entranceway just down here.
The door that I heard slamming before, it wasn't any of the places where we've been.
It was the door that you guys just all came down to come down the stairs.
Oh, it was that door. Okay.
Yeah.
I stand there.
I'm gonna make my way to the front with Herbert.
Oh, thank you.
I say we keep moving, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
you
we're
want?
still moving. I'm just making sure that the man that is in armor and has a big fucking.
No, totally. I meant more like, do you want to keep going straight down this hallway?
Oh, definitely. We're catching this asshole.
Yeah.
Great.
Let's go kill him. I mean, apprehend him.
All right.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna-
gonna stay like in the rear.
We're gonna
And
revoke
bring
his
up-
medical
Bring up
license.
like watch watch our back. Like I'm still moving with the group. I'm just
I like that, Gookie. Yeah, that's
going
that's
to be because I mean I have dark vision, so if something
Right.
tries to sneak up on us, and it's two perception checks because it's me and gloves.
The lighting is gonna fuck with your dark vision, bro. Just letting you know.
Give me one
A little
moment
bit,
so
yeah.
I can adjust things on stream here. Really.
How- Wait, do all of us have dark vision? Except for
Everyone
Herbert?
but Herbert, I believe.
Yeah.
that would
Changelings don't have dark vision. I don't think.
Oh. But
All
you
right.
Can't you
I have
change
low
to
light vision.
something
I've
that
got
has dark
strong
vision?
dark vision.
No, I don't get different eyes, unfortunately.
Dumb
Oh.
humans.
Still get like this.
All right.
You're
So,
just like that one guy.
after
My
meeting-
friend.
After
looks okay.
seeing the coffin storage room, you guys make your way to what you assume would be the mortuary itself, where Orin would have prepared bodies to be laid to rest. And much to some of your guys' grotesqueness, I guess, or off-puttingness, there is currently a body on the table. The body is pale. The body, there's blah, 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 blah. The body is pale, emaciated. You guys can see the pan near the foot of the operating table there, still full of blood. You can tell that he's still bloodletting this corpse here. But this corpse appears to be of a elven man.
Oh,
An elven man.
does it match the description that we've been chasing?
No. This man has medium length blonde hair, fair skin, and looks to be older for an elf.
Yo, he fucking dead.
Jesus
Guys,
fucking
he's
Christ.
dead.
I think he might be dead.
Bruh.
I don't.
I don't wish to alarm the group, but I think
Does
this
this
gentleman is
does this
deceased.
death resemble anything like with what we've seen before?
No. There's a little bit of jaundice and yellowizing of the skin. You imagine that this elf probably died of old age or similar natural causes.
I also don't think that he would keep it to where we could, like, if somebody was looking for his murders, he would just keep it like as out in the open as this.
Is this a dead end room?
This
Well,
is
I
a dead
mean-
end room, yeah.
Can I,
Can I
make
inspect
sure it's a
this?
dead end room?
Like this.
Yeah, roll me an
bookshelf
investigation.
here?
Yeah, two of you roll me investigations, please.
Investigation. I guess I'll help someone do investigation.
I'm actually pretty good at investigation.
I will help you with investigation then.
Okay.
1 second, guys.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I won't worry about it
This is stonework. This is my field of expertise.
I have this.
then. Yeah,
The
you know
dwarfs
what?
got
Don't
this.
worry about it.
Sorry, guys, my husband needed my attention for a second. How are these rolls looking?
A nat 20.
Amazing.
Nice! Age, what were you investigating?
I was looking for where this person has disappeared to because this is a dead end room.
This is a dead end room, yeah.
This is where he ran to. So I'm
I
looking
reckon it's
for
the bookshelf. We pull a book out
Yeah.
and it opens the door.
Alright,
Yeah.
and
See,
everyone
and I'm
else
thinking it might be
was-
one of the coffins.
Could be that as well. So sure.
It could be the dead
might have
bodies
been-
table.
Is it the dead body? Is it him?
Open the box. You don't have to open it, babe.
Is he
He's
disguising
dead,
a
Jim.
corpse?
Your opinion before I put it on my body.
Sorry, guys.
What if
My
I could-
husband required my attention for a little bit longer. Age rolled a nat 20. Bananas rolled a
Whatever.
13. And Ty, I believe, was gonna investigate the shelf.
Okay.
Or is Age investigating the shelf?
I'm looking at the walls for any catchy stonework that might hide something.
Look at
I'll
the
let
shelf.
you investigate the shelf.
It's okay.
Nice.
Okay.
It's okay.
Bubble, you go through and you're pulling on books. You're like, I've read about this in a novel before. It has to be one of these, but none of the books seem to be
Pulling books out.
activating.
And now there's just a pile of books on the floor.
Yeah,
Well, I
it's
imagine
more
he's not
like-
like yeeting books off the shelf. I imagine he's just like pulling. Nope, put it back. Pull. Nope, put it back. You have jostled a few glass jars full of like preserved organs and things like that. Kind of garish decorations down here, but
Balming
maybe
it's the
fluid,
books, guys.
embalm. Yeah, things like that.
spicy
But
juice.
Do I hear the noise
Nothing-
of like something moving behind us by any chance? Like, did he actually like hide the coffin?
Bananas, you notice over here there's just a lot of preserving and embalming fluids. You're still kind of off put with the corpse's self. Is its eyes following you? You can't quite tell. Age, I'm gonna say with that with your investigation, you know that this room is covered. There are 5 other people in here, 5 other brilliant minds, and you think, nothing really seems out of place here. And you make your way back towards this room. And something seems off about the stonework in this corner. You start feeling your hands around there until eventually you apply enough pressure to one of the stones that it goes in a little bit. And all of a sudden, an illusion falls. And you can now see into blah, 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 this room up here.
I'm just gonna shout to the group to, hey, I found something of interest.
Let's all go out there.
Herbert, whilst everyone is looking around, your eyes kind of find their way back to the corpse on the table. Something it's unsettling. But wasn't its head facing up a moment ago towards the ceiling?
I would know
no.
with my keen mind. So,
Suddenly, you hear
Good trait.
as its jaw starts to fall open, and it lets out a mournful wail. Can I
Friends,
get you
we've got trouble.
guys to roll initiative? Please make sure that you have your token highlighted first.
token highlighted.
I
I don't know
can't.
how to
What?
highlight my token.
How do I do that?
I can't click on my token.
Yeah, we can't
Ah.
click on the token.
All right, roll initiatives. I'll put you all in the fucking order.
Okay.
Gimme. Haha. That's not too bad. And a
I
minus
wanted
1.
to send the result of this roll, but no valid token was selected.
Yep.
I'll put you all in manually.
We'll figure this out for next time.
Frickin' hell, Herbert the dexterous over there.
Indeed.
That's his whole.
Alright.
That's his shit.
He's dexterous, not sneaky.
Oh, that's the wait. That's dexterity, isn't it?
It is.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm quick. I'm quick.
Wrong.
And I'm smart. But I'm not.
The monks
Llama.
get to use dexterity as their initiative.
Yes.
Yeah, there
They also
Ah.
Yeah, they use dexterity as their initiative, and they can eventually add wisdom, their wisdom modifier, to their AC.
Yep.
Between Gookie and Baz, who has the higher initiative, or who has the higher dexterity modifier?
Mine is 3.
Mine's 2.
So Gookie would go first out of you two, so I'm just gonna bump him up to a 13. Kuringa, was that D20 roll your initiative there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put you up to a 14 then. And Herbert, 20. There we go. And then lastly,
Sweet.
I'm not gonna bother getting a new token for that guy there.
You could
There we
just
go.
drop.
Time for fun stuff.
I get to
Good.
beat shit. I get to beat shit with my fucking.
I'm so excited.
1 second, guys. I'm a little underprepared. I'm terrible. Just give me
You're not. You have it all lined up very well.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
It's
you.
very nice.
Shit's on lock.
Just give me a quick second.
She's just got to quickly draw a skeleton token.
Right.
5-second sketch.
Just put
Yeah.
sounds on there from Undertale.
Yeah.
Hey, puppers. Hi.
Everyone loves a dog.
Everyone, listen. This is my stream. This is it. This is right here. This is the stream.
But just the dog.
Just the dog. Everyone wants the dog.
This is peak content right here.
Look, I've had someone offer me $2,000 for this dog.
High
told him
quality
no.
content.
He is
Yeah.
my little butt.
Mine's over
But-
here sleeping on my bag.
But he doesn't stop giving kisses if you let him. So
Yeah, just carries on going.
while Oko's doing that, I am being summoned again because people don't know how to leave me alone.
Understandable.
Yeah, them damn people.
Yeah, fucking people. Am I right?
So,
You see, what I forgot was a little important, because I just remembered that we agreed for me to roll.
Oh, here we
Privately.
go. Here you go. Here you go, Autumn. Come here, baby. Come here.
Oh,
You
we're
want
gonna get a second
puppy? I
one.
got puppy. Come here.
They pissed me off right there.
Come here.
They're like, oh, we want you to make coffee. Guys, the machine's down there.
There we go.
Do it yourself.
That's 2.
Hey, another dog.
Here's some puppy. Here's some puppy. I know
I
Oko's
would
mom
die
wanted
for your
puppy.
dog.
Ah, he a big fella. Or girl.
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 Such a
He's my-
cutie.
All
He's
right,
my baby.
everybody in. Oh, I forgot. There we go. Herbert, you are up first as this
There you go,
corpse
sweetie.
slowly starts trying to rise from the bed.
Okay. I'm going to pull the dagger out of my side, like out of the pouch on my side, and I'm
Okay.
gonna like twirl it in my hand and be like, "Here we go, everyone!" And I'm gonna try to stab it through the head, through the forehead.
All right, you're doing a melee attack on a prone target, which I believe automatically gets you advantage.
Heck yeah.
Haha!
Okay, so I'm going to roll.
That's illegal, asshole.
How
Wait. Crime's illegal, fucko.
do I roll to hit?
Necromancy.
You would
More like
click your
necro
attack
fuck.
on your character sheet.
Uh-huh.
I have a meme for that.
Oh, I don't have. Okay.
Hold on.
Dex.
There we go.
plus.
Haha! Crime's illegal, fucko.
So hit my attack. Uh-huh. Is this it? Is that it? Did I just do it?
Whoa.
Oh my god. I
Whoa.
don't know what that is.
1 second. You're
I
attacking
don't
with
know
a
what that is.
dagger?
Okay. I'm going to just do a d20 roll twice.
Okay,
I
sounds
too
good.
speak Minecraft enchanting table.
Great. So it's going to be a 16 to hit.
16 total, and a 16 does beat his armor class. Roll me damage.
All right. That's going to be 1d6.
1d6 for a dagger, sounds about right. Or a short sword? It's a short sword, right? Daggers, I
Yes,
believe, are 1d4.
sorry, it's a short sword. Yeah. 3.
Oh, I just
4,
saw
5.
Fickle did biddies and a gifted sub. Thank you so much, Fickle.
Of course, of course. So that's gonna be 6 points of damage with that attack, and then I'm going to punch him in the ear.
All right, martial arts. You're able to do an unarmed strike. Roll me another attack with advantage because he's still prone.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the. I'm sorry for what's about to happen, everyone. I'm gonna make it my turn forever. That's only a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to hit.
13. That does hit.
Okay. That's gonna be. That's just 1d4. So 6 points of damage.
1d4.
And then I'm
For
gonna flurry of blows. I have advantage right now. Why would I not?
He's
Yeah?
just gonna beat down the whole thing in one go.
I'm gonna
That's
punch him
fair.
2
That's
more
fair.
times.
All right, go for it.
You dare be illegal in my city?
Oh
That's
wow,
illegal.
that's
That
lots.
hits. That
So that-
hits.
yeah,
That's
okay.
even more.
So with the first one, I'm going to extract aspects
Ooh.
him. Find that perfect pressure point.
Excellent. And extract
And-
aspects, you get to pick what you want to disclose, was it?
Yeah, let me look it up and make sure. Let me just read it because I haven't done this before.
Yeah.
You can strike pressure points to extract crucial information about your foe, granting your insight about their combat ability. Whenever blah 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 blah. You learn the following attributes about the target: damage vulnerabilities, damage resistances, damage immunities, and condition immunities.
You learn all those things?
Yeah.
All right. Damage immunities, poison. Condition immunities, charmed, exhaustion, and poison. And what was the other thing you also learned?
Condition immunity, damage resistances, damage vulnerabilities, damage immunities, and condition immunities.
No damage vulnerabilities. Oh wait, no. Radiant.
Ah! I will, as I'm punching him, he'd be like, he's. I'd say all of that.
So
Radiant damage, A-OK.
you
Wait,
guys.
did someone say
Don't
radiant
do
damage?
poison.
Yeah, radiant damage.
Don't do poison. Radiant damage, yes, it's a go. And then I'm gonna punch him one more time.
Go for it.
Put your hand on his head. Just
Oh no, that's a natural 1 and a 14. Whew, whew, whew. Close there.
All right. So
so
let me
that's
just
a
see if I can
20.
follow along with your attacks here. So you rolled the 10, and then you rolled a 9. I'm assuming plus all of your stuff there. Those two hit. You rolled another.
Sorry, so those are all single rolls. So the first 2 are the first attack.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. The first
The
two are
10 and
the.
the 9 are the first attack. This 4 and the 7 are the second attack. The
Yep. So
14
that's
and
all
the
with
8
advantage. And
are the
then
third attack.
Third attack. Okay, gotcha. And then your.
And the 1 and the 14 are the final attack with
So
flurry of
mercifully,
blows.
with advantage, the 14 does land. All right.
Thank God.
Start rolling me some damage, I guess.
Okay, that's the last one. And that's going to be another 6 points of damage. I rolled 3 every time.
Nice. All right, so you guys are still investigating about
so
this
sorry.
room, and then all of a sudden, you hear Herbert just and quickly draw a dagger from his side and slam it down into what you guys previously thought was the motionless body left on the table. He Sorry.
I imagine it's like going into like taking your combative friend into like a haunted house. Something pops out at him. He's like,
No.
Oh, shit!
Essentially, yeah. He with precision and dexterity draws the short sword from his side, tosses it in the air, grabs it in his left hand, slams it through the corpse's chest, and then quickly just starts bludgeoning this poor dead elven man's face in. And after that series of blows, he starts giving you this information and then looks at the corpse and gives it one more jab. You guys are probably a little shocked and mortified at this point, but it's then when you notice that it starts like and it's like actually like making noise, and you're like, oh shit, this thing's alive. After Herbert, it is Baz.
Shouldn't
Baz?
it be Ty,
I think
right?
it should be me.
Oh
shouldn't it?
shit, why didn't
I was
this
gonna say,
auto
it's not in
sort?
order.
One second. There we go, Ty. There we go. There we go, we got it.
Okay. I can't really tell what's squares and what's not. Am I close enough to stab him with a sword?
Is
that
So
only
there
reach with the
is
sword?
a ruler tool. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth rule down, or the fifth, blah, 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 the fifth tool down, and you can drag a ruler, and you can see just how far you are away from a creature. You're 5 feet.
Okay.
I'm saying you can
Okay,
move in.
my fifth tool is a set of dice actually, but
Yeah,
Oh!
no, fourth tool.
Hi,
Fourth tool.
Raiders! I don't know why I didn't get a rating notification. Probably because
hello.
I just realized I actually don't have an
Ooh,
alert box
hi.
on this one.
Hey.
Hello,
Hi,
everybody.
everybody!
Oh,
We're gonna
I'll
just
wave at them.
blip.
I think
We're
I
gonna put
waved
this
right.
here. I think you did. Hi Raiders, my
Hey.
name is Okomie, but you can call me Oko for short. I'm a variety streamer and an English VTuber, as you can see. Today's my birthday! And to celebrate, these lovely members of my Discord community and friends of mine have offered to be players in my one-off campaign called White Lily Murders. We're actually getting up near the end so far. After a few days of investigation and a string of bodies of little ladies, they have finally ascertained the information that this is probably the cause of Orin Tyrell, a half-elven mortician in the nobility district. And they are currently raiding his funeral home, which they are currently in the basement of.
And we just found a zombie, which is
Beat it
maximum
up as a
fucking
skeleton
illegal.
or a
Yes,
zombie or whatever they're
necromancy's hella illegal.
Maximum illegal.
Alright, what are you going to be doing, Ty?
Walk up
called.
and
I'm a
stab.
man who has a distinct hatred for the undead,
Mm-hmm.
so
Walk, stab, walk.
we're definitely going to be rolling some attacks. Now, if I have this correct, which I probably don't, but somebody will tell me, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I am a dread ambusher.
Mm-hmm.
So in my first turn, I can make 3
Mhm.
attacks instead of 2.
Oh dang!
Yes, you can.
Okay, and I'm going to use the short sword and not the longbow
Makes
because
sense.
I'm now stood in his face, and I think that's disadvantage on a ranged weapon in melee range, isn't it?
It is.
And he's still prone, dude. So you get
It's
advantage.
It's advantage while he's prone.
So do I just roll 2 d20s and add 6, or do I click on the short sword?
Click on the
and roll
short
it?
sword, and it should ask if you're rolling this normally or with advantage.
Ah, look at that! Isn't that brilliant? That's
This poor
disadvantage.
zombie. We really caught him off guard.
Okay.
All right,
Is
that
it
hits.
for zombie though?
How about you roll all of your attacks?
No.
So you have 3 attacks right now, correct?
Okay, right. So 2
That hits.
and 3.
That hits. Roll your damage, please, sir.
Okay.
I also do
so
apologize.
get-
I am eating dinner right now.
That's cool.
You're good.
I mean,
click,
you
don't
let us,
press
you
short
let us
sword, right?
eat, so it's no big deal.
On this list.
Yeah, you're gonna
for them
hit
to get
the short sword button in chat. That's
okay.
accompanied with your damages.
So it should hopefully roll me a d6 plus 3 each time.
Yeah.
So 8,
Holy crap.
4, 5.
All right.
Is he still alive?
So, as soon as you hear the moaning, the very familiar moaning drawing back from years ago, what earned you the title and the prestige. Thank you so much for the biddies! What earned you the title and the prestige that comes with being kind of like the leader of this investigative group. You know immediately that you're dealing with undead, and you kind of let your body go through the motions on its own as it automatically reacts. You spin around, pulling out your short sword, much like what Herbert did, and you quickly start taking heavy slashes at this thing. And it didn't even have a chance. Between the two of you,
Oh, no.
the corpse remains still once more.
I was almost right with my rolls as well, because on my last 5 I get to add an extra dice to it, but it doesn't matter.
You got it.
I was about to
Yeah,
cast
fuck the
Moonbeam on it.
undead.
Age, after revealing this other room, you just hear shouting, commotion, and a weird gurgling moan, and then suddenly silence back in
A bunch of like hitting
mortuary.
noises.
Just
Okay.
poo-doo.
Okay, we have
Herbert's shouting.
necromancy. Necromancy
Oh.
confirmed.
Necromancy confirmed.
Dead
Just stand
people
there.
confirmed. Extra dead alive people confirmed.
So was there a
I'll just stand there holding the short sword a little bit and breathe
Is there-
somewhat heavily, staring at the dead body.
is there a
What's going
hallway or
on?
something there? Is that why it-
Yes. un momento, because I'm currently working off of a computer and a laptop, and switching between the two has been
Oh, wow.
quite the treat.
Hardcore.
Why
Technical
isn't that revealing?
Manage. Because
There we go.
There it is.
Get
there
it.
we go.
Making my way towards Mr. Age.
Making my way
Making-
down.
Making my way. Okay. Sorry.
Is this another short joke, y'all?
Great. I mean,
I'll take
you'd probably
that.
go 5,000. You'd probably go 500 miles. You know, because you're half height.
Okay.
I hate you. All right, let's go.
So, wow. Well,
All right. Now that that combat, like literally they had it down in fucking 2 seconds. Like you guys barely had fucking time to react. Age has essentially been up here feeling up
Just
the wall, and as Rest was found in that room once more, that's when Age discovered the button and is called back to you guys. You were like, there's necromancy confirmed, and Age's like, I found a secret fucking room, guys. All right, so you guys make your way back up here, and essentially as you all focus your attention to this room, as if
Oh yeah, don't I gotta re-stealth?
I mean, if you want to keep stealthing at this point.
I don't think it was just. An
Yeah, I'm
illusion.
pretty sure he knows
heard
we're
all
here.
that.
Hmm.
Pretty sure he
Quite
heard all that.
Yeah.
Without
Alright.
shouting, fucking
I mean-
necromancy confirmed.
But he
Yeah.
doesn't know how many people are here.
That's fair.
true.
True.
Unless he's been watching us, in which case he knows it's
I'm
that.
Does
slow-
it really
slowly
matter?
getting further to the top of the camera.
It's
Right.
more or less for fun.
Herbert and Herbert, Monica, and Tyrannel. Alright, you notice something behind you.
Oh no.
Oh,
In the
God.
coffin? In one of the coffins?
Yep,
Oh.
in one of the coffins. You guys see a faint
Oh yeah.
blue light emerge from one of the coffins.
That's not good.
I will. I don't know if casting detect magic is going to be helpful, but
Do I recognize what that would be?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Sure.
Guidance.
You can't get
It just-
guidance. This is kind of just happening.
Fair enough.
I know.
That's pretty
oh,
good.
that's
oh, that's
okay.
okay. That's good.
Dang.
That's a 20. It's a +4 on my intelligence, so 21.
Okay. Instantly, you and Tyrandel know that this is a will-o-wisp,
That's
Oh,
a
no,
problem,
no,
everyone. That is a big problem.
and I
Um,
don't know why I closed the fucking. Oh yay! It's still here. I'm gonna say that we're just gonna follow down the order still. Just as you
Sure.
guys realize what this will-o-wisp is. Age, it is your turn. You've got Herbert saying, "That's a problem. That's a problem."
Margate.
Hold on.
Him? It?
Hmm?
What is a will-o-wisp? Is it a him and it?
It's like it's a dead person's soul, essentially.
Yeah,
Oh, it could be a him.
it's a flaming soul creature thing.
That likes to suck up your soul to get
Why
more.
Oh,
isn't it
no,
letting
no,
me
I don't want any of that, thank you.
move
Yeah.
this?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's why.
move to block the. Yeah, I'm gonna move to block the will-o-wisp from the party, and I'm going
Thereabouts.
to. I'm gonna take a swing at this mofo.
Sounds good.
I mean, I already got my axe out. See how it works. So. Boom. Roll the roll. Does a
15 total.
hit?
15 does not hit.
Lifta. All right.
Some tough armor.
Not
more like I'm
armor.
swinging at air.
It's
I'm
very
swinging
it's
at
very
air.
small. So Age quickly, noticing that this is where his time to shine is, closes the distance as soon as his eyes focus on the small little floating blue orb of wispy light and essence, and he closes the distance and he brings his giant battle axe up from the ground and then tries to connect it with a small flitting creature, but it just, as if moving on air, shifts out of the way of his attack.
I get another attack, right? Or is that only if I don't move?
I believe you do as a fighter.
I think
Yeah.
everybody at level 5 gets 2 attacks, don't they?
Not everyone, but
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
All right, let me just
A fighter
roll that.
definitely should, though. I
Let
feel
me-
that they should.
Let me just roll that again then.
Oh!
Do I roll it again for a critical threat?
No, you don't have to confirm in 5e.
Oh.
But that does mean you get your damage dice twice. So just roll the two.
Yep. What the hell just happened?
Oof.
I don't feel that's quite.
That's
Is
just my
that right?
strength. That's just my strength. Yeah, I didn't actually roll any dice. That's just my strength bonus. So
Um,
1d10,
Okay, not-
it
right?
is
for
it
great
is
axe?
because you don't have the damage dice allocated to your weapons. 1 second.
Yeah, what's the damage dice for a great axe?
Let's find
I
that
don't know the
out.
answer to that.
That's okay. We can all learn together.
I think it's
I mean,
a
I
D10.
can take a guess and
It's
say
either a
like
D10 or a D12.
Yeah,
I
D10 or
don't-
D12 sounds about right.
I
I'm
reckon
just
it's a
pulling it up
10.
now.
Yeah, it sounds like
D12.
12.
Ooh.
1d12 plus your strength. All right, try hitting that button again.
You fixed it in my character sheet. Okay.
I fixed it for you.
Boom and
Oh.
boom.
Oh.
Jesus
Ooh.
Christ.
Why isn't it
my-
giving?
That's not correct. That's rolling
That's
the
also
dice
not
twice.
correct. That's rolling the dice twice. Yeah.
And neither time. Okay. So it's just the first one. 12 damage.
Yeah. And do you have anything in your strength? Your strength modifier?
It's already factored into the first die roll.
Oh, okay, cool. So
I mean, I'm more
4
than
plus
happy
8.
to take a second set of rolls if you want.
We'll stick with the 12 there. So not being able to find purchase on the upswing, you quickly adjust your arms, refocus on your target, and you bring the great axe back down, and you see it go straight through the small floating ball of spirit and essence. It splits for a moment before reforming at the top of your axe, giving kind of a as it continues to go on its way. After Age is, I'm just going to use this initiative order for the Will-O-Wisp because I forgot to take the zombie out, is the Will-O-Wisp. Not taking very kindly to that attack.
Uh-huh.
Sorry guys, give me a second here.
What's he gonna do about it? Float angrily in my direction?
It is. It's going to float angrily in your direction. It is going to do shock. So it's going to roll to hit. I do not believe a 7 hits, correct?
No, I have an AC of 16.
Okay, cool. So it's just it's going to go in and try to attack you, but unfortunately it does not find purchase. It seems you're just as evasive as just as evasive as it is at this moment. And then we go down to Monica.
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh.
I still don't know what a shillelagh is.
It's
mean,
a
druid
very
ability.
small club-like object from Irish folklore, usually
What?
held by leprechauns.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a cantrip, so I'm going to abuse it.
And
plus
Shillelagh
four,
is
right?
a 5e.
Which means I get 1d8 damage instead, and I use my wisdom modifier instead.
It is a bonus action, so you can still make an attack. Perfect.
Exactly. So just a d20.
Yep. Well, a d20 plus your attack, which
Is plus 4.
Wisdom, right?
It says plus 4 on the sheet.
Okay.
It could be plus
You
4.
would know- you would be better than me. Know it better than I.
yep, plus 4. If you wanted, Kieran, you can just, for future reference, you can just click quarterstaff on your character sheet, and it would automatically do the math for you. So you rolled a d20 plus 4, 19, that's 23, that does hit.
So do I
Roll
click
me.
the weapon again for the damage?
You can click on the damage part of the weapon. And Shillelagh allows you to...
Oh yeah, it's going to be different because it's a d8, so it's not the same. I have to roll separately.
The die becomes a d8. The weapon also becomes magical, perfect if it's not already. And... yeah. So just
So it's
roll
a d8 plus 3.
Yeah, d8 plus 3.
8.
Okay. You follow up Age's aggression with your own, pulling out your quarterstaff and touching, dragging your clawed hand across the length of your quarterstaff, imbuing it with almost a celestial light. You see dark starry night essence kind of pouring off the quarterstaff as she runs over, gives it a quick twirl, and smacks it down on the displaced will-o-wisp. Again, carving through the will-o-wisp, but it still reforms on the other end of her weapon. And then we have Gookie.
Yeah.
Tough enemy.
Okay.
Any more of a chance than the zombie?
That's true, yeah. I feel the zombie was a
Um,
warm-up round. It was just like, okay, this is how it's going to go, guys. And then we didn't get as much of a, this is how it's going to go as we thought.
Mm.
They really set the pace there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
Okay.
do frostbite.
Frostbite? Alright. How does one do frostbite?
The will-o-wisp needs to make me a con save. It needs to beat my spell save DC of 13.
It rolled a natural 14 on the die. And unfortunately,
Okay.
it doesn't add anything else to it, so it literally just barely beat your con save.
Yeah. Sadly, it is a save or suck spell, so.
It's a
That's
cantrip,
about-
right?
Suck.
Yes. But what I can also do is I can disengage as a bonus action because I'm a goblin and back away from it a little bit because I'm pretty close to it and I don't want to be.
You want to be about
I'm
here?
gonna go right. Why isn't it doing it? Hold on. I clicked the wrong thing. Right about here.
Here? Got ya.
Yeah. Because I don't want to be close to that thing. So yeah, give it a nice little cold icy blast and dodge out of the way.
Unfortunately, it seems the cold never bothered it anyway, so... And then you...
Oh, no.
you take a moment to disengage. And then Baz. What is Baz doing?
Oh,
What
I
the
hit a button. Don't worry about that.
What the heck is that?
That's the write-up on a Circle of Star Druid's ability starry form.
Oh, right.
I hit the wrong button.
I noticed.
I'm gonna shoot it with my short bow.
Alright.
Hey, a
Roll
rider.
me an attack. You can't guide an attack
I
roll.
know. Guide everything.
So I have a rogue feat that says gain advantage on gain advantage on attack as a bonus action when you are motionless.
Sounds like
Set
you're
aside.
motionless.
Cool.
Good old assassin abilities.
Would
Nice.
that take your...
22
would that
does
consume
hit.
your bonus action to do that? Is that how that would work?
If it states as a bonus action, then yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, so is that hit? I'm gonna say.
Yeah, roll me
it's gonna
damage.
hit. So then I also have that +2 because I'm wearing the bracers of archery. Did I add that in? I think I added that in the thing already.
Okay. And also, I believe the grounds of sneak attack dictate that you gain sneak attack if you have an advantage on the attack.
Do I? No, that's not what I want. How do I roll just the... Oh, that one. There we go. Did it.
Roll sneak attack. Roll your sneak attack as well, which is 2d6, I believe.
Man.
This
rogues
stream
are
has been
something else.
live for literally 6 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm really
I don't
sorry,
think-
guys.
Got it under the 7 hours mark, guys.
We're just now
But
getting
this-
to the
like,
to the
this is
end to the end game.
This will be it. We've got to
The,
solve
the,
it, right?
the best part is I still have a stream and a giveaway to do today.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
wow.
guys. There was a lot
And
of
the
RP.
giveaway.
Thank you so much for the follow, Eternal Shade. So yes, you quickly pull out your short bow and you knock an arrow with precision and expertise, and seizing the opportunity, following the will-o-wisp for a moment and mirroring its movements with your steady hands, you release the arrow, and you're able to strike deep where it hurts. The will-o-wisp doesn't pull apart or anything. The arrow goes directly through it, but it gives out a pained, shrill cry, denoting that that blow did quite a bit of damage. Sorry, I'm doing a series of burps. I was trying to deliver that while trying to not burp into the microphone.
That's a lot of damage.
Ah, that's a lot of damage.
I split this
Herbert-
little bit
Herbert's
spin
got it.
half.
Uses Thunder Wave, just consecutive burps.
And whilst this is going on, keen eyes will notice a new will-o-wisp, also kind of floating on the side there, drawn by the sound of clattering and commotion over here. And it is going to take it. Actually, I'm just going to have them act on the same turn. So, Herbert, it is your turn.
Okay, I am going to run towards the new will-o-wisp.
The new one? Okay.
And then I will try to swing at it with my short sword.
Sounds good.
That's going to be a 21 to hit.
21 does hit.
Let me, roll
Start
1d.
proceeding to bash the heck out of it very quickly. With your
Okay,
fist.
so that's going to be 10 points of damage with that first attack.
Got it.
And then I'm going to try to, I mean, then this is just for flavor. They're going to be unarmed strikes, but I'm going to try to, like, grab it and, like, squeeze it out of the air.
Just grab at it.
Okay. Roll me an unarmed strike.
I want to squeeze it.
I won't squish it. That's a 20.
Take
20
it.
20
Take it, the
hits.
koi fish. Take it, the koi fish.
20 does hit, so roll me your unarmed damage, please.
That's not right. That's supposed to be a d4. 1d4. That's 5 points of damage the first attack.
Alright, so you quickly make your way through here, moving expertly through your friends, and you drag your short sword up the new threat that has emerged that not everyone else has quite noticed yet, but you and your keen eyes have. And then after striking through with your short sword, you reach your other hand forward and you quickly wrap your fingers around the cold, chilling essence that is this will-o-wisp. And your hands do find purchase, but it's
Okay.
able to move and morph out of your hand. So you
I
don't
will.
you don't still get to hold it, but
Yeah. I will flurry of blows and try to grab it again.
go for it.
That is only going to be a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to hit.
Does not hit.
All right. Last attack. Another 6. What the heck? That's it.
The will-o-wisp has grown wise to your game and your grabby hands. And for a brief moment, the book nerd Herbert that we all know and love comes back as he, no, come back! Then we have Ty. It's Ty's turn.
Okay. Do you, before I decide I'm going to move, do you take an action to use a different weapon?
It depends on
Because
how
technically
you...
I'm still holding my short sword if we
Yeah.
ended last combat in the same thing, so I'm still holding a short sword.
If you...
So if I want to fire with a longbow,
Mhm.
is my action to change my weapon, or can I just assume that I'm firing with the longbow?
I'm going to default to the rule set I'm familiar with 3.5. If you wanted to properly put your short sword away back in its sheath, that would take an action. But if you just drop it on the ground and quickly draw your bow, I will allow you to switch weapons.
And I move first before I throw it on the ground?
Yeah, you can throw it on the ground. Or you can
No,
move
can I
and then
move
throw it on the
first?
ground. Yeah. Where do you want to go?
Over next to Baz. Like, I would ping, but I don't know how to do it.
Hold
other
down.
side.
Hold down long left click.
Yeah, just hold down the left mouse button.
That doesn't appear to work for me. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That doesn't appear to be working.
That's
Oh, it's because I've still got the ruler.
So if you have the
Oh.
pull thing on, you have to go to
Yeah.
you have to go to
Well,
select
anyway,
move.
There. That's exactly where I want to stand. There.
All right.
And this is not new combat. This is continued on, right? So my Dread Ambusher doesn't count now.
Doesn't count anymore, I'll say.
Okay. In which case, I will use my bonus action first
Mm-hmm.
for Hunter's Mark. On
I'm gonna get you
Go
to
on.
roll me an intelligence check with advantage because undead's kind of your thing.
Okay. Intelligence
Please don't hit Herbert.
with advantage. Well, that's
Nat
fine.
fucking 20. You know what a healthy will-o-wisp looks like, and you know that putting Hunter's Mark on this one over here is going to be a waste of your fucking time. One arrow is going to kill it. It will be better spent putting your Hunter's Mark on this one over here.
Okay. So that's my bonus, right? So I still have my regular action.
I'll
Mhm.
be right back.
'Kay.
Um,
Oh no,
and
Augie's turn is next.
That's okay. I'll delay it a little bit. I'll delay it a little bit while I read Hunter's Mark. Okay.
Okay.
If
You essentially
you
get an
choose
additional d6. They don't have a
creature,
save against it or anything like that.
until the spell ends, you deal 1 extra d6 when to the target whenever you hit with a weapon attack.
Yeah.
And a weapon attack is anything, right?
Yep.
Okay. In which case, I will fire my short bow only twice this time, because I don't get the third action. So if I just my longbow even, it's not a short bow, it's a longbow.
I'm just gonna double check. Do you actually have those 2 additional attacks at level 5?
I have 2 attacks. I don't have 3. I have 3 with it being Dread Ambusher, and at level something, I get extra attack in the thing.
I'm gonna just double check. So Dread
That's cool.
Ambusher
Dread Ambusher gives me 1 on the first turn.
takes an additional weapon attack. Oh, okay, gotcha. And then
I get 2 as normal per attack action.
Not that I don't
I
believe you,
believe.
it's just it's been a while since I've been a ranger. Yeah,
No,
you
no.
get an extra attack. All right, go ahead.
You're within your rights to check. So I'll normal roll them both. So that's a 26
That does hit.
and a less 14, which I know doesn't because it didn't.
Okay.
So one of them's good, right?
I'm gonna say that you had the intelligence to make the nearly dead one your priority. So I'm gonna say the 26 is the first one. So that does hit. The 14 does not hit, however. So feel free to roll damage on the nearly dead one, the one that did not receive Hunter's Mark.
Okay. So it
Unless
is,
you want to
no,
say that
not
you
like
went to the
that,
one that
not
did
like
receive
that.
Hunter's Mark.
Well, you see, I know that Arge's next before it, so it feels like a waste to fire on it. But if that's what you would like, I
mean,
will fire on this one.
You are an intelligent man, and undead is your expertise. If you want to pincushion the more healthy one because now it has Hunter's Mark, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I feel like I want to shoot the one in front of her, but still.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so I click longbow.
9 damage.
And I can roll a d6.
Yep.
Slash roll, right?
Slash
roll.
Roll space
Feel like
1d6.
You also have a bow?
Nope, that's 1L. Let's try again. Roll 1d6. 3.
For a total of 12 damage. All right. As Herbert is trying to still grasp onto this will-o-wisp over in the corner here, you level off your gaze and you draw your arrow and just letting out a soft exhale, loose the arrow from its nock, and the arrow goes through, just barely missing Herbert's hand. It goes through the will-o-wisp and it dissipates and does not reform.
Okay.
1 down.
All right. It is now Age's turn. Age's still gone.
He was just here.
Age, why? I saw you come back.
No.
All right. I'm gonna say
Who's after Age?
the will-o-wisp. So I'm just gonna say the
Mhm.
will-o-wisp is gonna take its turn.
Do it, yeah.
Delayed.
Yeah, he holds his.
He could be
he
holding
holds
an
his
action
turn.
or something, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
The will-o-wisp is going to attack Monica. Ooh. That is a total of 22.
Jesus.
Monica, does that beat your armor class?
By double.
Oh.
God.
All right. I need to.
I'm
pull out
about to
some-
get hurt.
use
okay, you
use
probably got
about to
loads of hit
experience
points.
a little bit of pain.
Rolls a 1.
There we go. And that is okay. So the will-o-wisp again is trying to evade both you and Age, and eventually it sees the less armored target and thinks that might be a little easier to hit. And it swoops forward, just evading another shillelagh attack from you, and it enters through your chest. This chilling essence just erupts from your chest. And whilst it's inside you, you feel a shock, a searing, burning pain erupt forth. dealing 11 points of damage.
Ow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it could be worse.
And then it comes out through your back again. Age, it is your turn. We just went to the Will-O-Wisp while you were AFK, but it's technically your turn now.
Okay. Great axe. Great axe.
Match him with a great axe.
I'm gonna.
I'm gonna say it's over
Punch
here
him
now because it just
with
came
the
through.
Punch him with the great axe.
24 does hit. Please roll damage, sir. Perfect. As you watch this Will-O-Wisp enter through Monica's form, and she lets out a pained cry as she gets that searing, burning pain, you watch as its blue essence comes out from between her shoulder blades, and you quickly bring your axe over and slam down, cutting through the Will-O-Wisp, and watch as it dissipates and does not reform.
Nice.
Hey. Good job, guys. Good job.
All right.
That kind of hurt a little.
That didn't feel good.
Don't worry, I gotcha. I walk over and I'll give him some healing.
'Kay.
That's what I'm good for. I'll produce some good berries. Give you some some good mushrooms.
Some very good food.
Some good
And how much
mushrooms.
how much do these mushrooms heal for again?
It's just 1 point each, but I can create 10 of them.
Okay. Do you want to pump all 10 into
So-
Monica right now, or?
Yep. Because I don't think anybody took damage, did they?
I don't think so.
Nope, only me.
Nope. Yep. So yeah, I give you 10 good mushrooms.
Instead of forcing Monica to eat a fungal salad, I'm just gonna say you concentrate a lot of your will and might and power into producing one large and vibrant mushroom.
That's fair, yeah.
Like, these 30 mushrooms are prepared for you.
So that's all in your mouth.
Uses control flame and
just-
just, you know,
just sit there
sautés
and,
them
like-
in my hand and eats them.
All right.
These are good for you.
I'm just gonna start checking the rest of the
Yeah, I'm gonna head in that secret passage.
No, I'm gonna start
Alright.
checking the rest of the caskets to make sure
Coffin.
there's nothing else surprising us.
Feel free to roll me an investigation check. And who said that they were gonna be heading into the secret door? Secret room?
Monica,
Monica. Okay.
with a little bit of stealth, so I'm gonna hit that real quick.
Roll me a stealth.
I'm gonna
Eight
fail it, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's there.
How? Whew! You called it.
Uh,
Aga, you're still kind of adrenaline high. You're still kind of in the mode for battle. Your eyes are looking for threatening targets, and unfortunately not looking at the finer details of what the rest of the job normally entails you to do.
I was just literally opening the caskets to make sure there's nothing that was in them, going from casket to casket.
Oh, okay. You're kicking the doors off the caskets and they're clattering to the ground.
Yeah.
Nothing else is in them. They are quite well kept and maintained.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can
Ooh.
I?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Monica's failed their stealth check, so can I go in the room behind them? I kind of don't want to be in front of them, but I found out they're more squishy than I am, so maybe I'll just go and step in front of them.
Yeah, you can pass through an ally's square if you wish.
Forewarning, Ty. Being in front of me is not a good idea either.
And you guys are met with a room, and as you cross through the threshold here, you guys are met with a stench of rot
Oh,
and
God.
decay. Almost like whatever magic was keeping this room concealed was also keeping the smell at bay.
Okay, I'm gonna need the ruler for this one.
I'm gonna pull my mask up over my face.
So you don't pass this line. Don't pass this
Wait,
line.
which line?
How do I enforce it?
This line here, yeah.
Yeah, that line right there. Do not pass that line.
All right.
Sounds good.
I mean, I've just been, so it's not my turn for time.
Here you go.
You guys are out of combat now. Who
Okay.
else would like
Oh,
to
okay.
join in the room? I'm gonna say Augie's investigation is probably done at this
yeah,
point.
I wanna go about right here, a little bit farther into the room.
Like hereish?
No, like just like more this way, like I
'Kay.
said. That way I'm not.
I saw a light green, and I'm assuming that's Augie.
Yeah, I want to be up front. I want to tank.
All right, Baz and Herbert.
I gotta-
I think Ban Nans was here.
I gotta
And
Yeah,
read
I'm-
this.
I'm
Real
happy to go
quick.
wherever.
Okay. So you
Yeah,
guys are met with this
Oh, we
sight.
gotta hydrate.
Oh, hydrate! Ah! Where'd my cup go? Let's have some tea. Lori's voice took a lot out of my throat earlier. uh, you guys are met with this mound of rotting bodies. It's hard to tell where one body begins and where another ends, other than skin tones and races. This mound of bodies does not discriminate from gender, age, or species. It is just a pile of rotting humanoids.
Oh my.
Are they all
I'm not
moving?
going over there first. I remember what happened last time.
Well, I'm happy to go take a look.
I'm so
Sounds good.
tempted just to cast a huge damage spell.
Oh,
I'm
God.
going to send gloves.
Gloves? I don't have a token for gloves, unfortunately. But
That's
Herbert,
fine. You can just use mine.
as Herbert starts heading over, you see that there is another entrance down here.
Mhm.
Do you still continue to the bodies, or are you going to take a moment to examine this?
There is another door down there. Do we want to go in there before we investigate this pile of bodies any further?
It's not.
I don't
It's
want
not actually
things
a
to-
door. I'm actually just really bad at
Oh.
maps. It's an opening.
I see.
Yeah, I would not like things being behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
think
If
say-
these things do kind of come back and
Fair enough. I'll go take
Come to
a
life.
real hard look at the bodies, the mound,
Okay.
the body mound.
Feel
And
free
with Herbert moving up, can I stand like? I can't do the ping, but hold on. There,
Got it.
and I'm gonna look that way.
You're gonna look down here. Roll me a
Yeah,
perception
I'm
check.
gonna look in this direction. Perception. Okay. That's 17.
Beautiful.
There is something weird about this opening. Though it does look open, your keen elven eyes notice almost a shimmering effect over it. Looking through, I'm just gonna illuminate. You've got 60 feet of dark vision.
90 feet of dark vision. I have it that far.
Hot damn. Well, I mean that's 90. Oh wait, yeah, you got 90 feet because you're fucking no.
Because
70
I can
feet.
see
70 feet. Is it an additional 10 or is it an additional 30?
it's an additional 30.
Jesus.
So I could see in the dark for days. I think it's 30. Let me check. I'm not lying to you. Hold on.
There's not a whole lot going down there anyway.
Yeah, that's not the point. I still want to check I'm not lying. Yeah, plus 30 feet if you already have it.
Oh wow. See, there's another room in there, and you don't really see anything through that small bottleneck hallway.
Guys, I can't see anything down there.
Herbert,
Tyrandale, what do your elf eyes see?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
That kind of sucks for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
Herbert,
can
are
see
you
the end.
rolling me a medicine check?
I can do that. Yeah.
Can you also roll me a constitution?
Yeah, I'll do medicine this first one. So that's gonna be an 11 for medicine.
Okay.
And then that's a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 9 plus 10. A 10.
10 total. The smell is sickening. You feel your stomach turn and your gag reflex threaten to give out on you. You go to reach towards the mound of rotting corpses and just watch as an arm schlops forward, giving a sickening sound and alluding to an uncomfortable mushiness that flesh should not have. But you manage to seal yourself for a little bit before reaching forward and doing a medical examination. What are you trying to ascertain from this mound?
I would love to see if there are any recognizable parts in the pile of bodies in terms of like, for example, what's her face's arms or what's her face's legs. Evelyn,
I have a feeling that's a little deeper in.
Well, you
Marge-
never really
like-
saw Eleanor's arms Or
Sure, but, like,
Marjorie's
I would say like
legs.
an older woman's legs or an older woman's set of
Just
arms.
an old woman's legs, are they in there?
Surprisingly, predominantly, this pile here tends to be more poverty races. So there's some goblins and half orcs, the occasional tiefling, a malnourished humanoid. But you don't believe that you
Wow.
are going to find Marjorie or Eleanor's missing bits in this pile.
I'll turn around to the group and say, if I had to take a guess, I would say that this is failed experiments, and that we should keep going.
I guess I'll start heading over here.
All right, you're actually stopped by the invisible force that Llama saw for a moment there. As you try to walk forward, you feel yourself bounce off of a wall that's not there.
Llama, do you mean Tyrandel?
Yes, but that's
Sorry,
okay.
yeah, Tyrandel.
Guys, invisible wall. My favorite.
I might be able to help with that. Don't know quite yet though.
Gucky, come around for a look.
I wanna hit it, but
As Monica stands there, all of a sudden, Monica, you hear the clicking of shoes against well-worked stone floors. And
no.
emerging from the shadows of the room with his hands behind his back, his long black hair slicked backwards, a air and essence of him with his chin raised, looking down at you with his imposing stature, wearing a well-tailored black suit and a white lily corsage over his heart. You see who you assume is Orin.
The big bad.
Oh,
So far, at least.
You're not welcome here.
Why not?
Sucks.
That sucks. Saying probably the rest of the group's probably coming over now.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna stay back here. I think I'm fine just here, thank you.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
And that illusionary wall thing is still there, correct?
Yeah.
Those who are more
Okay.
magically inclined, if they wish to roll an Arcana check, they're more than welcome to.
I am not, but I will
Nope,
still roll
I'm
it
gonna do
anyway.
something
I was gonna
different.
say, is
I will
anybody?
roll an
Because
Arcana.
I'll
Um,
assist them.
I'm very-
Herbert, if you're also inspecting, if taking time from the bodies, you can also probably roll an Arcana because you are quite knowledgeable in things.
Herbert
That
seems
is a
smart. I'll assist
21.
Herbert.
21 for Arcana. Fuck me.
Wait,
Okay,
I'll try the other one. Nope,
I'm
21.
trying to dispel magic.
Can I smash the wall?
Oh, that's the wrong keyboard. This wall, as a dwarf, you know this wall is very well crafted and is probably very thick, and you do not think you're going to be able to smash through the wall quick enough to stop whatever's happening in the other room.
I meant the illusory wall, but
Oh, I mean, you can try to take a swing at it if you want.
all right. What's its AC? Or what's its hardness?
It's a wall.
Just roll. Good.
All right, cool. Yeah. Would I just be rolling damage? Because I mean, we can
Yeah,
kind of
just-
assume that I can hit a fucking wall.
I'm not gonna bother you wasting a roll. Your axe bounces off the wall, and the metal gives a resonating sing as the impact vibrates through your arms and through your torso. You don't believe that this wall is going to be affected by physical means.
Is this a wall of force?
It is a wall of force.
I'm going to dispel magic.
You can go ahead and try.
Okay.
Counter song.
It's DC 10 plus the spell's level unless it is below level 3.
Okay.
In which case it is just dispelled. So it would be
13 DC.
unless it's at least 14 DC at least.
Roll
Unless
a
it's higher.
I think it's a
And that would
spell
be,
attack. Either way.
uh,
Are you trying to dispel at 3rd level?
yes.
Okay. You're dispelling at 3rd level. Your spell has no effect.
Okay.
Okay. How about that Arcana check?
Right, it's a wall of force. So I can tell you that I know quite a bit about the wall of force spell, and no.
Yeah, you would probably know. With that knowledge check, yes.
So dispelling magic's not going to have any effect on it, from what I understand. I don't suppose anyone knows how to disintegrate a thing.
I'm glad to see there's at least one scholar amongst you lot.
I have acid.
Orin Tyrell, you are under arrest under charges of necromancy. If you could please come with us peacefully now, we could avoid any conflict here today.
You would have
Have a
to get
set of
past that
manacles, so I'm
wall
gonna
in
hold
order
them.
to arrest me.
Or we could just stay here, wait until you.
So what do I need to do to break
Are?
this wall?
I hope
Wow.
you get in, Herbert.
I
Can we
prefer
get in?
not to wait here all night, to be honest with you. So maybe we could. I mean, if you're looking for a fight, here we are.
If anyone who's
Um,
not engaging in the conversation would like to roll a investigation.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Guidance.
No, I only got a
You...
10.
I left
Oh,
those
damn.
bodies out there as a
Oof.
courtesy to the women they once were. I didn't want to kill them. But the desire to have my wife back outweighed such fickle, fickle thoughts. I'm so close. I'm so close. The magic and schooling taught to me through this mortician's license. I started piecing things together and, well, he looks over to the side over his shoulder. I'm so close to a breakthrough. I don't want to waste perfection. I don't want to rush perfection. Age, with that investigation, you were noticing kind of familiar indents on either side of the wall there. Or something's remiss on either side of the wall, to the bottleneck of this room.
Could I just like grab
Do
both
it.
ends like a pane of glass?
No, but feeling your hands along the side there, you feel very faintly, almost an etching in the stone on either side of this doorway here.
An etching.
What does it mean, though?
What does it mean? Maybe somebody a little more magically
So I don't-
minded could go over and
I
take a
don't know
look.
jack all about magic.
I'm just like feeling along the wall.
Yeah,
of
I
the
know a little
bottleneck, and
bit.
You can see me doing that stuff, so I
Yeah.
could be like, "Does anybody?"
I did.
know?
I did take an Arcana.
Anybody know?
Herbert's still carrying conversation with Orin, I assume.
I am, yeah.
It looks like Arcana check we gotta roll.
Yeah. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take an Arcana. Thing is my.
Oh,
Nice.
That's good.
I will defend my house and home. I will defend my place of work, and I will defend my life's work. If you do not leave now, I'm giving you a fair warning.
Orin, I
Give
know that
those
this is
women
hard
a
for you.
fair warning?
Those women just had things that I want. They, longing for something that they once had, invited me into their homes and into their lives.
And
so you a player.
They clearly felt empty as well, and I'm bringing all the pieces together to make a whole.
I know that you think that. But whatever you're doing right now, it's not going to bring your wife back.
Gookie, these indents are weird, but you think you've seen them used in magic before, almost like a magic language? Oh, what are they called? It starts with an R.
Runes?
Yes.
Yeah, runes.
Yes, sorry. I was trying to yes, but yes.
Oh, I saw that.
No, finger guns. All right.
Well, I don't really know much about runes because I'm not a runesmith, but I do look over at the dwarf and I'm like, "Oi, oi!"
Assuming the dwarf is a rune knight or a runesmith.
You're racist. All right.
No, I'm assuming that runes have something to do with dwarvishness.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get it.
Oi.
Now.
Oi,
Okay, we talked about this. Can I get away with this? I know how to read runes.
do you know how to read
if you
runes?
can roll me an Arcana check.
Oh damn! All right.
I will assist.
Please don't.
Unfortunately,
don't.
with Age's lack of knowledge in the arcane arts, I don't think he can get an assist.
So I was just standing there and telling him it means this.
Yeah, not really clicking with you there, Age.
I know
Um,
Shh.
Orin locks
Exactly.
eyes with Herbert again. Am I taking this as you all ignoring my warning?
Yeah, I ain't leaving.
Now,
Necromancy's
hold on.
illegal.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let's not get
Hold on.
hasty.
I have two things I want to bring up.
'Kay.
Okay. Number
I'm at
one.
the front, right?
All right. Number one. There's no way you're gonna get out of here, so you might as well just, come peacefully. Because of that fact is my number two. Even if you do try to come out of here, I will collapse this building on everyone and everything, and turn my friends into small creatures so that they can get out. And I will bury the two of us in here. And if you think I can't, try me.
To sully my tongue to talk to a greenskin. You are the ones trapped
Talk to a goblin
in
like
here.
that.
And
I'm up front. Right?
Herbert, you're gonna hear a familiar clicking sound over from the pile of bodies.
God damn.
I was ready for that.
Oh God.
I was ready for that.
Here we go again.
It's
Hmm.
perfectly fine. I was
It's
ready.
just it's perfectly fine.
1 second, I need to figure out how to make these zombies show up. I got them on the GM layer.
I will say one
gotta
thing
bring
that I
them to the
also
player
know
layer.
about Wall of Force is that you can still cast spells through it.
That's the wrong body.
I was going to ask actually, is that something
Hey, you can do. Hey.
That's just a little fact that I mention now as we go into combat.
I'm glad none of us can get through that wall right now.
Yep.
Like, if I was more confident in the character's combat ability, I would be okay because I can get through it. Technically.
Can I get everyone
Can
to, s'il vous plaît, roll initiative?
Oh, we're having a
Yeah.
reroll.
Can I do guidance on it?
No, unfortunately you cannot.
Eh.
Oh, that's really bad.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, oofda.
I'll take
I
that.
get a 5. I get a 5 bonus on it, and I only rolled 8.
Move this guy down here. Add turn.
Are they all like half bodies?
No, they're just the way the tokens are. They are a top-down view. You're just gonna make this easy because there's a bunch of them here. I am going to just have all of the baddies go on one turn, and I'm just gonna remove all of these tokens here, just so I don't
How many are there?
mistake them for extra baddies.
He's like, an area of effect spell, maybe?
Mister, get your nose out of my plate.
Maybe. Maybe.
Y'all might want to back up a little bit.
Alright, so, Age, what was your initiative?
It was 14. Also, I'm at the front, right? Because I was messing with the wall anyway.
Yep.
Wait, should
Yeah.
I be actually rolling the initiative thing?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
you can just click on initiative and you can do that.
I keep forgetting this is a thing.
Monica, what was your initiative? Is it that 11 I see there? It's an 11 now.
Anyway.
Gookie, what was your initiative?
14.
Got it. Who's got the higher dexterity, Age or Gookie?
I have 13 dex.
Yeah, good.
Or I have 13 dex. I have 3 dex.
I have a dex penalty.
Okay, Baz, your initiative?
19.
Jesus Christ. Herbert.
6.
Ooh. Tyrandil.
8.
8. And then lastly, the zombies. Ooh. And then we're gonna do ascending. Wrong way. Can we just do this?
I'm gonna be just a minute.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Top of the turn order, Baz. As I'm assuming Herbert lets know what his keen ears overheard as the mound of bodies starts to writhe and undulate as corpses slowly start rising from the pile of rotted flesh.
Love that.
Love that.
Love that for us. Great time.
Gonna move Age down here, and Guki was also down here.
I'm gonna
And
shoot
Oren's
one
just
of
gonna
the
disappear
zombies,
back
I
down here.
guess.
Which zombie would you like to shoot? You've got notably a skeleton here, and then the rest of them seem to be ghouls. This one here?
Yeah.
Go ahead and shoot. Roll me an attack.
Shoot.
I'm just gonna let
right?
Herbert know that most of these guys here are ghouls, the same thing you fought in the other one. I forget if you did extract aspects. This one over here is a skeleton, so that's a new one that you haven't extracted aspects from yet.
Okay.
And that
Everyone's
was
dead.
a 20 to hit because you haven't moved yet, so you got an advantage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which means you also are going to get the sneak attack, that one. But yes, 20 does hit.
That, and then roll 2d6.
Alright, so that's 15 points. Brings us down to, that's the wrong button for me. 6 for this guy here. There we go, just to save me some time there. I'm gonna just throw all of their health in here.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a cough medicine.
Sounds good. Sorry guys, again, this is one of those I should have thought of ahead of time. This one also has 22. Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright. Baz, do you have anything that you can do as a bonus action afterwards? Or no, your bonus action was getting the sneak attack off, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have another attack or anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, because you're multi-classing, correct.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna go on to Zebedias.
Odd.
This one is able to close with Ty.
No, go away.
Don't
This
touch
one
me.
is able to close with Baz, which means
Oh, where did the
these
guy go?
ones
Elsewhere.
should also be able to close. This one's gonna come over here. Alright. First attack on Tyrandil. I doubt that beats your AC. 12.
It doesn't.
Okay, next attack on Tyrandil. That is a 16.
Yeah, that does.
That does hit.
Yeah.
And this is gonna reach out with its claws. 2d4. That is 9 points of damage.
No,
As it reaches out and lashes at you with its bony finger-like extrusions, now acting as claws in this case, and it rakes across your coat and your any exposed skin. This one here is going to attack Baz. That's a nat 1, so that one's not going to do anything. This one here is going to attack Herbert. That is a 21 to hit.
That will certainly hit.
And this one here is also going to attack Herbert. Followed by a 4 to hit. So this one here... I forget, was that a successful attack on Baz? Fuck, I'm such a bad DM. Sorry, guys.
No. I think it was a nat 1 on that one, right?
That was a nat 1. Oh, yes, and then these two attacked Herbert and only 1 hit. Okay, so yes. As these creatures start running towards you guys, called not only by their master, but the sense of life and exuberance that you guys have, this one here on its rotted, sloppy feet manages to trip and fall forward, leaving itself prone. We're going to just put this one here in front of Baz. This one here lunges towards Herbert and unleashes a claw attack, dealing 8 points of damage as it rakes its, again, bony protrusions against whatever exposed skin you have. And then this one here, unfortunately, does not find purchases. You're too busy trying to dodge this one. After those attacks, we go to Gookie.
Okay.
Gosh, there's so many people in the way. Oh, geez.
You can move it through a friendly square.
I know that's not my issue. My issue is I'm kind of like Monica, where I have a lot of really good like AOE spells.
Mm-hmm.
2 squares away.
I'm going to take a 5-foot step closer to Boz.
Okay.
That way I can see my little friend there.
Okay.
And Primal Savagery.
Ooh.
That's an unarmed strike with additional damage. So, I don't have that set up. I'm gonna come here. I'm just gonna do this. We can add dex to that, correct?
It's a natural attack?
Yes,
Hold on, I'm gonna double check.
but it is imbued with magic. It's essentially what it is Primal Savagery sharpens my teeth and my fingernails and then allows me to attack as an action.
It says make a melee attack, which normally denotes
Yes.
strength.
Okay. Okay.
I think it says make a melee. So it doesn't matter. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
does it say melee spell attack?
This is
on.
melee
Oh, yeah.
spell attack, and then it just says 1d10 acid damage or 2d10 when you get to level
Yeah.
5.
Okay, well if it's a spell attack, it would be your ranged. Would it be ranged spell attack? No, melee spell attack. It's going to be your modifier with the attribute pertaining to your spells. Do druids cast under
Okay.
wisdom?
So, yes. So that would be
Okay, wisdom
5
modifier.
for me.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to
So
speak up.
that would be a 19
Go for it.
to hit.
19 does hit.
Yes.
And you're
then
hitting
that would
this
be-
prone one here?
Yes.
You actually would have gotten advantage on that, but either way,
Oh.
19 hits. Feel free to roll again if you want to see if you get the 20.
Yeah. You know what? Why not? Why not? We'll try it.
Close!
Well, that would have been a nat 19.
Very
so...
close. Yeah.
Alright.
And
then-
we are level 5, so that is 2d10, right?
Oh my
Am I
god.
Sounds about right.
seeing that correctly? Yes. So, and I don't think I get any bonuses to that unless I get my spell attack modifier to that as well. I'm gonna look at that really quickly. Hold on. No, go here. Go here. Go here. Nope. It's just straight 2d10 acid damage. So
Alright.
please, for the love of God, do not be bare minimum.
Wow!
Nice.
Good
That's good.
fucking job!
So red eyes, like clawed hands, just like mauling this thing on the ground.
Yeah, you guys hear a sound that you haven't really heard erupt from Gookie before. Kind of like a foaming, gurgly, frothy
got
sound at the
rabies.
back of his throat as he quickly goes on all fours, darts around Monica. Oops, sorry, Mystic. Darts around Monica and lunges at the easy prey that is the prone ghoul in front of Baz and just starts ripping into it.
Rip and tear.
Alright.
Rip and tear.
Then we have Age.
Alright. I'm going to take a little
Getting
5-foot little adventure here, and I'm going to start swinging at the.
It will?
Actually, I'm going to start swinging at this one right here.
Sorry, can you denote that one more time for me? I was a little distracted. That one
Right
there?
here.
Okay, so you're going to take some movement. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say you go up here to give maybe an ally some flanking benefits.
Oh,
There we go.
And that being said, you are now flanking with Herbert. Feel free to take this attack at advantage. Mmm.
Oh, that's great.
Is that your second
Yeah.
nat 20
Yes.
in combat?
Wow.
That's still rolling funny. So is that 8 plus 6
That's
both?
with the strength modifier. That's 2d12.
2d12
So you gotta
plus
push
strength?
it to, or rather, I think I can. Yeah, it's 1d12 plus strength. Yeah, that is rolling funny.
Mm.
Yeah, because one did plus strength and the other one just did straight.
Well,
I
if
think
the
it's
other one
because
if the
of
other one
what
did
I
straight, then
rolled.
that's what we want. Because with a crit, you double the
Okay,
damage
yeah.
dice, but not the other benefits.
Yeah, one got a six, or they were both sixes. One got a +2 is what I'm looking at, and that's what
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
Sounds good to me. That works. That was a mighty blow as Age roots himself through the square here, taking advantage of the slower zombie, turning around and then bringing down his large great axe across the zombie's back, embedding it deep in the soft and squishy flesh.
Nice.
After Age, we have, or unless fighters have a second attack, don't they?
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm
Oh,
gonna take my second attack now.
my bad.
Take this. Get advantage.
Oh my fuck.
My God.
Oh my! Well, I
What-
think it's
what is
dead.
this?
I'm
I
pretty sure
think it's
20
dead.
20 more damage
Jesus
is gonna
Christ! All right, feeling good about that swing and finding purchase in what little spine this undead creature has left. You actually tilt the axe to the side a little bit, pull it back out, ripping vertebrae from this creature and causing it to pool this black ichor as it falls forward in front of Herbert and stops moving. Then we have
kill it. I think I
Monica.
killed it, guys.
I want to say how sorry I am ahead of time.
Oh no.
I want to go right here.
Okay.
Herbert, Age and Ty, I'm sorry. I'm
Very nice.
casting Tidal Wave in a straight 10-foot cone to the 2 squares right and left.
So 10-foot cone like this.
It should be like this, I believe, almost. I don't know.
Does it start from you or does
Hold
it?
on.
So like this.
Because it says the. I don't know 100%. Hold on.
Pretty
I
sure
don't know
cones
how I
are
did
from the
that.
user.
Yeah, if it's a 10-foot cone, it would be this way, right?
If it's straight ahead, it's
Actually, wait a minute. I could do something with only hurting Ty. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I'm
Also-
gonna cast Moonbeam right here.
Wait, are you doing tidal wave or moonbeam?
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam
cast it.
instead.
It's literally gonna be this whole, like, from here to here, this whole square. So it's a 5-foot radius.
Oh my God, Mister,
I
I
just
love you,
don't
but not right
move.
now, honey. It is.
Or is it only 1 square? I'm not 100% on that.
If it's 5-foot radius, then it's a 10-foot diameter, meaning that it's 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot. So it would be
So it's
My
literally this
black
whole
line-
entire square.
yeah, this whole entire thing.
That whole
Alright, so I'm
thing.
gonna-
So
Yeah.
we
So I'm
get
gonna
Alright.
we
cast
get
Moonbeam in
high,
this
we
square
get
right here.
these other two guys, and we'd miss
Constitution
this guy.
saving throw from all the creatures. Is what I'm reading here.
Uh,
Oh, this isn't gonna be good.
is the moonbeam radiant damage?
yes.
Okay, so
That is a fail. And how many creatures are here? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think I'm only hitting 3 of them.
No,
Unless
you're
the
hitting
other
4.
ones-
You're hitting like this one
Yeah.
up here too.
'Cause
Oh, that one's
you're,
got-
you're
oh,
starting
okay.
it.
That one is
Oh,
also a
start-
fail.
Starting it.
That one's
here.
Wait,
a
is it hitting?
pass. Oh wait, this guy's
Is it hitting?
dead. So that guy's okay. These two here, this one and this one, both failed. This one up here passed, however. So these two here are taking full damage, while the other one is taking half damage. Is what I'm understanding.
Yes.
I've
where
rolled in
is
case I need to save, but I don't know if I do. But I've rolled it anyway.
where's con
Yeah,
save?
you also have
Yeah,
to make
you
the
do.
saving throw, but you passed it.
I rolled 16.
Everyone's froze once again. Give me 2 moments, guys.
Where are saving
Oh no.
throws?
So they're weak to radiant damage. So what does that mean?
It means they take double damage from radiant.
So I need to roll 2d10s.
Where are saving throws on the sheet?
Saving
The
throws.
little square
Above
next
the
to it.
skills.
Yeah, above the
E-
skills.
e-
Oh,
Either
there
way,
it is.
he hit more than my
Yeah,
stuff. So
Bubble would have saved.
I thought I
Okay.
was in too.
All right, roll the
Do I
damage.
take none from saves or half?
They take so this is a
24,
level. This is
right?
a level. What level spell is this? This is not a
Level
cantrip.
2.
Level 2 spell. There we go. So yeah, they either save or take half. They
So
they save for half or they fail for full.
So one takes what?
4.
One still takes 12 technically. No.
Yeah, one still takes
And-
12 because they are technically taking double for radiant. So even though it saved, it would have taken half. It's still going to take 12, and the other ones are going to take the full 24. So
Nice.
this motherfucker is bleh.
Oh, that also
And-
means Ty's taking
Yeah,
6
I
damage.
I take half as well.
Yeah,
think
that
I
means
take
Ty
six,
takes 6
yeah?
damage. And actually, this one here is also dead from that attack.
It's actually worth it. Like, definitely worth it.
Oh yeah, I did.
Leaving this
Oh,
one
did
here.
I kill all but one?
You killed all 3 of them technically, because they were all super low health to begin with.
And this
All in
skeleton
a
on top.
day's work, and I only hurt my babysitter.
And was there anything else you can do this
Fine, we don't need him
this turn?
anyway.
Technically, I could do a bonus action.
A bonus action, but you won't be able to bonus action a spell, unfortunately, because spells are finicky that way.
I mean, the only thing I could technically do is celestial form, but I will save that. So
Probably best to save it for now.
I have a bad feeling about that next room.
Tyrandel, you just received a very bright, burning
Motherfucker.
light that Monica... Monica shot her arm up into the air and called down this moonbeam that brilliantly lit up this room, evaporating 3 zombies, including one of the ones that was trying to nom on your ankles.
It's
Leaving...
Stellar Explosion from Final Fantasy.
And half my arm and all of the back of my cloak.
Yeah, it was definitely uncomfortable, and even though you want to give her a grievance, you're happy she did take out 3 zombies. Leaving the one right over here in front of you.
I'm pretty certain it can't. I'm famous last words. I'm pretty certain it can't kill me. So I'm gonna make my strikes against it
Okay.
with my short sword.
'Kay.
And this is new combat, right? So I get my 3rd from Dread Ambusher.
Make your first attack first.
Okay.
Before I get you rolling a whole bunch of dice, because this thing only has 6 HP left.
16.
That hits.
Okay, I'll roll the damage if it's only got 6 then.
Does 5.
11.
Yeah, it was easy to take out. After looking over your shoulder, giving a glare towards Monica, you find purchase again, narrowing your eyes on the skeleton in front of you and loosing your arrow and embedding it between its vacant, hollow eye sockets.
Good
I'm
job,
gonna
Ty.
cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Alright.
And out of spite, I might even cast it at level 2. Probably roll 2 ones. I'm going to cast it at level 2 because I don't actually want to die. So I get 2d8
You guys
plus
are
2.
out of combat for now.
Does anyone need healing?
Heal 5,
You said 2d8 plus 2?
7. Okay. I feel better about this now.
Alright. You
Oh, I
guys
only
haven't
slightly.
heard anything coming down here for a bit. Granted, you are a little focused on the undead.
Yeah, we were busy. If we... Okay,
What if I
don't
break the
know.
rune?
Do I know how these runes might work? Can I make an Arcana check
Mhm.
on the runes?
Who said they wanted to try to break it?
I wanted to break it.
Monica.
Monica and Age. I mean, there's a rune on either side of the door here. If you guys want to take a swing at
Trying to hit
either.
them both at
Oh.
the same time.
I mean, that might work. I'm down.
What's your total arcana?
I'm just looking at my character
Okay,
sheet.
so
Sorry.
so what am I rolling for this?
Plus 6, so 16.
16. Just roll damage. I'm going to say it's a wall. It can't move. 16, you do believe that if the rune is disrupted in some way, shape, or form, that you should be able to deactivate the spell.
Oh no.
Well,
Okay.
that wasn't damage. You rolled a d20. What is your damage?
Oh my I didn't. I should. That's 1d6.
Oh,
Why is it
Plus-
still doing that
What
stuff?
the heck is
no,
that?
that was me rolling a d12, and then it said 0 successes because I said equal instead of plus, so it's actually 7 damage.
Got it. 7 damage followed by 4 damage. Both Age and Kiringa come over and kind of have the idea of breaking the runes, just as Herbert confirms that that would be enough to dispel the wall of force here. Pardon me. And both of you, just in your own way, start beating against the rock, chipping away at it. Age with his great axe, I assume, and Monica with her quarterstaff?
Yeah.
Okay, quarterstaff probably imbued with shillelagh. And you guys manage to chip away, watching as the stone dust
Oh,
crumbles
if
and
it's imbued
flakes
with
away.
shillelagh, that's 7 damage then.
Close enough. I'm not. It's a wall.
Give
And,
more damage to the wall.
You guys manage to chip away at the runes enough, and watch as the wall of forest just shimmers and then eventually disappears.
I think we need to run into the room.
Yeah, we're rushing into the room.
Let's go into
Yep.
the room now.
All
Lost.
right. Give me a
I'll be more near the back.
I'll go right. Here.
Give me a moment to reveal things here.
Yep.
Oh.
And where do people want to be
Oh
again?
yes.
Mother, is that you?
Age, where would you want to go?
I'm going.
I'll go
Oh,
right.
Age's not here.
Oh shit.
Wasn't he?
Gookie.
So I guess just put Age with me for now
'Kay.
until he does
Who else is
something.
going where? I see a dark purple. I don't think you're going to be able to get in that far. So I'm
Probably
going to put
over
you down
here.
here, Monica.
I want to stay here.
Baz wants to stay up here. Herbert and Ty.
Well, I was kind of going to stand at the back, but I actually want to see, so I guess I'm going to go over there.
Over here.
So,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, before we go any further, Baz.
Yeah.
You're just straight using your bow, right?
Currently, yes.
I'm gonna cast on Baz.
Oh.
I gotta remember the name of the spell. It's probably something simple. I'm gonna cast flame arrows on her quiver.
Ooh.
So you have 12 shots of extra 1d6 fire damage.
Okay.
That was lightning.
Fun.
I'll rush in as far as I can, essentially.
I didn't use call lightning. I used flame arrows.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I heard that lightning. And you'll get about here, Herbert. Does that sound good to you, or would you rather
Great.
move in a little bit further?
Perfect.
Age, I moved you right next. We had you move right next to me because you were gone. If you want to move, I guess anywhere else.
As you guys burst in through the room, still
We
adrenaline.
can't hear you.
Oh,
You're
you're muted.
Oh,
Thank you.
welcome back.
Right
Um,
under you, Gumi.
As you guys burst into the room, still adrenaline pumping through your veins from fighting another lash of undead, you guys see Orin on his knees with his arm resting on the graying arm of this woman, quote unquote, sitting on this throne. She's dressed in a white wedding dress, and for those who are of high society, like Herbert, for example, could probably put the fashion of this dress probably about 20 years ago. She's got her head tilted to the side and her jaw's a little slack. Her skin is in varying
Dead.
shades of gray and yellow, and you can see at the seams of where the arms would be a little bit of yellowing and reddish, probably pus, from where you assume the arms have been stitched back on. Same thing within the skirt of her dress around where her pelvic bones would be, where the legs would have been stitched back on. And you see him kneeling there, muttering soft sorries, until eventually the collective comes in and he stands up, running his fingers through his long black hair. You made me do this. And as he says that, the body itself twitches. And you can see the fingers wrapped tightly around the arms of the chair as the body itself shambles and springs to life.
I'm pretty sure the body's supposed to be dead, guys.
The body's not dead anymore.
The body's not dead anymore.
People gonna die if they're
Hate
killed.
necromancy.
We are just going to keep the initiative that we had here. I'm not going to make you guys roll initiative again. Starting with Herbert.
I'm still under
Okay.
Yagumi.
You still, sorry, what?
I'm still under Yagumi.
Okay.
Yuki.
I'm going to run up to him if I can.
You should be able to. Let me just grab the handy dandy ruler here. Yeah, but you will be crossing in front of... Hold on.
Okay.
You
I
will-
do have 40 feet of movement. With my 40 feet of movement, can I go around the lady?
Say 20 from here, 10... So that's a 30. You get to about here, or if you're willing to risk an attack of opportunity, you could probably just run in front of her.
Can I get within striking distance of him? Is the only way to get within striking distance to go through her?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'll risk an attack of opportunity.
All right. She's gonna make a swipe
Wow.
at you.
And just one shot, dead.
Before damage.
She just grabs you and throws you halfway across the room.
Does an 18 beat your AC?
An 18 definitely hits, yeah.
All right. That is 2d8. And that is 14 damage.
Ouch.
As her arm lashes out and tries to collect you right in your side, colliding with your ribs, and she tries to, with an unnatural force, push you away from her love. But but you're still able to maintain yourself and stay near your target.
I'm gonna say, Orin, you don't have to die today. You could just go to prison. And I'm going to punch him in the face.
You could go to jail.
Alright, roll me an attack.
Happy birthday to the ground.
That's gonna be, that's gonna be 18, 19, 20.
That
Yeah,
definitely hits. That
But
definitely
not
hits.
for me.
That's going to be, I'll roll a d3, I guess, on here. 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage from the first attack.
Okay, he takes.
And I'm going to stunning strike.
Ooh. Okay. What's it's
I'm gonna try to hit
Constitution,
him
right?
in the temple, and yeah, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. I believe if I remember correctly, you can only stunning strike on a flurry of blows, or is that just something?
So that's you are right about extract aspects. I think extract
gotcha.
aspects is only on a
Where is
I could be wrong though. Let me make sure I look at my character sheet.
Is
and know what I'm talking
the body still technically radiant damage plus?
about. We don't know yet.
You don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know.
He
We only
rolled a
knew on
17.
the
That stays for sure.
other things because
Is he stunned?
we got that information.
He is not. No,
He's not
he
stunned?
stays for sure. Yeah.
All right. And do you have
I'm
another
going to-
attack?
Yeah, I'll do another attack.
'Kay.
Yep. That's going to be on here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to hit.
12 does hit.
Okay. I will. Yep. That's. Oh, I'll roll on here. I forgot that that's 1d3, 2, 1d4, whatever. I meant 1d4. Let me do it again. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
'Kay.
It doesn't matter. So 6 points of damage,
Got it.
and I will try another stunning strike.
All right. How many key points do you have at level 5?
I have 5 at level 5.
Okay.
So this is my second to last one.
Okay, cool. Stunning strike. Ooh, that is a 10 total. I think that means he's stunned.
He is stunned.
All right, we'll give him a condition. And by condition, I mean
I worked
concussion.
too hard for that.
I have to see how big this radius is.
All right, and
Yeah,
is
no, I
that
have a couple of them.
the end of your turn?
Oh, God.
You know,
I
as
see.
much as I want a flurry of blows right now, I feel like it's probably I should let it go.
Okay.
Is stunned for a certain amount of time, or
Till the end of my next turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
into the end of your next turn. Not utilizing, but being able to determine that Orin is probably the bigger threat here, as he's the one controlling this flesh golem. You quickly close the distance with Orin and trying to give him one last peaceful warning before, of course, giving him the people's fucking fist.
People's elbow.
There we go, the people's elbow. You go up and you wind back, letting loose a strong and powerful punch colliding with his shoulder, and try to follow up with your offhand, getting his temple, but he manages to bring an arm up in time, so your knuckle isn't really able to find as much pressure as you would have liked. Frustrated with that, you take another swing at him and go for his other temple, finally colliding with enough force to stun and daze him. After Herbert, it is Baz.
I gotta step away for a minute because I gotta go and shut the shed door.
Go for it.
Because it's almost 12 o'clock. So
I'm sorry.
it's okay. If anybody comes and attacks me, my armor class is 14.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I'd like to go stand over here.
Over there.
Over here, yeah. And then I'm gonna take the manacles that I bought out of my
Sorry, guys.
backpack
Oh,
and
shit.
throw them at Herbert.
Sorry, guys. That was awkward. You're gonna toss the manacles towards Herbert?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
to
need you to
put
roll
on
a
Dude Boy.
dexterity check just to see if you can get it in the general vicinity.
Okay.
I like it.
Oh
I forgot I had fucking
Oh,
music
no.
for this fight.
Does it go?
Does it go?
Dexterity. You swing a little wide, and the manacles end up landing. We'll do red or something. The manacles end up landing over here, we'll say.
So the ultimate goal is to capture him.
Yes.
Yeah. If you guys can do so safely and effectively, it's often, frowned upon to kill suspects, especially considering you guys don't have any official evidence against this guy. It's a lot of suspecting and circumstantial shit. You have no confession. So if you straight up murder this man, it's probably not going to go over well.
That's illegal.
After tossing the manacles, you would still have. I'm gonna say you're able to toss it as a bonus action. Did you still want to take an attack action?
Yeah. I'll send off a shot.
Towards
at the golem.
the golem? Okay.
Yeah. I moved, so I don't get advantage. It's not gonna work.
That was a 9 to hit. That actually does hit.
Oh shit.
Wow.
And then so I have that +2 already in there. I get an extra D6 for fire damage, right? Cool.
Yeah.
That and then cash roll.
Is this on the flesh golem or the
Flesh
Flesh
golem.
golem.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
All right, so you quickly run in with with expertise and agility as being a bard and a rogue, and you, as you're running, reach into your back pocket, pull out manacles, which is something you're familiar doing with 8 years on the force, and you quickly toss them. Unfortunately, they slipped from your hand at an inopportune time, casting a little bit far, but you call out, "Herbert! Manacles!" and draw his attention to the manacles that have clattered across the polished stone floor. You then pull up your bow and with another quick flick of the wrist, pull an arrow from the quiver, pull back, let go, and watch as this arrow flies forward, sinking deep into the clavicle of this fleshy, sewn together humanoid. It takes a quick jostle back and just at your direction. Next we have the baddies. Orin's fucking stunned. But
I'm in danger.
you are in danger.
I'm in danger.
I did not mean to put that mark down, but whatevs. We are going to move The mark.
We gotta move, people.
Apparently, okay. We're just gonna move this over here. That's what I wanted, towards Baz. And the
If he's
flesh
stunned,
golem.
he gets a disadvantage, right?
Advantage to attack against him. Yeah. Since this is an actual attack and not a reaction attack, it's actually going to be able to take its full turn. It's going to make 2 slam attacks against you. The first roll is 19 on the die.
Come on and slam.
Ow.
Does that hit Baz?
Yeah, it does.
Total of 26. Okay. And the next one is a total of. That's a math question. 24.
Yeah.
You a big boy.
Yes, she is. 2d8. The first attack yields 5 damage, and the following attack deals 7 damage. As she runs forward with her arms outstretched out either side, her fingers and claws, as she comes towards you and slams both of her fists down on you, and then follows with another rake from her fingernails. After that, we have Gyuki.
I am going to. Let's see if I can do this as safely
Oh,
as
my
possible
tea is so
without
cold.
killing people. I don't think I can. So okay, I'm gonna acid arrow this chick, which I'm pretty sure I'm in range
Yep.
with that acid arrow. Hold on, I'm going to double check.
What's the range for acid arrow?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 90 feet. So yeah.
90, you got it.
I'm pretty sure I'm in range. Yeah. That. 5. 11.
11 does hit her.
Ooh, this is gonna hurt. It is how much? It is 44 acid damage and 2d4 acid damage on the end of its next turn.
I'm sorry, how much acid damage?
44 right now and 2d4 its next turn.
4d4, I think.
4?
Yes.
4D.
Oh, 4d4.
I was like, excuse me?
I was like, that's a level
If we can
what
get all
spell?
this damage,
Cursed English language.
Yeah, no, I
44.
haven't used my big heavy hitter that can possibly do 44 damage.
Okay,
I'm
roll
doing-
me the damage.
I'm doing that much.
8? Okay,
And it is acid.
acid damage.
Yep. So not a whole lot, but it does damage again next turn without me having to do anything.
Sounds good. Is there anything else you can do on this turn?
I
That shit
could
hurted.
bonus action healing word, or I could bonus action hide, one of the two. You know what? I'm going to. I don't think anybody's taken damage yet other than them.
Baz has taken damage.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, Baz has.
Baz
Well
and,
then,
Brute.
guess what, Baz? Healing word. I will give you some damage back. That is 1d4 plus 5. That is going to be 7 health back. Because I'm
7's good.
Not bad.
I'm a loving.
Is 7 good healing?
For healing word, it's not bad.
Well, okay. How much damage did you get smacked for?
12.
He gets smacked
About they.
They.
I don't
7
remember
and
which.
6, I think.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, so essentially I just
13?
negated that 7.
for. Oh wow.
So you're still 6 damage down. But that's okay. We are now to Age. Age, what would you like to do?
First, I want to get out from under Gookie.
Okay.
I shouldn't have been there to begin with. I should have been like right here.
I'll move you a little bit forward.
Alright, cool. Thank you. I am going to. I'm sorry. What's this little thing on the left, right here?
That was an
Nothing.
accidental. Here,
Okay.
I can actually just blip
No, it's not a problem. If it's not anything, then it's fine. I'm going to
and
advance next to the golem here, and I'm going to do my swing.
Alright. Sorry, give me 2
That was
seconds. Now it's
25
going to
coming
bother
up.
me.
I'm waiting for a 25 again. Yeah, I did 25.
Yeah, don't tempt me.
Alright, you're gonna close distance. I'm gonna say you're gonna go here to
Actually, wait, yeah.
to give some
flank,
flanking. Yeah. And
Okay.
roll me an attack with advantage because of flanking.
Yep.
Oh, so close.
23 does hit.
Alright, so remember to take off the second die because it's still probably gonna roll funny.
Okay.
Oh no, it didn't because
Nine!
Perfect.
And
So,
you
I
have the
guess it was
ability
just
to
auto
roll
thing.
again.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing again. I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna
Crit.
do
Don't
it.
do it.
Ah,
So close.
Again, 19 cracks.
alright. Roll. 15 damage. Total.
Alright, she's still standing there. Age closes the distance and expertly starts carving his great axe through her spine again, still living off of how he was able to take out a ghoul in the previous room. But unfortunately, she seems very well put together and she's still standing, and a lot of her fury is currently still focused on Baz. We now have
Both done.
Monica.
Okay, time for the fun. I am going to attempt to do something interesting. I'm going to move over here.
Okay.
I'm going to bonus starry form,
Okay.
and I'm going to put I'm gonna bring the dragon back up again,
Okay. Okay.
and now around here, so as to not hit Bruce.
Herbert.
Yeah, Herbert. I don't know why I want to say Bruce.
Sure, Bruce.
Bruce. You.
Bruce.
I'm gonna cast Earth Tremor,
Okay. Remind
and I guess
me.
since he is disadvantaged with his concussion,
It's a concussion.
Earth Tremor must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, takes 1d6 and is knocked prone.
Dexterity
Also-
at disadvantage. Okay.
Also, if the ground in that area is loose or stone, it becomes difficult terrain until cleared.
Alright, he rolled a 7, which I believe is a fail. And that means he's knocked prone.
It takes 1d6, right?
Yes. So,
We'll just say that that's
Don't
prone.
want to hurt him too much.
yeah, I'm trying not to, but I rolled 6.
I don't want to kill you, but the
I just-
dice do.
I just
Alright.
made the concussion worse. He slammed his head into the ground.
He did.
He's got a bloody nose.
The way he's stunned, he's essentially trying to recollect himself after receiving quite the stunning blow to the head, and as the ground shakes and erupts beneath him, his legs wobble and his knee eventually buckles, causing him to fall to the side, smashing his head against the side of the chair there before falling prone on the ground. And I believe that's all of Monica's turn, which brings us up to Ty.
Okay.
Bravo.
This is a perfect
what do I
opportunity
not
to
know?
capture him.
I got this.
Like, what do I not know because I wasn't here? Is there anything I should know, or like?
Nothing really
We're trying to
spectacular.
capture the dude with the black hair.
Killing the man.
Yeah, you
We're
don't.
Yeah,
arresting
we're
him.
not.
You're
Arresting
trying not
him.
to kill the man because it has not been confirmed whether. I mean, you guys know that he's obviously the baddie, but
I would say
City
bring the full
doesn't.
force of the law down on the flesh golem for sure.
yeah.
You see, he's a
Oh,
necro.
yeah.
Yeah, hit him with the
He's not
long
that
arm
far
of the
away.
law.
Yeah.
What was that, Bubble? I didn't quite hear you.
I said he's a necromancer though, and he's not that far away.
Are you going to disobey the law in order to take a cheap shot
I
at him?
mean, I think I'm going to.
Die.
I think I'm going to kind of. No, I'll go 25 feet there.
There?
No, there. I've changed mine. There.
Okay.
Right in front of me.
There.
Right in front of the Gookinator.
Yeah.
Cookinator.
The
Yeah.
Gookinade.
And I will. How many spells do I have left? I have
You've
enough.
done a cure wounds
enough.
and a hunter's mark so far.
Yeah. My cure wounds was level 2, so I'm okay. I would use the level 1 hunter's mark on the flesh golem.
I believe. How long does hunter's mark last?
It's a very good question. Concentration up to an hour.
So you probably actually still have Hunter's Mark
Oh, I can-
active. So as a bonus
Yeah, I can
action,
move
you
it.
can switch it to a new target.
Did it say
I
concentration?
will take that as a bonus action, unless although I've taken damage, so I should probably
Roll me a
doses
d10.
of damage.
Or sorry, not d10. Roll me a d20.
Roll you a d20.
Or roll me a Constitution saving throw, I should say.
Okay, I will roll you a Constitution saving throw.
It is above
17.
10. You're good.
I've taken damage twice. Do I need to do it twice?
Roll again. Curse you, honest players. It is above
Benedict
10.
odds,
You're
even
good.
better.
The honesty is
The
rewarded.
dice favor the honest.
And I'm gonna take my 2 shots at the flesh golem
Okay.
with my long bow.
Hit him with
So-
that resisting arrest charge.
I believe this is actually your first attack in a round of
that's
combat.
Natural 1.
Bubble?
Still a 9.
Oh,
Sorry.
God.
Natural 1, unfortunately, is an automatic fail.
Yep.
But as a dread ambusher, you should still have 2 attacks, because it's your first attack in a round of combat.
Oh, okay. We just left initiative the same, right?
Yeah, just to make things
Yeah.
easy.
Okay, that's a 23
Woo! That hits.
and a
And
20.
20. Alright, roll me the damages for 2.
Okay, so I get for a longbow 7, and I get 11, and an extra d6 for Hunter's Mark.
Yep.
That's a d5. 10? That's not possible.
That does
That's 'cause
not
I
seem
typed that.
possible. Yeah.
That's because I typed that completely wrong. Roll 1d6.
Woo! Nice.
So
Alright.
close to a 10.
Close to a 10.
It's
Yeah.
close. You're
It's
right there.
We are
It's
now
close.
back to Herbert. So Herbert, your attention has been brought to the manacles over here that Baz has tried to
Right.
toss for you.
Yes, I'm going to run to
Tried
the
so
manacles,
hard.
grab them, and
We
tie.
got so far.
I'm gonna step on his back and bring his arms
Oh
behind
my-
his back,
Okay,
and put the manacles on his wrist.
so this is a grapple check, which I believe is contested strength rolls.
Yes, but I do
Yes.
think if he's stunned, which he
Yeah, he's
still is to the end of
also
my turn.
he's prone and stunned, so
Yeah, I don't know if it gives
Yes,
disadvantage or an
major
automatic
disadvantage.
fail.
Well,
1
sir, you're
second.
bound to not have a good
I
time.
I
That's
do think
disadvantage times
the
2.
stunned condition it doesn't it does make it hard for him to save.
Let's
That is
double
it.
check. Stunned creatures incapacitated, blah blah, can't move, can't speak, only falterly. Creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls
Oh.
against the creature have advantage. Alright, he automatically fails. He is in your grasp.
Get him. Get him.
I'm gonna say that you're gonna start applying the manacles, because between picking them up and then.
And that's my action. That's my whole turn. Yeah.
That's your whole turn.
Yeah.
we got him.
Alright.
Sleeper hold. Sleeper hold.
Baz, since you and Age are flanking the dead bride, you are more than welcome to take advantage.
Oh, okay. I'll drop my bow and pull out my dagger then.
Okay.
Disadvantage. 11. Wow.
It hits.
Yes.
You hit it.
Doesn't even matter.
I don't know, man. Something about being sewn together from like 3 or 4 other people. You're not very dexterous.
Yeah, no, an 11 hits.
3 damage. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Sneak attack. Because you
do I
gain
get sneak attack?
you have advantage because of flanking. You automatically get sneak attack damage because you're getting advantage, right?
Ooh. I'm
Oh,
also
shit.
considering instead using my bonus roll to get away, but I might just do sneak attack. 2d8.
Two d6.
Or no, 2d6. I don't know why I said 8. A 5.
Got it. All right, she's starting to look like she's coming apart at the seams.
Was that
Literally.
just a sneak attack, or was that a dagger and the sneak attack?
That was,
That was
the dagger and the sneak attack.
Cool.
Well, the 3 from the dagger, 5 from the sneak attack.
I see. Amazing.
All right, it is now the baddies' turns. Let's see. I'm gonna get Herbert to roll a strength check because now Orin is starting to come through and he's gonna try to fight you from this grapple.
Right.
Oh.
He rolled a 18.
Oh, I truly can't beat that. I rolled a natural one.
All right. Still imagining that you have some time left as you're trying to quickly get the manacles on him, Orin takes this opportunity and breaks an arm free from you, and as he does so, he swings an elbow out towards you, causing you to recoil and getting off of him. He's going to spend half of his movement getting up, so he's no longer prone. We're going to blip, and he's no longer stunned because it's back to his turn. Let's see.
Wait, are the manacles on him or no?
You managed to get one on him.
Oh, I see.
He is going to cast. He's going to see his beloved, who's suffering and coming apart at the seams, and he's going to cast. Where is the spell? I know I have the spell down here somewhere. Okay. Sorry, guys. I've never played a necromancy before.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the stream, and Herbert was just in like the perfect position where he looked just like Adam Driver. Like the way he was looking looking down like this. I was like, wait a minute. And I was like, oh, never mind.
When
I
did
was
Adam Driver get here?
like, all right.
I was just talking like this for the rest of the stream. No, I can't do that.
He is going to make a spell attack against Herbert, which is. Can we please? I should have organized this a little bit better. Sorry, guys.
We could.
Okay, it's all right.
That is a total of 24 for his spell attack.
That will certainly hit.
He's going to, as he stands up, you see shadows climb up his leg and wrap around his fist as he lunges his hand towards you in an open palm, reaching for anything that he can get on you. And as he does, the shadows leech themselves from his hand and into your body as he casts Vampiric Touch. Successfully making a hit with you, you take 3d6 necrotic damage.
God.
That's an oofta.
He rolled rather shit, though. That is 5, 6, 7, 8,
The question's
9.
going to be how shit.
Only 9
Very.
total, but he's
How
able
much
to
is-
heal for that 9 damage.
Yeah, but I have 2 HP.
What? Oh
Whoa.
my gosh! I could have been healing you. Why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what my... I don't... now I look fucking rough. Before I was okay.
As Orin reaches out and grabs Herbert by essentially the vest collar,
I'm like...
and yeah, you hear the sound erupt from Herbert as Orin starts lifting him up a little bit, a gained vigor from leeching the life from your monk friend. And I also have to roll a d6 for the flesh golem because she's starting her turn with less than 40 HP. And...
Even less than that because as soon as she starts her first turn,
True.
2d4 damage.
2d4.
That's
Roll that.
5 damage,
Okay, she's still standing. Alright.
and that's all it does. After that, it's done.
She manages to enter a berserk.
Everybody run!
It continues to do so until it's destroyed.
Angry bride.
Angie bride.
Angie bride, she's a bridezilla.
Bridezilla, there you go.
And it goes into a berserk. On each of its turns while in berserk, the golem attacks its nearest creature. If no creature is near enough, okay. So either way, it's still attacking. It's still attacking Baz. Because Baz is the one in front of it. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, Baz. Is a nat 1 on the first one,
Sick.
and that is an 18 on the second one.
That hits.
That hits.
It hurts.
For a total of 8 damage. She lets out this, like, deep, primal cry as you see kind of black ichor pouring from her eye sockets and down her face. The red and yellow pus emanating from the stitches where her arms are starting to become more and more predominant. As you can see, she's starting to fall apart almost. She lashes out, but the cry itself was enough to jostle Baz, and they took a step to the side. But the bride golem followed up with another swipe and managed to catch the side of Baz's torso.
Same.
And I think mage armor. 1 second, 5e. Mage armor. That is in action, so you can't cast mage armor. Okay, cool. So it is now Gooky's turn.
Oh god.
Herbert let out a rather pained cry a second ago.
Yeah.
The manacles are currently still on one of his hands, right?
Yeah, one wrist has a manacle.
Oh, I have an idea.
I do too.
Survive just a little bit longer, buddy.
Dude,
I got you.
fucking go for it. Don't heal me. I don't want it.
All right.
I'm good.
I'm gonna move down to here on the other side of the
Got it.
chair. That's not quite my full movement, but that's okay because I am going to use infestation.
Okay.
A cloud of mite, fleas, or other parasites appear momentarily on one creature you can see within range. The target must save on a Constitution saving throw.
Got it. Con saving throw. Let's see what this old man rolls. I'm assuming you're focusing Orin?
Actually, I'm going to focus. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to focus on Orin. I'm going to make them fleas. So that way he can get itchy and maybe release my friend.
That is a fail with a 4, unless I doubt your spell DC is less than 4.
Nope, that's a fail.
Alright.
Alright, he takes 1d6 poison damage. And there is now a if we can get another square, because that is now a thing that can move in random
Oh dang! Oh dang!
Oh
It's
wow!
10 feet.
It's
Hi
the
Raiders!
Squinkleberg!
Hi Squinkleberg! Welcome! Thank you so much for bringing your community. Hi Raiders! Yeah,
Hello,
I've
everybody.
abducted Fickle Ficus. He is my captive for today. Hi Raiders, my name is Okomie, but I often go by Oko for short. Thank you so much for the biddy, Squingle. I'm a variety streamer. Today is my birthday, by the way, and as part of my birthday celebration, I am DMing my one-off called White Lily Murders. The players have led a very in-depth investigation so far and have finally, thank you so much for the follow, Greeting Moon, have finally found theirself in the lair of a necromancer, confronting him for his crimes against the old ladies of the high society.
Trying to resurrect his dead bride.
Trying to resurrect his dead bride. So they're currently fighting a half-elven necromancer named Orin Tyrell, and a bridezilla, I guess, a flesh golem wearing a wedding dress.
Bridezilla.
Thank you, Sad
the
Panda,
bride
for the
of
follow.
Frankenelf.
Dr. Onion Man, if you will.
All right, guys.
And it was 2d6. That's my bad. It was 2d6.
So you rolled another d6. Perfect.
Yeah, so
Got
it's
it.
9.
Orin, as he has Herbert up in both hands, siphoning the life force from him, all of a sudden starts seeing little black creatures jumping along his black, well-tailored suit, and he lets go of Herbert and starts trying to smack at his arms, and he starts taking some damage from this too, and you see that between the bloody nose that Herbert gave him at the very beginning, the smash on his head from when he cracked his head on the arm of the chair, this old half-elven man is starting to look very battered and bruised.
Bonus action hide. My bad. That was
Roll me a stealth, please.
Bonus action hide, because
thank you for the birthday wishes, everybody.
Important. Where is my stealth? Normal roll.
13.
And I did a 13.
Perfect. I mean, everyone's kind of occupied, so you feel like you've hidden rather effectively.
He
Okay.
hides behind the throne.
I'm gonna put this
Yeah.
ninja mask on
Behind
you
the
because you're
pile of dead
stealthing.
bards.
All right, after Guki, it is Age. Age, you're gonna unleash into the undead bride once more.
Oh yeah, you know it. Just bring up my character sheet once more. Right. I'm rolling with advantage because flanking still.
Because
right?
flanking is awesome. Yep. Woo!
Oh, so close.
That definitely
Man, you
hits.
rolled
Man,
high.
you're getting a shit ton of nat 20s tonight.
Well, that wasn't a nat 20.
Was that
That was
14
really close.
No,
damage?
that's just 19.
Yeah, that's 14 damage.
Holy
Yeah,
I
12
fuck.
plus
maxed out the
2.
D12.
All right.
And it's
Oh
22.
my god! Just
Jesus
rolls.
Christ,
Woo, I
Age.
got another-
12 plus 2.
What the heck?
All right, Age.
Did Age just destroy the bride?
For those who don't know, I am a huge Critical Role fan, and when Matthew Mercer likes to denote to his players that they've landed the last blow on a creature, he
Oh,
likes to ask them
shit.
a very important question.
Oh
Age,
shit.
how would you like to do this?
Yeah.
Describe
I'm
to
going-
me how those last 2 swings with your great axe fell the undead bride.
Cleave the head off and then raking down the spine.
All right, almost with out of game samurai precision, Age swings his great axe and quickly decapitates the flesh golem. And before her head even has a moment to realize that it's no longer attached to its body, still
Oh.
settled there with viscera and whatever congealing liquids are left in this undead body. He brings his axe back down and rakes it down the spine, cutting through the dress and exposing what vertebrae she has left after all the amount of attacks that she's taken from Age. And the bride itself unleashes another howling, painful cry in Baz's face before eventually crumbling at Baz's feet. All right.
Eject.
We still have the Necromancer, though. I don't think you can take any other actions, because you've done 2 attacks. Can you take a bonus action, Age?
I think I can support, but I don't think I'm in range.
Okay.
Let's see here. Yeah, no, it can only affect me. Okay, never mind.
Alright, it is now Monica's turn. Monica, you know that Orin is the only threat still up. He's very
I cast
battered and
Hold Person.
bruised. Ooh, okay, what do I have to roll against Hold Person?
You have to roll against my wisdom.
Okay, what's your spell DC? Or don't tell me your spell DC. I hate when DMs do that. I'm going to roll. Is it a wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. That is a 17.
I have to go against my regular stat, right?
Against your spell DC.
Uh,
Which for you, spells,
Yeah, what-
is 14. So he does succeed
Ah.
against your hold person.
A good idea, though. I really like that.
That was a very good idea.
I mean, I can't really do much else, can I?
That's perfectly fine. We can move on to Tyrandel.
Okay. That's close enough, right?
Are you gonna heal?
I was about to say,
I-
Herbert's like 2 hit points.
Yeah, I feel that he sounds like he was rough
Mhm.
with that.
Down behind.
He's currently
And it's
wheezing
fine.
and gasping, trying to claw at the black magic ichor that's still clinging to his chest.
If I want to, let's say, we're trying to apprehend this guy, right?
That's the goal.
I mean, it's
If it's an
what-
accident and he just so
every-
happens to die, then
it's what everybody else seems to want to do. So I'm gonna stand here because I'm still within 5 feet of Herbert,
'Kay.
right? And I'm gonna. Is he stronger than me? Am I gonna know that? I can't know that. That's meta as hell, right?
That is super meta.
yep.
Do I know who has any form of like assistance spell out of us?
Are you trying to ascertain who has a healing spell?
Yes, I want to know if any of us do that isn't me.
You've
I
seen
can
healing
change my-
spells come from Gookie.
Yeah. I think I'm the only one that has showcased healing spells.
Mm.
It's
Okay.
not necessarily that I'm the only one who has them, but I've showcased them.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna grab Herbert
Okay.
and I'm going to teleport him 30 there next to Gookie.
All right, Herbert,
So
are you a
he's not
willing
in any
creature?
danger.
I'll let him take me, sure.
And
No,
the
that's
shipping
me.
begins.
No, I don't go with him. I just
That's
move
right,
him.
because you're a
Wow.
spring eldrin. You can just
Because I'm a
bamf somebody
spring
else
eldrin.
out. Nice. So you get Herbert to safety. Now closer to Gookie as well. Good thinking.
Yeah.
And that is a bonus action for me. So for my action, I'm going to try and wrestle the other mannequin onto him.
All right, that is going to be opposing strength checks. Please roll
I'm
a
not going
strength
to win
check.
this because my strength is shite.
Ooh,
Oh,
he
don't
rolled
worry, you
really
got
well.
it.
He rolled a 17.
Ah.
So the two of you
Oh, he just
essentially,
slapped me in the face.
noticing that Herbert is not doing well. You've worked with Herbert for a number of years now. You run forward, abandoning your bow, not abandoning your bow, but abandoning your shot to take your chance to take a shot. You go up and you clasp your arms on his shoulders, and he vanishes as he is sent away by your innate racial magics. And then you focus your arms and your grasp over on Orin, and you guys clasp arms as he tries to fight you as you're trying to throw the other manacle on him. You guys are kind of locked right now, we'll say.
Right, now run back and
It's a
wrestle him.
stalemate.
And then it's back to Herbert.
It's okay, he's got 40 feet
I'm-
movement, right? So he can just run straight back.
I'm going to run straight back.
Wow.
And I'm going to say,
Thank you so much for the follow,
To-
Techstorm!
If
to
you
Sorry.
go
Tyr.
here,
I'm going to say
you can
to
have
Here?
advantage.
Okay.
thank you so much, but I'd rather die than see this villain go free.
Ah!
And I'm gonna try to
I
elbow him in
assure
the back
you
of
that
the
won't
head.
be the case, but
I'm gonna try to smack him in the back of the head. What's the deal with knocking people unconscious?
there is such a thing as non-lethal
Non-lethal
damage.
damage.
You can roll
So I'm
non-lethal.
punching. I'm just gonna do all unarmed strikes and try to knock this guy out.
Roll me an attack. You guys are flanking.
Amazing.
Hey, this worked out well.
So that's advantage for this.
Yes, it is.
I still
Well,
have
the first one's a 19. So that the first attack is a 19.
You got it.
Plus hit. So that's gonna be. I'll roll on here. I keep forgetting to not. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's gonna be 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage on the first attack,
Okay,
and then second attack is gonna be a 20 to hit,
definitely hits.
and that's gonna be 1d4, another 6 points of damage.
All right, you
Just gonna-
as Tyrandil places his hands on your shoulders, your world fades out before you, and suddenly you are in another part of the room. You look around quickly to try to gain your bearings, and you understand what Tyrandil did, but he doesn't understand that justice must be served. You run forward. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, actually, I'm gonna ask you, how do you want to do this?
Oh, sick. Sick. I was gonna say I was gonna flurry of blows, but
Okay.
I don't have to. I'm going to actually the first strike is just me putting my hand on the back of his neck, and then it's just an elbow that goes like bonk on the side of the head.
'Kay.
That like hits a pressure point, and he's like eyes. Tyr just sees his eyes like roll back in his head as he like collapses, and I'll just like grab him by the scruff of the neck and like hold him there like. Okay then.
Problem
Put the second
solved.
manacle on.
All right.
We're on the case.
And with that, combat comes to a close, guys.
We did it!
You guys were able to successfully apprehend Orin without killing him.
Good ending.
Claps! Now,
okay with
I
it.
know
Well
that
done.
some people had plans, and I'm really sorry this game has run on a little longer than I think we all anticipated.
How long are we at?
As we've
Oh,
been...
no,
I honestly,
Nine
I honestly thought
hours?
it was going to be longer. I
Uh,
honestly thought it was going to be longer. I honestly thought it would be like 2 o'clock in the morning for me, which is like 6:30 now, and everyone's just like,
It's
We've
currently
been up for,
8:21
like-
for me, like 8:21 p.m.
Yeah,
I
for
was
me.
expecting like
Poor-
7
Poor
hours,
Bubble,
but-
it's probably like 1 a.m. for him right now.
Oh, Bubble.
12:20.
I was only supposed to stream 2 hours ago.
I'm
Oh,
so
no.
sorry,
Whatever.
Kuringa. Did
It's
you guys
fine.
want to stick around for the aftermath?
I'm good.
Oh yeah, I might as well.
I mean, I feel I'm invested now, so
I
might
do
as
have
well.
to go in a few minutes, but I'm happy to stick around for as long as I can.
For sure, for sure.
Oh.
After I'm on.
And while we have time, because Bruce has kind of beat the hell up over here, I'm gonna change
Herbert?
my
yeah.
constellation on the fly over
Okay.
here.
Herbert, and you're
Herbert,
gonna heal
I-
him.
Not Bruce.
Wait,
Or
I'm
Bruce.
changing.
Bruce for
Yeah.
Monica just calls me Bruce, and I'm
Yeah,
fine
you're-
with it.
Yeah,
you're
fair.
Just Bruce now.
Monica's new. She hasn't had time to learn your name.
It's
So yeah,
fine.
I'm changing to the Chalice constellation, which I can heal you 1d8 plus my Wisdom modifier.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Yeah, honestly,
So
Circle of
essentially it's a
Stars
cure
Druid is
wounds.
fucking rad.
So you
Yeah,
have
okay.
9 health back. So you're
Hey.
feeling a little better now.
Feel much better.
Much better. All right. So as you guys wrap up here, you send somebody goes back to the guard tower, and the word starts running through the guard tower of what you guys have done. A crew is brought back here, obviously for surveillance and confirmation. You have lots of people making their way through the halls here, and confirming that this man was conducting illegal necromancy under the guise of being just a simple mortician. The evidence of the Frankenbride obviously is enough evidence to put Orin away for life. Actually, it's probably enough for the death penalty.
We might as well have just shot him then.
Yeah.
death by
I mean, yeah, but
by
it's not our choice.
party.
But
The
this
party
this
just, like,
this
takes
is
turns
more
killing
this
him?
is more legal, and it's a little more public than a bunch of people with the badge killing a poor old half elf noble in his basement.
I mean,
I
Um,
can get rid of evidence. I'm just saying.
please don't.
I'm
Uh,
not part of the team technically.
So
I'm just
Orin,
temporary.
you guys eventually do like a closing interview, and Orin confesses to everything, obviously under the provision of a truth spell. Orin Tyrell was a doctor, but after his wife Geraldine fell sick and passed away, his human wife, he became grief-stricken and stopped his practice. After some time, he regained himself and opened up Final Rest, switching professions to be a mortician and using his years and training of being a doctor in a little bit of a different means. Though he never got over the death of his wife, he happened upon old tomes that spoke of bringing the dead back to life, expanding his necromancy from just gentle repose. And though he knew it was illegal, his longing to hold his true love once more drove him over the edge and coaxed him to stain his soul with these dark magics. The one thing that he says almost over and over at the end of the interviews is never fall in love with a human when you live longer than them.
Yeah, I was about to say that's your first mistake, bud.
Yeah, that was your problem, not mine.
I can't say anything. I fell in love with a dwarf, and they live like a lot longer than goblins do.
Um,
A lot longer than I do.
You guys do end up finding Geraldine as well. She was already in a cart, getting ready to be moved probably to another gate there. He brought his victims to these public spaces hoping that they would be found and that their loved ones would still be able to put them to rest and hopefully ease some of that grief that his actions would have imposed on them. Geraldine was missing her torso.
Oh no.
Did
So
we
it
ever
was just
find
the
out where the
head
head
of the
came from
original
then?
wife.
Yeah, just the head of the original wife.
Gotcha.
Oh, isn't that something?
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he would probably want to look on the visage of his beloved.
Yeah.
Everything else is just.
Now
Partially
we know.
decomposed wife. Yeah.
Ta-da!
Well,
Honestly, he couldn't cast Gentle Repose on any of these pieces any longer because Gentle Repose also protects them from necromantic magics, and you can't animate dead or anything like that. So he was trying to put this woman back together quickly,
as quickly as possible.
because Gentle Repose preserves the body for about a week.
Interesting.
But unfortunately, turning her into a flesh golem to try to get rid of you guys tainted what work he had done so far, causing her to rot faster and just basically ruining all the work he had done so far. Which is why he was so remorseful and sorry at her side as you guys entered.
Nice.
And it doesn't help that we just did a ton of damage.
We're like immediately walked in,
That's
stunned her, beat her up.
You guys did a lot of damage. I hope you guys enjoyed.
It was great.
And for
Oh,
the
brilliant.
important part for my character,
Yeah, I thoroughly
about
enjoyed
that
maxing out
reduced
my battle
sentence
axe.
from my
How about
Yeah.
that reduced sentence? If this was to turn into a proper campaign, it was going to be more than just this. You would essentially be working alongside this group for probably a few years in order to work down that sentence.
Just saying, chat. That's up to you guys. That
Oh.
ain't up to
Yeah.
us.
I
If you guys
I
want to
can't
see
play
us
on
come
Thursdays
back and you guys
regularly.
want to see us do this again, that's up
Yeah.
to you.
If
Yeah,
it
you can force Okomie to do this.
Oh god. If it was to turn into a proper campaign, it would not be 9-hour streams. I will tell you
9 hours
that
every time,
right
guys,
now.
come on.
Yeah, every time, 9-hour session. Let's go.
I wanted to make sure that this one-off got taken care of on my birthday.
Fair enough.
I know some people
It was
have to
great.
leave. I'm not going to keep people here longer. Thank you again, guys, so much for bringing these amazing characters to this world and interacting with this one-off.
I'm
think
just
it's
One-off
glad I.
means that it's one and done. This
Yeah.
is it. This is the only time we're doing it. Like I
Yep.
said,
Right.
unless
Until the next
people want it.
episode.
Yeah, until people
Until
want it.
the next time.
Unless you all wanted to join my Discord and badger me to continue. Thank you so
Everyone
much,
do it.
Fickle.
Of course.
I, for one,
I
thoroughly
should
enjoyed
probably-
smoking the shit with the.
Yes,
I did
because you
too.
have another stream
Y'all are
you need to
great.
do. Bye.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So
I
the
wish you
funny
all the
part
best.
is, I'm about to play another like fantasy game.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
There's this game, Dark
Yes,
Alliance,
we did.
that
We
just
solved
came
the
out.
mystery, Futica.
I've seen that game. I love D&D. I've seen the reviews look terrible, but I wish you the best with it.
I will say
it's free
that
on Game Pass.
everybody here, with the exception of Samuelism, are streamers. I would highly, highly, highly recommend following these people. You have Casually Bananas currently in the top left corner. Actually, let's go to a better. Let's go to a better. Here we go. Casually Bananas in the top left corner. You have Invincible without the E at the end in the middle top row. You have the Fickle Ficus on the bottom left-hand side there. Kiringa 12 in the middle, and then a Dividable Llama at the end there. If you guys want to comment and chat there, so that people can get your to get the links to your channels from your usernames and things like that, you're more than welcome to. Oh, this was
I had
long.
to load it back up because of all my internet problems.
Oh. Gookie was my favorite. All of
Gookie
these
was
characters,
fantastic.
all of these
Okay.
characters were amazing, and they all brought very interesting perspectives. Bubble, thank you so much for the
Aw, cute.
sub.
It's been a while.
Gookie, you're getting a lot of love.
Yeah.
Gookie's
I
getting
know.
a lot of love.
I'm like, I barely did anything other than be chaotic and
But people love
Imprints
the
on
chaos
Bubble.
characters.
Yeah.
People
love
Yeah,
love
little
chaos
did-
Love
little
characters.
did
that
everyone
moon
know.
game.
Bubble. The only reason why I messed with Bubble is because now I value his friendship. It was the
Chaos,
friendships we
chaos.
made along the way.
All right, y'all. I do have to go, but it
Yes,
was good playing with you.
bye.
Also,
Ta-ta.
the next
I won't keep
episode,
you much longer.
Me and Gookie
Yeah, I
will
got-
do our business.
Oh,
Oh, he gone.
this is what happens when
Oh.
people leave.
Yeah. Welcome to the mess.
Yes, welcome to the mess. All right, I'm going to leave the Discord call for now, but thank you again so much, guys, for hanging out with me today for 9 fucking hours.
It was fun.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was an honor.
All right.
And I'm glad I actually participated as much as I did, considering
Aw.
I'm
Yeah, you
nervous
did
as hell.
awesome. You said that you were gonna be like super shy and shit, but you were
You're great.
awesome. That's something I would like to point out. Kuringa and Bubble were very new to D&D, and Sam was new to 5e. So you guys did amazing.
I'd like to thank the D20 for constantly maxing out near the end there.
The amount of nat
Um,
fucking 20s you rolled during combat, man. I mean, you were the fighter. You were there to fight, and you did it well.
I had the most HP and not a single thing scratched me the whole time.
I think I got
Yeah, that's
I think
the
I
mission
got hit
failed.
almost the most.
Yeah, you
Yeah, that was
did.
the surprising
Baz-
part. I was like, oh, let me
Baz,
take
Herbert, and
healing.
Monica, I think got hit the most there.
I kept trying to go in the middle, but they were like, "No, let me hit your friends."
All right, I'm gonna deafen myself in the Discord, but so I'll be back here in a moment in case anyone wanted to do like a closing discussion or anything like that. All right, let's end for the day. I'm gonna say this again. If you guys liked what you saw today, and if you would be interested in seeing possibly more D&D content from me, I do have another campaign that I'm a part of as a player. It's a VTubers and Waterdeep campaign, and it happens every Monday. Please join my Discord. When I do things like multiplayer games like Final Fantasy XIV, Among Us, Phasmophobia, Apex Legends, League of Legends, Overwatch, I always go to my Discord first. And on top of that, if you want to be part of potential future D&D projects, all of the people who are players today are part of my Discord. I will always canvas my Discord first. Thank you guys again for being so awesome, for hanging out with us for longer than you should have. I don't think I've ever thought I would do a 9-hour stream, but this is mind-blowing. My throat is extremely sore from talking constantly and doing doing all these voices. So I am going to head off for the night, celebrate the rest of my birthday with my husband, and tomorrow I will be taking off to make up for the fact that I did a 9-hour stream today. So again, thank you all so much for being awesome, for being amazing. We are going to spread and share this love. We are going to raid somebody. So I'm going to find somebody to share the love to right now. This is always the hard part at the end of a stream, is finding somebody to raid, I find. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. As some of you might know, if you follow me a little more regularly, I like to raid smaller streamers. So we are going to spread the love to Angel Kitty today, and let's go make them smile the same way you guys make me smile. Thank you again so much for being awesome, and I cannot wait to see you all again on Monday. Have a good one, have a good weekend, and bye-bye!